retake if ever. Nakage, just because of that pickup, confidently moving towards the site. Not only that though, high ground control, very important for Xin. We've seen this a lot. Courtesy of him trying to play 4-10, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladom just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl as well. So trade for trade between the Sovas. Both stages gone from the equation. 4v4 for now, scan from nets. And there you have it now, the Hunter Fury to try and hunt down Fatman. He's looking for the target though, but does he line it up well? There he goes, precision, Dyname is the bow and arrow. Mid-batter, so here he goes yet again! See his name, I told you 3 times on the scoreboard, but it's Sladom now versus the world, tries to bring out the ropes.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
And this might be a great time to pull it out soon. V-Black, he's going to get a great catch here in the Zen, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
Is coming, and now they're going towards the main. The null command and the lockdown makes their markers count. And as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senior Carl Sure shutting down the null command as he's trying to play transition. But there's playing protectors. There we have the tap though! And effectively now, it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Avalon Abyss trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senior Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Avalon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. Towards the B site, alarm bot now gets triggered. Maxi feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel for Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. Go with now the mass congregation. Rabab tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction, and Maxi's there for the ace. And
Crossfire now being set up as 2 people with the wall saying action towards Box with the flash as Derek finds 2 and 3, and they enter the site.
4v2 situation, Yanagi planting the spike already. Onto the lurk is Georgie, detected by the alarm bot. Not a single chance in the world. Derek just waiting patiently. And he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well, despite the haunt. I miss Beyblades. Mood. Oh! What a peek from Nexi. A dry peek and an immediate smoke to have that coverage. Wow. Just good comms altogether.
Blurred the sacrifice, I suppose, as the nano swarms will actually push Wild Oreo out of position. Micro hugging the corners with the lockdown enabled. Showstopper is going to find its mark as Micro again. He's doing it again, and on Pearl as well.
Oh,
the 1v1.
This is gonna be Smoke. You already see Marky playing around the stars here, but he only has 1. He finds Micro and he managed to get a kill.
yeah, the rifles are here for both sides, and it's an early start from Patton, but he seeks out, finds Asta, and well, that's the stage gone immediately for Abaddon Abyss's retake if ever. Nakage, just because of that pickup, confidently moving towards the site. Not only that though, high ground control, very important for Xin. We've seen this a lot. Courtesy of him trying to play 4-10, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladom just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl as well. So trade for trade between the Sovas. Both stages gone from the equation. 4v4 for now, scan from nets. And there you have it now, the Hunter Fury to try and hunt down Fatman. He's looking for the target though, but does he line it up well? There he goes, precision, Dyname is the bow and arrow. Mid-batter, so here he goes yet again! See his name, I told you 3 times on the scoreboard, but it's Sladom now versus the world, tries to bring out the ropes.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
And this might be a great time to pull it out soon. V-Black, he's going to get a great catch here that's in, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
Duels coming, and now they're going towards the main. The null command and the lockdown make their markers count, and as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senior Carl Shore shutting down the null command as he's trying to play transition, but there's playing protectors. There we have the tap though! And effectively now, it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Avalon Abyss trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senior Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Avalon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. Towards the B side, alarm bot now gets trigger. Maxi, he's feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel for Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. Go with now the mass congregation. Rapabs tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction, and Maxi's there for the ace. And
Crossfire now being set up as 2 people with the wall playing action towards box with a flash as Derek finds 2 and 3, and they enter the site.
4v2 situation. Yanagi planting the spike already. Onto the Lurkus. Georgie detected by the alarm bot. Not a single chance in the world. Derek just waiting patiently. And he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well, despite the haunt. I miss Beyblades. Mood. Oh! What a peek from Nexi. A dry peek and an immediate smoke to have that coverage. Wow. Just good comms altogether.
Yeah, blurred the sacrifice, I suppose, of the nano swarms will actually push Wild Oreo out of position. Micro hugging the corners with the lockdown enabled. Showstopper is going to find its mark as Micro again. He's doing it again and on Pearl as well. The 1v1.
This is gonna be Moki. Already see Marky playing around the stars here, but he only has 1. He finds Micro and he managed to get a kill.
yeah, the rifles are here for both sides, and it's an early start from Patton, but he seeks out, finds Asta, and well, that's the stage gone immediately for Abaddon Abyss's retake, if ever. Nahage, just because of that pickup, confidently moving towards the site. Not only that though, high ground control, very important for Zin. We've seen this a lot. Courtesy of him trying to play 410, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladom just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl as well. So trade for trade between the Sovas. Both stages gone from the equation. 4v4 for now, scan from nets, and there you have it now, the Hunter Fury to try and hunt down Fatman. He's looking for the target though, but does he line it up well? There he goes, precision, Dyname is the bow and arrow, mid-batter, so here he goes yet again! See his name, why don't you, 3 times on the scoreboard, but it's Sladom now versus the world, tries to bring out the ropes.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
And this might be a great time to pull it out soon. V-Black, he's going to get a great catch here that's in, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
Duels coming, and now they're going towards the main. The null command and the lockdown make their markers count, and as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senior Carl Shore shutting down the null command as he's trying to play transition, but there's playing protectors. There we have the tap though! And effectively now, it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Avalon Abyss trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senior Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Avalon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. Towards the B side, alarm bot now gets trigger. Maxi, he's feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel for Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. Go with now the mass congregation. Rapabs, he tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction, and Maxi's there for the ace. And
Crossfire now being set up as 2 people with the wall playing action towards box with a flash as Derek finds 2 and 3, and they enter the site.
4v2 situation. Yanagi planting the spike already. Onto the Lurkus. Georgie detected by the alarm bot. Not a single chance in the world. Derek just waiting patiently. And he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well, despite the haunt. I miss Beyblades.
Same. Mood.
Mood. Oh! What a peek from Nexi. A dry peek and an immediate smoke to have that coverage. Wow. Just good comms altogether.
Yeah, blurred the sacrifice, I suppose, of the nano swarms will actually push Wild Oreo out of position. Micro hugging the corners with the lockdown enabled. Showstopper is going to find its mark as Micro again. He's doing it again and on Pearl as well. The 1v1.
This is gonna be Moki. Already see Marky playing around the stars here, but he only has one. He finds Micro and he managed to get a kill.
Yeah, the rifles are here for both sides, and it's an early start from Patton, but he seeks out, finds Asta, and well, that's the stage gone immediately for Abaddon. The business retake, if ever. Nahage, just because of that pickup, confidently moving towards the site. Not only that, though, high ground control, very important for Zin. We've seen this a lot, courtesy of him trying to play 4-10, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladom just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl as well. So trade for trade between the Sovas. Both stages gone from the equation. 4v4 for now, scan from nets. And there you have it now, the Hunter Fury to try and hunt down Fatman. He's looking for the target though, but does he line it up well? There he goes, precision, Dyname is the bow and arrow. Mid-batter, so here he goes yet again. See his name, why don't you, 3 times on the scoreboard, but it's Sladom now versus the world. Tries to bring out the ropes.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
And this might be a great time to pull it out soon. V-Black, he's going to get a great catch here in the Zin, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
Is coming, and now they're going towards the main. The null command and the lockdown makes her markers count. And as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senior Carl Shore shutting down the null command as he tried to play transition. But there's playing protectors. There we have the tap though! And effectively now, it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Abaddon Abyss trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senior Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Abaddon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. Towards the B side, alarm bot now gets trigger. Maxi feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel for Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. Go without the mass congregation. Rababs tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction, and Maxi's there for the ace. And
Crossfire now being set up as 2 people with the wall playing action towards box with a flash as Derek finds 2 and 3, and they enter the site.
4v2 situation. Yanagi planting the spike already. Onto the Lurkus. Georgie detected by the alarm bot. Not a single chance in the world. Derek just waiting patiently. And he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well, despite the haunt. I miss Beyblades.
Same. Mood.
Mood. Oh! What a peek from Nexi. A dry peek and an immediate smoke to have that coverage. Wow. Just good comms altogether.
Yeah, blurred the sacrifice, I suppose, of the nano swarms will actually push Wild Oreo out of position. Micro hugging the corners with the lockdown enabled. Showstopper is going to find its mark as Micro again. He's doing it again and on Pearl as well. The 1v1.
This is gonna be Moki. Already see Marky playing around the stars here, but he only has one. He finds Micro and he managed to get a kill.
yeah, the rifles are here for both sides, and it's an early start from Patton, but he seeks out, finds Asta, and well, that's the stage gone immediately for Abaddon. The business retake, if ever. Nahage, just because of that pickup, confidently moving towards the site. Not only that, though, high ground control, very important for Zin. We've seen this a lot, courtesy of him trying to play 4-10, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladom just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl as well. So trade for trade between the Sovas. Both stages gone from the equation. 4v4 for now, scan connects, and there you have it now, the Hunter Fury to try and hunt down Fatman. He's looking for the target though, but does he line it up well? There he goes, precision, Dyname is the bow and arrow, mid-batter still here he goes yet again! See his name, why don't you, 3 times on the scoreboard, but it's Sladom now versus the world, tries to bring out the ropes.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
And this might be a great time to pull it out soon. V-Black, he's going to get a great catch here in the Zen, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
News coming, and now they're going towards the main. The null command and the lockdown makes their markers count. And as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senior Carl Sure shutting down the null command as he's trying to play transition. But there's playing protectors. There we have the tap though! And effectively now, it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Avalon trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senior Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Avalon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. Towards the B side, alarm bot now gets triggered. Maxi feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel for Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. Go with now the mass congregation. Rababs tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction, and Maxi's there for the ace. And
Crossfire now being set up as 2 people with the wall playing action towards box with a flash as Derek finds 2 and 3, and they enter the site.
4v2 situation, Yanagi planting the spike already. Onto the Lurkus, Georgie detected by the alarm bot, not a single chance in the world. Derek just waiting patiently, and he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well.
Patindi ng patindi ang labanan natin dito. Heto na nga ang matatawag nating natural selection sa mundo ng Valorant. Handa na kaya ang mga challengers natin sa mga makakalaban nila, sa mga halimaw na makakaharap nila? Sabay-sabay nating alamin. Last chance na to for this week dahil day number 6 na ng VCTPH.
And there you go, Kuya Yowie. They're stopping this man with the plants, and it's 2 already going down to the ground. Great, look at this reflection, Reno! Thinking it, he's just gonna go for it, and Naslick crawls his way to the clutch.
Welcome one, welcome all to day number 6 of VALORANT Challengers Philippines. We're here on the panel, or kung makikita nyo sa aking get up, medyo parang doktora. Nandito tayo sa clinic ko kung saan kasama natin si Dax at si Black and Blue bilang aking konsulta for the day. Mga consultation natin yan. Kasi ang gagawin natin today, boys, is aalamin natin kung ano nga ba yung mga symptoms na nakikita natin sa mga players and sa mga teams. At ano nga ba yung mga remedyo, yung remedy na magagawa natin or marerekomenda natin sa mga players dito. Pero bago pa ang lahat, kailangan kong malaman, kamusta ba si Asoray bilang Tagalog host dito sa ating segment na to?
Doc, Dok, na-miss kita, Dok. Buti naman nandito ka na, may lisensya ka talaga para magtagalog talaga tayo dito sa panel na to. At guys, yun nga, diba? Ano ba ang magiging sagot? Ano ba ang magiging solusyon? Ano kaya ang prescription para manalo dito sa regular season? Masasagot yan ng mga teams natin. At of course, ni Doc Laika.
Natutuwa ako na may doktor na talaga tayo dito para sa ating panel host kasi yung isa parang Dr. Kwak-Kwak man lamang ang dating eh. Pero ayun, kahit anong sabihin pa natin, wala tayong may papagamot para kay Azurine. Pero sana dito may solusyon pa rin para sa mga ibang team na gustong bumawi sa huling araw ng Week 2.
Grabe naman kayo kay Azuray. Masasabi ko lang, Azuray, salamat sa pag-try na mag-fill sa shoes ko noong mga araw na wala ako dito. Pero bago pa ang lahat, bago pa tayo mag-proceed at alamin kung ano nga ba yung mga kailangan nating pag-usapan dito sa aking clinic, well, pasalamatan muna natin ang ating mga sponsors kasi hindi naman mangyayari tong napakagaling na event na to if it weren't for them. So, una sa lahat, maraming salamat of course to Riot Games and Mineski Philippines for making this event possible. Nais din namin magpasalamat of course sa aming official sponsor na GLAB Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to GLAB Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. 9 pesos lang. And of course, sanction etong tournament na natin to by the Games and Amusement Board. So maraming salamat po sa inyo. Ngayon, mainit-init yung mga kaganapan eh. Meron tayong day 4, day 5 bago pa tayo makarating sa point na ito. Matanong ko lang kayo guys, meron bang team dito na sa tingin nyo nagpapakita na talaga ng signs of being relentless?
I mean, realistically, pag inisip mo yung mga team sa Relentless, para sa akin ay hindi siya about yung mga team na nasa taas ng leaderboard, kundi yung mga team na medyo sabihin natin mabagal ang pagsisimula nila dito sa VCTPH, pero bumabawi naman at nakita naman natin yun kahapon based on some of these other teams na finally nakakuha ng win. SR Nakage being one of those teams, finally nakakuha sila ng panalong mapa at yun ang importante. That's para sa akin ang totoong Relentless.
Oo, tama yun. Tagline. Favorite kong word yun sabihin. Relentless. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang laban. Kasi naman, kailangan talaga makabawi ng mga ibang teams. Yung iba patuloy-tuloy lang sa success. Case in point, dun sa kabilang series naman kahapon, Oasis Gaming. Nakita na natin yung tunay na Oasis dominance dun. Nakukuha nila yung lead, tas di na nila binitawan. And now, nasa pinatoktok sila ng standings. 3-0 para sa Oasis. At kung gusto talaga nila makuha kagad yung playoff slot, then relentless lang talaga yung pursuit patungo sa mga panalo.
Now na na-open nyo na yung mga teams na nakita nyo talagang relentless, panoorin ulit natin yung mga moments na tinutukoy nyo dahil ito na, paparating na ang ating highlights from yesterday.
And this might be a great time to pull it out soon. V-Black, he's going to get a great catch here in the end, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
Is coming, and now they're going towards the main. The null command and the lockdown make their markers count. And as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senor Carl Schur shutting down the null command as he's trying to play transition. But there's playing protectors. There we have the tap though! And effectively now, it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Avalon Abyss trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senor Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Avalon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. Towards the B side, Alarm Bot now gets trigger. Maxi feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel from Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. Go without the mass congregation. Rapabs tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction, and Maxi's there for the ace. And
Crossfire now being set up as 2 people with the wall playing action towards box with the flash as Jared finds 2 and 3, and they enter the site.
4v2 situation. Yanagi planting the spike already. Onto the Lurkus. Georgie detected by the alarm bot. Not a single chance in the world. Derek just waiting patiently. And he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well, despite the haunt. I miss Beyblades. Mood. Oh! What a peek from Nexi. A dry peek and an immediate smoke to have that coverage. Wow. Just good comms altogether.
Blurred, the sacrifice, I suppose, of the nano swarms will actually push Wild Oreo out of position. Micro hugging the corners. with the lockdown enabled. Showstopper is going to find its mark as Micro. Again! He's doing it again! And on Pearl as well! The 1v1.
This is gonna be Moki. Already see Marky playing around the stars here, but he only has one. He finds Micro and he managed to get a kill.
Yeah, the rifles are here for both sides, and it's an early start from Patton, but he seeks out, finds Asta, and well, that's the stage gone immediately for Abaddon. The business retake, if ever. Nakage, just because of that pickup, confidently moving towards the site. Not only that, though, high ground control, very important for Zin. We've seen this a lot, courtesy of him trying to play 410, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladom just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl as well. So trade for trade between the Sovas. Both stages gone from the equation. 4v4 for now, scan from nets, and there you have it now, the Hunter Fury to try and hunt down Fatman. He's looking for the target though, but does he line it up well? There he goes, precision, Dyname is the bow and arrow, mid-batter, so here he goes yet again! See his name, why don't you, 3 times on the scoreboard, but it's Sladom now versus the world, tries to bring out the ropes.
Dax, ako lang ba? O parang kaboses mo yung nasa highlights video? Yung
Hindi
huling
ako yun!
nagsalita?
Hindi ako
ba
yun!
ikaw?
English speaking yun!
Ay.
Diba? Tagalog lang ako.
Tagalog
Filipino
lang tayo dito.
At
So,
yung
hindi
isa
rin si
katulad-
Black and Blue yung
Oo.
naririnig ko isa pang boses?
Hindi. Nandito nga tayo sa panel, di ba? Paano nangyari?
tama,
Nandun ako,
tama.
nandito
Diba?
ako.
Alay ka, isipin mo paano kami nagsasalita ngayon, di ba? Kami ay tunay na mga Pilipino.
Oo nga.
Ganon. Pinoy Pride. Pero speaking of Pinoy Pride, nakaka-proud talaga itong mga teams na nakikita natin dito. Kasi ang ganda, bukod sa highlights na nakita natin, even the standings in itself, yung mga resulta ng mga hard work na ginagawa nila within the past couple of days that we've had the broadcast over here. Napaka-impressive talaga. Sino ba yung mga teams na nagsa-stand out talaga? Lalo na para sa'yo, Nico, gusto kong malaman kung may team na hindi mo ine-expect na maganda yung run so far?
I think by far, pag tinignan nga natin, di ba, sa lahat ng mga team dito, Action PH is one of those teams talaga na pati ako na-impress. Nakita ko nga na, I mean, from the get-go, di ba, yung roster na to, puro mga veterano din naman ng BCT. Pero syempre, baguhan pa lang sila na magkasama dito sa team na to mismo as Action PH. Pero grabe, ang ganda pa rin ng performance nila. Hindi sila nanalo, oo, kahapon kalaban ng Oasis Gaming. Pero Oasis Gaming yun eh. Sila nga ang pinaka-pabor para manalo dito sa buong championship stage natin. Pero Action PH talaga sa akin, like, ikaw, Dax, sa'yo naman.
Diba? Masasabi ko lang, makita kaya natin yung standings dito kasi mas maganda na may explain nga natin, diba, yung buong table natin, and truly, at the very top, nasa pinakataas natin ngayon, Oasis Gaming, 3-0. Pero dun sa kabila yung isa natin na notable nangyari kahapon, Laika, habang wala ka, re-recap na kita, Laika.
Sige, gusto ko yan. Kwentuhan mo ako.
Diba, yung isa sa best teams in the Philippines natin galing off-season, SR Nakage. Nahirapan sila Diba? Nahirapan sila first 2 series, pero kahapon, bumawi ng malupit. Isipin mo, binan nila yung map nila para maglaro sa ibang map. Sino gumagawa nun? Kala natin, grabe kayo. Maniniwala kayo na gagawin nila yun. Pero surprise! Nanalo pa sila doon sa Icebox kaysa sa paglalaro ng Pearl. Kakaiba talaga
Nako, kakaiba talaga yung pinakita nila. Pero naaalala ko yung game na yan. Medyo nakasingit din ako Napanood ko rin siya kahit papano. Masasabi ko lang, sayang din on the part of APH kasi may glimmer of hope talaga na akala ko kahit saan pwede ito mapupunta. Diba? Nag-overtime pa tayo dun. Pero medyo kinulang nga lang. Pero tingnan na nga natin kung ano ba yung official standings dito. Dax, tulad nga ng sinabi mo kanina, syempre, tama ka naman palagi. Tama yung mga score na binigay mo kanina.
Ganun ba? Ako ba yun? It's me? Ako ba yung problema? O ako ba ang naniniwala? At ito nga, nakikita natin, di ba? Game.Lab Alpha, one of the biggest surprises though. Binabalik ko lang yung question mo kanina. Nag-2-0 sila ng last week. Nakahabol talaga sila magandang mga standings. Pero kalaban nila open qualifier teams. And that's gonna be the case later on. I think though, yung biggest surprise natin rin in a way, in terms of veterans, yung SKYE Empire. Ang scoreline nila ngayon, sila yung 0-2. Isa sa SR nakaging sa baba. At ini-expect natin na, especially a core na may mga names like sila Rabbit, like sila Aryu, sila Disrupt, they're gonna be able to get those kind of wins, right? Pero pagdating dito sa ating standing so far, hindi pa nila naikuha yung elusive win na hinahabol nila
Ayun na nga eh. Yung unang mga dalawang kinalaban pa naman nila earlier during this group stage ay Oasis na yung pinakaunang kinalaban nila. Tapos natalo sila sa Game.Lab, which I think was a very, very surprising resulta dito para sa SKYE Empire. But they're going up against another powerhouse naman dito sa NAOS Esports as their first game of the day, and Game.Lab versus Puggers for the second. And yung pangalawang laban niyan, yung Game.Lab, I think coming into this, wala masyadong mga expectation sa team na to kasi galing nga sila sa open qualifier, relatively unknown yung mga players, pero yung org, syempre, medyo mas kilala in compared to some of the other open qualifier teams, and yet they come on here and show na kaya naman nila makipag toe-to-toe with some of the more veteran teams. Naitalo nga nila ang SKYE Empire, a team na alam natin na comprised of very mga dating roster na may experience talaga na veterano dito sa VCT. So, Game.Labs have really showed us na talagang isa sila na pwedeng maging dark horse sa tournament na to, but it's, I think, really SKYE Empire who really needs a win here today.
I completely agree with you there. And something na gusto ko ring i-point out na connected doon sa sinabi mo is yung mga teams na maglalaro today na nakita natin doon sa schedule, sila yung mga hindi pa natin masyado kilala kasi nga nanggaling sila sa open qualifier. So ito yung, kumbaga yung open qualifier, sasabi na natin na parang yun yung proving grounds nila. Pero at this level of play, yung mga nakakalaban mo, mga veterans na rin in the scene, parang may pagkaganon pa rin, may pagka-proving grounds pa rin talaga na kailangan mo patunayan na kaya makipagsabayan ng team nyo dito sa mga top teams in the Philippines. Pero dahil nasabi ko na yan, I think ready na tayong i-introduce yung first team na pag-uusapan natin, yung malalaman natin kung ano nga ba yung mga sintomas, sakit at kung ano-ano pa, o kaya naman yung mga lunas nila sa sarili nilang problema. Kilalanan natin ng mabuti ang inoorasan natin palagi, NAOS Esports.
Perfect.
Diba pag tinagalog mo yung now's the time, sasabihin mo lang oras na? Or pwede rin naman like oras naos.
Ay, ang galing mo doon.
Joke ba yun?
Hindi. Na-translate ko lang.
Feeling ko nahawa ka kay Azorize live.
Hindi, kailangan yun eh. Parang may one part of every single day. Kailangan ko labas yung inner Azorize ko just to get it out of me. Parang ano yun eh. Ano siya, vaccination. Para lang hindi ako maging kasi may sakit.
Sige, ito na si Doktora. Babakunahan ka na.
Thank you, please. Thank you, nandito ka. Pero talking about NAOS Esports right now, si Ja Modron and DG Papi Chulo Wits. Ang masasabi ko lang, powerhouse team na nadaanan na nila ang mga pinakamahirap na matchup nila on paper. Nanalo sila against SR Nakage off-season active squad 2-1. Natalo sila na kanilang pinaka, I'd say, rival team ngayon in terms of the squads. Oasis Gaming 1-2. 3-map series pareho. Ganun kadikit yung labanan. Ganun ka-close. And now from this point on, it's more of, I'd say, yung mga unproven talent pa ng VCTPH. Makakalaban nga nila, mga returning veterans. They still need to deal with Action PH na bagong team lang, na big surprise. And everyone else, yung mga bagong teams galing sa open qualifier. So, it really goes to show para sa NAOS Esports, eto na, they have weathered the storm. From this point on, kailangan nila keep on yung pace para umabot ng playoffs eh.
Totoo, napaka-totoo. They've gone through most of yung mga pinaka-difficult competition nga nila, diba, earlier on. And now what they really have to do is show us why there's so much expectation dito sa team na to. By all means, every opponent na parating na sa kanila from this point on forward dito sa group stages ay dapat lang maitalo nila just based on how much experience and prowess and star power, frankly, dito sa team na to. Pero I will say na impressed me so far coming into this stage has been NDG. And napakaraming beses nung kalaban nilang Oasis ay naisalba lang niya ang round na tipong kala mo talo na, then somehow NDG just finds a way. So he's really impressed me so far.
And let's not forget yung veterans la, Papi Chulo and Ja really adjusting sa roles. Kahit si Ja, di ba, binalik na nga yung Jet nung isang araw. And of course, Wits. Oh, syempre, my boy Wits, palagi na lang big fan ever since. Pero nilabas niya yung Harbor eh. At kung nakikita niyo ako maglaro ever, guys, talaga, when you bring out the Harbor, exciting yung mga laruan. But I just have to really point out na hindi naman madali yung magiging competition ng NAOS down the line dito future. Pero lahat ng teams na kalaban nila ngayon, dito mismo sa VCTPH na pinoprove na ready sila maging top PH team. So, it really just goes to show, kung yung pecking order ng NAOS, iniisip na nila sa ulo nila kung paano yon, eto na nga yung chance nila para i-prove yun.
And ayun na nga, tulad ng sinabi mo, Dax, yung ibang teams dito gusto rin patunayan na kaya nilang makipaglaban sa NAOS Esports. And isa sa mga teams na kailangan agad-agad patunayan yan right now, right here, ay syempre ang SKYE Empire dahil sila na ang susunod na team na ipapakilala natin.
Perfect.
Naman, SKYE Empire. Isa naman tong team na talagang pagtinignan natin ang Open Qualifier team, sila ang pinakakilala base sa mga pangalan na nandito sa team na to. You got RU, Disrupt, Eugene S, Kelly S, and Rabbit. Daming may pangalan na may S sa dulo And tama lang yon kasi at the end of things, they have to finish strong. Yung simula ng tournament nila so far versus Oasis, o sige, 1-2 gets natin yon, Oasis yon. Pero yung Game.Lab, yun yung medyo nagulat tayo na hindi nila na ipanalo, especially knowing na kilala natin yung team na to. Yet, still, maaga pa lang dito sa tournament na to and there are many ways for every player to adjust and to show up. Pero so far, para sa akin, ang player na talagang nag-show up at very impressive ay si Disrupt. Talagang nadi-disrupt niya lahat ng mga plano dito at kailangan niyang gawin ulit yon dito versus NAOS.
Diba iba yung galawan dito ni Disrupt compared to other Sentinels bigla na lang siya nandun sa gitna ng laban. A little earlier in terms of the rotations and that's amplified by the fact na willing talaga mag-hard aggressive na Kelly S at si Eugene S for the squad. So para sa SKYE Empire, it's kind of what we looked at sa Action PH. Paano kaya sila mag-gel as a team? Paano kaya mangyayari ang lahat? And from their defeat against Game.Lab Alpha, doon lang talaga natin nakita na may feeling out phase pa to Nakatropa nga man sila. Magkakasikilala na sila. At a few months na sila gumawa ng team nung Power Rangers pa lang sila laman. But at the same time, the level of play that they're playing in right now, iba sa ini-expect nila compared to the community tournaments na nadaanan na nila So it really just goes to show na kung gusto ng SKYE Empire mag-succeed, kailangan talaga ilabas ng mga individual players yung prime form nila na nakita natin nung past 2 years.
Exactly. Yun na nga yung kailangan natin dito. And to add to that, siguro yung ilang symptoms na kailangan talaga nating i-cure dito. Siyempre, Doktora Mode na naman tayo. Pwede rin ma-mistake ng mga viewers natin na Ray cosplay tong suot ko today, kung familiar kayo sa mga iconic looks ni Ray. But anyway, going back to my point, yung kunyari, yung mga simpleng pagkakamali na nagiging costly din kada round, 'di ba? Kailangan mag-look out for talaga sila diyan para smooth sailing yung mga rounds ng team na to. Kasi when we talk about SKYE Empire, kaya nilang mag-build ng momentum, 'di ba? Pag nasimulan na nila 'yon, tuloy-tuloy na yung synergy talaga ng team at tuloy-tuloy na kaya nilang ipanalo. Hopefully, as they go against NAOS Esports, ipakita talaga nila yung firepower na kaya nilang idala dito sa ating competition. Pero ngayon, alamin natin kung sino nga ba yung players na ma-feature sa head-to-head natin kasi medyo mainit-init din to Hindi firepower yung basihan dito, kundi yung parang ano bang masasabi natin dito? Parang yung mental warfare talaga, hindi ba, Nico? Kasi ito yung mga controllers natin
Agree ako dito. Pag ikaw ay, di ba, yung nasa controller na role dito, si Papi Chulo and RU, kailangan talagang cold, calculated at kalmado ka. And that's something that I can say is pretty true for both of these players. Si RU, alam naman natin na he has been one of the younger players that have really started to show up dito in the past, 2 years of the VCT. Pero si Papi Chulo, veteran experience, napakatagal na niya nagko-compete at alam niya kung anong gagawin. At madami nagsasabi, pagdating sa Papi Chulo clutch, walang katulad.
Yan talaga Ito yung dalawang pinaka-clutch, I'd say, para sa mga teams na to. When, you know what that's saying? When there's smoke, there's fire. And these guys right now, ready talaga to bring out the fire, especially in those really crucial moments. You look at Papi Chulo, he can shift nga from that controller role to that sentinel role where he was accustomed to backline presence. Pag siya natitira alongside siya, then you know may threat pa rin galing sa NAOS Esports pod. But on the other side, RU, I feel like ito yung magiging magandang contrast dito sa head-to-head na to He's really strong at the opening of rounds. Pagdating ng pistol, I think he has one of the strongest IQs in the whole VALORANT PH scene. Bigla na lang manalo ng pistol advantage ang kanyang team dahil lang sa mga galawan niya. So, perhaps perhaps makita talaga natin anong part of the fight, anong part of the clash mangyayari yung effect ng mga controller mains natin dito.
Alam mo kung anong kasunod na tanong dyan, Dax? Anong mapa ba natin makikita na magsusmoke tong dalawang to? Kasi we're headed over to our map, Vitos, ladies and gentlemen. Ito na nga, malalaman na natin saan kaya yung mga mapa na maghaharap etong SKYE Empire, pati na rin etong NAOS Esports.
Yeah, I'm honestly very excited to see kung lalabas ba ang Pearl dito. We've seen these two teams play it out a lot, and maybe besides the usual bans na ina-expect ko of Bind and Freeze dito sa ating map draft, I wonder kung papalampasin ng SKYE Empire ang Icebox. Even though they've had some success on it so far, ang pinaka problema ko ngayon is just how different NAOS Esports plays. Nagiging malaking problema talaga yung harbor na linalabas ni Wits, and some of these teams baka hindi pa nga sila handa with that one eh.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm a little bit concerned. And off the bat, I was expecting na ang una nilang ibaban dito ay yung Icebox. Kasi nga nakita na natin kung gaano ka-powerful yung NAOS Esports Icebox run, di ba? Whether it's dual controller or not, kayang-kaya nilang i-pull off eh. So, now that they're leaving it open, I'm assuming na papunta na sa ganong direction tong NAOS Esports. But what do you think, Black and Blue?
Well, I mean, makikita naman natin dito sa opening ban ng SKYE Empire na talagang ayaw nilang pabayaan to sa chance man lamang. Diba? Tatanggal nila ang isang mapa nila na talagang wala pa silang naipanalo dito. The last time na nalaro nila kalaban ng SR Nakage at the end of last year, hindi siya maganda. Pero NAOS Esports, isa to sa mga ban na nakikita natin na parang naging almost permaban for them. May times on over, tinatanggal nila agad to. Nakikita naman natin to with maps, like Breeze once more, sa mga ibang mapa na talagang pag nag-shift na tayo sa mga bagong map pool, some of these teams, they like to leave this map behind. So Breeze, taken on now to you. Pero ang unang pick dito, galing sa SKYE Empire, I'm expecting something like a Haven, especially. Yung Ascent, it's a pretty good map for NAOS. It's also a good map for SKYE Empire, pero magandang mapa yun ng NAOS. So, Haven hasn't been too good for NAOS so far just yet. And I'm expecting dito yun nga ang unang pick. Pero hindi, Pearl ang kanilang ipinili, which is surprising too on their side. I mean, may mga okay na performances sila. To be fair, NAOS has never won a Pearl just yet on official record. So, nag-gets ko din naman.
Yeah, sa SKYE Empire kasi, it's one of their first pick priorities eh. At same thing at say for Fracture, first ban priority din nila. The only problem right now is this still goes para sa side ng NAOS Esports na may comfort pa rin sila, that they have had that experience playing it over and over and over again, and I've seen them take those dubs even against competition like Oasis Gaming in non-VCT competition. So para sa SKYE Empire, it's a bit of an uphill battle right now because there's just a lot of overlap, at dahil nga lang doon, we move from under the ocean to the freezing waves instead. Icebox ang pipiliin dito ng NAOS. Alam na natin ano yung magiging comp nila dyan.
Syempre naman, pag nawala yung harbor, naglolokohan tayo dito. Dapat nandyan yan. Kasi it's been working really, really well for them. So, ina-expect na natin na ipo-pull out na naman ni Wits yan. Pero honestly, I know that Black and Blue, iniisip mo kanina na Haven yung magiging first pick. Ito yung pick na nasa utak ko talaga. Kasi hindi natin makakalimutan itong SKYE Empire. Ang ganda nung run nila against Oasis nung opening matchup nila dito sa Pearl, diba? Pinakita talaga nila na, okay, galing kaming open qualifiers. Pero ano to, natatalo namin kahit sa isang mapa etong Oasis Gaming na isa sa mga teams na ina-expect talagang mananalo dito sa competition. And of course, Icebox, expected na natin yan. Sabi ko pa nga lang kanina, diba, na the fact na inopen ng SKYE Empire, yan, dyan na tayo papunta talaga.
Well, I mean, para sa akin naman, yeah, natalo lang Oasis Gaming, pero the day right after, natalo naman sila versus Game.Lab Alpha on Pearl. So, as of most recent, doon ako nagtataka. Pero still, it's not a bad map for them. Pag tingnan mo nga historically, tama si Dax, it's one of their more consistent maps. It really would have been either Pearl or Haven talaga ang first pick dito. And we're looking to go to Haven to be our final map anyway. So, I think pag tinignan mo dito, ang pinaka-map veto natin, I am slightly liking the chances of SKYE Empire because map veto-wise, these are some of the best maps that they have, and we have some of the worst maps on this here para sa NAOS naman in that Haven map nga and in Pearl. So, NAOS, sige, they're probably gonna win map number 2, pero yung map number 1 and 3, yun yung malaking question mark para sa akin.
Honestly, I'll go the other way. I feel like for NAOS Esports, na-define talaga nila ano may magiging map draft natin. The fact that they remove Ascent despite na magaling sila doon is gonna be a limit test kung sino ba ang mas todo talaga sa Haven. Because you look at the history between these two teams, pareho silang natalo ng Oasis Gaming. But, tinasabi natin sa Pilipinas, Oasis Gaming has the best Haven dito sa VCTPH. So, it's kind of a moot point in a way. Sige nga, tas napansin ng NAOS Esports rin na natalo rin ang SKYE Empire sa Game.Lab Alpha on the same map. So they're gonna play a little bit of a risk dun sa pinakadulo. They're gonna get a bit of that heat check para makita talaga kung ano yung maging power level dito ng SKYE Empire. And all in all, dahil lang meron silang rin experience on Pearl, of course, the expertise on Icebox, dun ako sa kabila eh. Dun ko makikita para sa NAOS Esports, mas nakuha nila yung mga map pick na gugustuhin nila kasi alam nila mawawala yung Fracture, mawawala rin yung Bind and Breeze along the way. So sa kanila yung pinaka-importanting ban at nahuli nila yung pinakahuling mapa.
You know, I completely agree with Dax on this one. Kasi yun din yung nasa isip ko eh. Especially yung sa Haven o yung Open Qualifiers run ng SKYE Empire, even in non-VCT tournaments, maganda yung run nila sa Haven. Pero so far, yung mga napakita nila sa atin dito kapag naglalaro sila, like against Oasis Gaming or against Game.Lab Alpha, hindi pa nila super mastered yung Haven, or at least right now. Hopefully, kung umabot man tayo later on to game number 3, mapakita talaga nila na actually parang testing the waters yun, pero this time, game na talaga tayo. At dahil medyo nagbigay na ako ng glimpse, sisimulan ko na rin yung predictions natin. I am gonna go with NAOS for this one. Map number 1, map number 1 siguro SKYE Empire pa, pero if we reach game number 3, for sure, NAOS Esports ako dito. What about you, Dax?
Feel ko, pag tumagal tong series na to, mas magiging alanganin para sa NAOS Esports. Pero I would honestly dare say na confidently for NAOS Esports, they can try to get that map number 1, go for that map number 2, and finish off the series from that point on. Sasangayon ako sa'yo dito, Laika, na mag-NAOS Esports rin tayo. Pero for me, kung hindi ma-show dito ng NAOS Esports yung dominance nila in a best of 3, try to shorten it as much as possible, doon makikita ng mga ibang teams na may mga weaknesses nila pwede exploit against NAOS.
Alam mo, you know, barring all of this map veto stuff na pinag-usapan ko kanina, I still do think map veto-wise, it does favor SKYE Empire, but I'm still gonna stick with NAOS to be able to pull it out in the end. I'm not too confident sa map number 1 sa Pearl nila. I don't like their composition so far, but I do really like what they've got for Icebox. And for me, it's not even the Harbor. It's having John, the duelist, having John, that Jet, is a real big difference aside from what's on the Harbor as well. So, in the end, they still have an okay Haven at the very least. I think it's better than their Pearl, and I'm gonna have to go NAOS 2-1 to this. So yeah, NAOS.
I want to know your quick thoughts actually, since you touched up ng onte dun sa mga agent selection natin, no? What do you think about Kelly S going on that Phoenix versus the Sage for the meta picks sa team nila?
Which map? Do you mean like on...
In Icebox, for example.
Icebox, yeah. I think it could work. There's many reasons why you want the Sage. Of course, there's so simple ways to play Icebox na talagang effective with that Sage barrier. Can give you so much more planting power, which is the important fact. Pero if you have something like a Harbor on the opposing side, then you don't really need that, because then the Harbor has a cove to be able to give you a safer plant. Pero since they don't play with the Harbor, I think a Sage could be pretty effective for them, and I think it's a pretty good shot then for Kelly S to have him be more backline and have him be more alive para sa clutch potential niya.
Ganda rin ang analyzation mo dun, syempre. Baka naman Black and Blue and Dax yan. But again, this has been likable as well on the panel. We're gonna be tossing you guys over to our casters so we can begin with the games. Catch you guys later.
Hey, what's up, guys? We are now back for some VCT action here at VCTPH 2023 Week 2, Day 3. My name is Aster. With me now is Raph. And yeah, we're going to be starting us off with a pretty spicy match from the get-go. SKYE Empire and NAOS Esports. The panel was talking about it, man, that both teams, yeah, NAOS, they've already gone past their biggest rivals, which is Oasis. They did lose that, but they're still looking good in this tournament. On the other hand, SKYE Empire looking to need to get their first dub, but against NAOS, is that going to be possible?
You did say that the panel was talking about it. I mean, it's kind of their job to talk about it.
I mean, I'm just starting a discussion between you and me. You know what I mean? You know, I'm asking you. I'm not asking the panel. Yeah.
Yeah, well, obviously there's a lot of urgency on the side of SKYE Empire because of the fact that they haven't really won a series yet. I feel like NAOS is also slipping just a little bit. I feel like a lot of us expected them to do a little bit better, but if I have to bring up NAOS, then I have to bring up Oasis. Oasis have been fantastic. They've been in tip-top form, and that's one of the reasons why NAOS actually have that blemish on that record. In any case, Black and Blue did mention that this is leaning towards the Empire, of course, this map veto. But I kind of want to say that this is where NAOS make their stand. This is where they finally, I guess, hit that stride that they've been wanting to. It is week 2, and I think we had a discussion about how some of the teams are either going to come out stronger or far worse because of the support staff and a lot of external factors coming into this week.
Yeah, and again, it feels like that's always the discussion, right? Whenever we're in a tournament, teams are having difficulties and such. I just wanted to go a little bit more specific, I guess, with NAOS while we're still waiting for the agent selection. We mentioned this a couple of days ago, if not very recently, that one of the issues I think that we had with NAOS there was how, aside from them integrating, you know, the 3 pedigree players that they have with Ja, Wits, and Papichulo, with NDG and Mojer, did the players that they select actually work for the agents or the roles that was placed upon them, right? Because we know Wits and Ja, they're incredibly good duelist players, but Mojer is on that one. Again, not saying that Mojer is not good or anything, he's amazing, but you're kind of putting these players into roles that they might not be comfortable on. Yes, Wits has proven that Harbor is legit when he's on it. Jazz also played Astra when he was in Southbuilt Esports, but when you put those 2 specific players on duelists, when you could put Ja, and Black and Blue has pointed this out so many times, on an operator, when he's on like a Jet or Arena, there's just something different that happens, you know, a chemical reaction that just transpires. In any case, here is our agent selection.
Well, a lot of your questions are going to be answered here right now, Aster, as we are going to be taking a look at both these rosters. Wit's actually going back on his signature SKYE. I think I'm a pretty big fan of that pick. He's been very, very consistent with it all throughout his career. And pretty much the NAOS lineup is going to be favoring, yes, maybe defaults that really inch the map. I would say it's going to come down to a crawl here. Meanwhile, on the side of a SKYE Empire, they do have that breach, so they're looking to be a little more aggressive, maybe taking B long, or maybe having a more, I guess, reactive setup, especially on that defense. But then in any case, this is going to be one for the books, because one is definitely fighting for tournament life here, and the other is also looking to prove a very, very massive point that they do belong at the top.
Absolutely. We haven't seen SKYE Empire utilize the breach for a hot minute now. I think the past couple of games that they've played Pearl, it's almost always been the Sova and not really the breach. So there really is a step up in terms of, I guess, aggression. Maybe they want to get the catch off onto NAOS very quickly, since NAOS loves to play that snowball, loves to go for that map control. You saw how many times they love to just pick apart, I think, mid, with, again, Wits and Ja at the helm of that. Mojer as well, just, you know, popping right out. So maybe that's why the breach is there for, just to go for the punish. Another thing as well is both these teams haven't really gotten the success that they were hoping for. The last time, again, I think that NAOS was in Pearl, they lost to SR Nakage 13-9. So we'll see how that goes as the pistol ensues here as we start our series.
To think of it, they must have done quite a bit of brainstorming, because a lot of their L's have come from this map, and it has been a bit of a puzzle for them, as Rabbit is going to try and delay this as much as he can, but Wits is just a little too sharp. Kelly S moving forward on A main. That is going to be a lot of noise here. Disrupt is doing a great job of his namesake, slowing down this push. But is it in time? The flash is going to pull their attention away yet again, and NDG just taking a bit of a squat there in the middle of everything. But have no fear, everybody is here. SKYE Empire, they have a retake at hand to do, and I have to say
Yeah.
they're gonna be delayed just by a few seconds here, Aster. As you can see, I believe this is Kelly S. Still trying to work out on art.
Loving the approach there from NAOS Esports. Not going in one by one or two at a time. The whole squad waiting for each other, wanting to go for those crossfire angles. And look at that. Quick, clean, and trades aplenty. It's only Disrupt to get the kill onto Wits, but that's going to be it, as NAOS a very convincing start on the pistol.
Absolutely. Now, we can't really gauge how well the game is going to go, but that doesn't remove the importance of winning that pistol. Again, that is momentum. That is going to be a lot of comfort, too. It's just the psychological thing, right? Like, when you win the pistol, it's like, oh, okay, my aim is pretty sharp today. I'm landing 50 shots. And in general, it's just pretty much a size up. Now, SKYE, they're going to go for a very, very conservative buy here. If I am not mistaken, they're probably gonna go for something a little more aggressive here just to get something done on this round. Maybe just some eco damage, as I mentioned. No, they do try to go for the guessing game, but NAOS is on the other side of the map here, Asterai. Now, we know that retaking with pistols is one of the most difficult things to do. And realistically, it's only Eugene S with the Sheriff that could possibly do damage, although the classics have been pretty crazy.
So the thing with this from SKYE Empire, right, is unless you're in the vicinity of where the Viper's wall was placed, you don't really know, you wouldn't really know that they're pushing through there. So now that they've seen or heard that the spike has been planted, they're just gonna go have a nice little trip all the way around the map. Yep, there you go. Slow crawl.
Slow crawl, and sometimes that's what you need to do, you know, just take a step back, reassess everything. You see that there's a 3 in Papi Chulo's name. What happened to the other 2 Papis? Is this a clone?
Well, I feel like they went into an iPapi moment, you know? Ay, Papi. And then Papi
I know
Chulo
you don't
came
have
out.
to explain. Dude. It's okay. Jaw's gonna find contact here. And
lovely.
As we talked about it, Eugene S is doing serious damage, making this round quite acceptable already for them. In any case, that is NAOS to take the momentum, Aserai. And with that being said, too, winning these first 2 rounds is going to be a very, very big help towards your ult economy. If we look at it... Did Pop already use his Viper's Bit?
Huh? I'm pretty sure no.
No, right? But...
Yeah.
Well,
he has no kills. He has no plants. So he has no charge.
He's just there. Don't you get an orb anyway? If you,
You do
but
not.
he hasn't died yet. Okay.
Yes, exactly. So that's a nice little thing to point out, right? So if you guys are trying to count something, if you're, let's say, playing a very passive type of agent, and you're wondering why I haven't gotten a charge in like 8 rounds now, it's because you don't get any kills, you don't get any deaths. Yeah, that's the most horrible thing, right? At least get yourself taken out so you could get that 1 charge. But I mean, you save the weapon, you save the money, so it's fine. But
honestly, the ult, like, I feel like it is worth it to just get the orb, like, for a lot of situations. But now that we look into this match again, now they have a different speed once more. They've been shuffling where they want to approach and how they're going to work towards the sites here, which is keeping SKYE here guessing all throughout the game. Argu's going to be jump peeking this Asura, but I doubt that he's going to get the right timing here, especially with that poison orb in the way. He's going to keep guessing. He doesn't even spot the head here.
I need a blocking
But
vision.
he's going to put that star down, and that's going to just delay, maybe even scare away some of the NAOS forces. Look at this. They're very, very committed to taking this site. They want to do damage to these Bulldogs and the Sheriffs.
all right, this is where it gets a little bit difficult. So unless they do take down this KJ, Nano Swarm takedowns are going to be a thing.
Oh.
And since Mojo was dropped, this might put Wits in a really cheeky spot, but Papi Chulo's holding the line alongside Ja, and that's what we needed to see. People holding the back line, helping out their planters. But as the smoke dissipates, 1 takedown from Kelly S. And it is going to be a full-on 3 versus 3 to spray down. He committed to it with the crouch. Unfortunately, not going to happen. And Rabbit, well, it's going to have to go back in his hole as Ja finds another one, only with the Sheriff. That's all he needs. 3-0. Now is starting is very strong. Again, unstoppable.
If there's something that I've noticed with SKYE is that, and again, I don't think it's been very telling in the first 3 rounds, but they should have won this round. This is a very, very high prior round for them because they're bound to lose this 4th one now, especially with a thrifty like this. But, Asur, I have to bring up that every time we say that, we've pretty much jinxed it. every single eco round that we talked about on Pearl, at least 90% of them have been turned on their heads. But as I was mentioning, SKYE Empire is a team that tends to overplay and overthink, even though when they don't really need to. Kelly, yes, thought he bought himself a little bit of space and time, but NAOS do not obey those laws. As we have Aryu with a stinger, what can you really do about it, as he's going to be the late rotate? MDG is going to support Modra on that entry, but Rabbit turns into the Hunter and finds that Duelist. That's still a tall order, as they cannot even pick up the Vandal, the stray Vandal. They're going to get a pretty much uncontested plant here, clearing every corner, every angle. And SKYE, despite getting that trade, still in a bit of a fray, as Wits makes it even worse, finding a Rabbit. And potentially Aryu stealing it away from Josh, right?
Yes, the day that the Stinger gets nerfed. We're going to see that very, very soon. I think Riot's already announced it. Anyways, Eugene S. Oh, maybe a pop shot to the head. Just for some pressure on A main. Not going to happen. I mean, just they see that. Now is not flinching, losing Modra that early. It seems like they got their game plans, already built. If their first initial fragger, entry fragger gets knocked down, they still have, again, Wits and Ja to just create that space. And you see that working so well here on Pearl. They can slowly creep up onto the site. I mean, yeah, they have to take a breath or so, but they do make it work somehow. What is interesting here, of course, that it was just a weak buy for SKYE Empire. Now that SKYE back on the rifles, we'll see how that how the efficacy is here for NAOS.
Wow, just like vaccine here, and the sickness seems to be NAOS. They are very virulent, as NDG is going to find Rabbit yet again. Losing your initiator is going to hamper anything related to information here. They do have another one in Disrupt, but not as reliable as that Fade Balloon, as Kelly S. He's looking to gamble here. The gun barrel's going to stick out. He even gets one, but Wits! He trades it out. Now A is going to be completely vulnerable for SKYE, and what indeed. Now, I know there are a lot of times where I talk about, oh, this team's not doing enough to counteract this type of play, or they're too passive, right? But now I'm just going to end up nitpicking on, like I said, SKYE, they're overplaying their hand ass, right? They're moving around on the map a lot, but they aren't necessarily getting any meaningful map control. And now they have been feasting upon this. I'm pretty sure someone's going to point out, oh, but then you're going to get upset if they're going to be too passive. Once again, the keyword is too much. And too much of anything is a bad thing, guys, so pay attention.
You gotta strike that perfect balance, as all things should be. Thanos snap. But yeah, going back into it, right? I do see what you're talking about. It does feel like NAOS right now are playing such a clean, methodical game. And, you know, you throw those words out very frequently, but you really do see that. It feels like there's always layers upon layers of where you can trade. Aryu does get a fadeaway kill onto Wits. Well, I mean, they do just want to take down or lower down as much of the economy here of SKYE Empire as possible. But yeah, Empire seems like they need to take this breather. They need to take that tactical timeout. But what I was surprised with this one is that one exactly, because there was two players from SKYE Empire handling the outside of Art, and then simultaneously 2 takedowns for the price of 1. Really, really good stuff right now from NAOS.
Well, that is a banger of a deal, and like you mentioned, we do talk about cleanliness and the method of doing things. And NAOS is incredibly deliberate in what they're trying to do here. They have been conditioning SKYE to just put a lot of attention on, I would say, Art, because that's really been the biggest point of attack for them, at least so far, right? They have been sprinkling around, I guess, hits on B just to make it unpredictable. Now, once again, somebody in chat's probably gonna tell me, oh, Raf, but wasn't that obvious? I guess, but if you aren't really paying attention, then no, which I assume most of you aren't paying attention. Oh, Raf fighting chat.
They are.
Absolutely.
They are.
I will always fight chat. I'll always fight everyone. You know, nobody is safe. You shut up, Astra. You think you're safe just because you're in the desk with me? Absolutely not.
Dang.
In any case, now, how do you feel about this buy? Again, we have 2 hero rifles here and some sheriffs. I feel like this is where Rabbit's gonna relax a little bit, because these forward pushes that he's been doing has only been costing him his life, and in return, giving NAOS the space to just walk around, right? We talked about how much value the Fade can bring, and with him out of the equation, it just becomes so problematic.
because they need that initiator. They need that haunt specifically for when NAOS comes in, because they want to have those angles where they can get maybe free kills, right? But without the tag of the haunt, it just feels like there's just that one key ingredient missing. Papi Chulo.
Yeah.
Who's gonna get who? They're just right in front of each other. Aryu sees that there is the smoke right then and there. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be very tense because once Aryu falls, if he does, B-Long is gonna be easy pickings for the rest. Wits, now try to get that refrag, but Aryu is on out of there. It's a good start for Sky Empire, as he still has the threat. Ooh, basically peaks at 3, but it's just a quick jiggle. Yeah, with now it's not having Papi Chulo anymore. No more. Well, they do have NDG with Further Smoke, so it's not too bad, but 30 seconds, they gotta start moving.
30 seconds
Look, they're
left.
still so worried about a rehit somewhere else that they haven't really rotated, and I love how stoic Skye is at the moment, but once again, with limited weaponry, what can you really do? Mojo's gonna buy a lot of space here. Wow, Eugene S is gonna remain undiscovered, and Mojo might be in for a doozy. And beautiful, beautiful timing here by a Sentinel player of Sky Empire here, holding it down, locking it down now. He has to be careful here. He has to assume that Witz is walking around, stomping his feet, but everybody gets gunned down by NAOS. And here we have Witz.
Damn.
Right on time, denies the lockdown. We'll take quite a few hits off of that nade.
One enemy remains.
Wow, even Kelly S will finish it off. Straight 1v1 here. Disrupt is going to hold this down. He's going to get at least half. But look at the balls on this man. Oh! And then that
Wow, he got it.
Exactly. Emphatic. That is going to be a big, big morale booster for Sky. They needed that. They needed that badly.
Absolutely did. It cost them a pretty penny. Basically, all of their players, as well as a very scruffy post-plant retake. But you know what? They made it work out in the end. Look at that. Yeah, he threw everything. Disrupt used the aftershock. He used the stun just to push back Ja so that he can full defuse it. Pros don't fake. And Sky Empire with that get their first round. Maybe one of many. But of course, still too early to say. NAOS have everything locked and loaded for them. I mean, as I mentioned, Sky Empire used basically everything that they had in terms of the ultimate department.
Ooh.
But NAOS, they got their own. It's looking kind of scary to go against this.
Absolutely. And the thing about being in the lead here, NAOS can pretty much dictate the economy of all the ultimates in the game. As you saw earlier, right, they pressured Eugene S to really pop that. And absolutely, in the end, it was worth. We still have 3 high-impact ultimates here. We still have the Seekers, we have the Lockdown, we have the wall on the side of NAOS. We're just waiting. Patiently waiting. Hoping for a trap somewhere to be sprung. Sky Empire, once again, they hold strong. They're very, very patient with this approach. They now include the Trailblazer into the mix.
I've got
They don't find anything here. Now they finally burn the Seekers. Are they going to double back here? It looks like it. Wits with the spike. Traveling across the plains of Pearl. Actually going for a B-hit here, but Eugene S has been an anchor, has been an absolute brick wall. But the demolition crew in the form of Papi Chulo and the rest of NAOS will tear him down and will pick him apart. The timing on both of these rotations are going to be very, very thin. Not even sure if they can get this plant down safely, as that haunt is going to come up anytime soon. So if Kelly S with full utility also. But this is going to be a brawl in transition. And wow, Wits was so close to getting caught out there. But look at where Mojer is, man. He has a massive, massive flank here. Right on time, he finds the rabbit as the scramble begins. And now, this is not looking like a fight. This is looking like a massacre. But Disrupt, he lands a few haymakers of his own. He's going to make it, though. But he stands his ground. And he is going to get executed right on the spot. He will be buried with his last stand here. And 6-1, Asra. We were pretty much in... I guess coherence with the panel that NAOS is probably going to take this one, but did we expect it to be this lopsided, even on the first map?
I don't know, but you know what? NAOS has proven, right, that if they're able to take that momentum, they can literally play with how the opponent team's view of them are. And you kind of see that with that previous play. The play there was to obviously rotate to B, but more intricately than that is they wanted to mix up Eugene S from rotating around because of that Killjoy alarm bot, you know, not having infinite range anymore. It's more of them knowing that he has to be somewhere near. Eugene S was pressed to hold his angle because down there on pillar, he couldn't really fall back into spawn and maybe go up onto heaven. He had to force the fight because it was 2 versus 1. He was gonna get hounded down, and unfortunately could not deal with that, plus the pressure of the nano swarm from Ja right behind him. So when all of that just fell down, it was just nothing that they could do. And here's one thing as well that was kind of interesting. Was there any stars for Aryu to use on maybe a default position just to kind of suck away wit so that he couldn't really do anything? Anyways, the push ensues. It's still going to just be NAOS again bulldozing the site. There's really nothing that they can do with the pistol. The aftershock is gonna force back NDG, but they have so much time to reposition this, and the 5v3 again continues. Make that 4v3, but you know what? It's more than enough. Rabbit's just 2 down low, and Mojer. All right, sit down, boy. Rabbit picks up the Sheriff. Not yet over. Almost gets Bobby, though, but not enough. 7-1. And you're saying here, NAOS just keeps steamrolling the rounds.
I like that you mentioned about the stars because, remember, we pointed out that the rotate was perfect, right? NAOS, once again, applying enough pressure for Aryu to pretty much commit 3 stars towards A. That being said, with a crucial round like that, it really did snowball into an eco, and not even in a good way, right? So far, this has been NAOS's plan of attack. Let's shuffle the utility, let's shuffle the utility. We know that our Viper doesn't have to commit the wall anywhere, or at least if we want to take a hit, it's not going to be that difficult. But Kelly, yes, look at this forward march. Maybe a change of pace is what they need. It's Papi Chulo. I was talking about him. Now, out of the round, but they are getting chased. Is he going to dodge it? Absolutely not. As Mojer is hot as he can be. No, Rabbit, he has to hold the line here. He does have that ultimate. He does have that Nightfall. He's tempted to use it. But Rolling Thunder first. Let's stun him up. But John doesn't need anything. He already gets the frag. And Disrupt, despite getting the trade, is too late to save his teammate. Pretty even 3v3 here, Aserai. SKYE, they're still guessing where NAOS is going to hit. Art again remains their point of attack. SKYE Empire. What can they do about this? Eugene S is still ways away from the action. And realistically, we might just find one walking onto Aryu here. Aryu only has 1 star. Again, the utility game just so crucial. Attention, it's building up. They still have not cleared dugout here. Aryu's going to confirm that there's at least 2 here. Plan is finally going to come down. The stun is not going to deny, but it is just going to apply a little bit of pressure here. Nate is going to goad him from leaving. The trade is still even, but look, Eugene S is still so far away. Time is ticking as Disrupt with half a bar of health is looking to do as much as he can. Eugene S. The mouse, he's going to walk into it. And he's going to steal that cheese only to get felled by Wit. Very quick trades across the board for NAOS. And still a dominant 8-1. SKYE Empire, they need to respond.
That was interesting. Eugene, I think the communication, the info to say that Wits was on A main was just a second too slow. Look at this. Look at this. He was looking to his left while Wits was on A main, but Disrupt died to Wits from A main. So again, it's such a small thing to turn into a big thing, right? Just that one crucial mistake. Yeah, you know what? I like to plan. You know what I mean?
I don't know where this conversation is gonna lead.
Vegetation is the next step of evolution.
You mean
the last
crab
of us.
is peak evolution? The crab.
It's the fungus. But look at this from out of the ground. Not Papi Chulo sprouts. Gets 2. I do like that mid control from SKYE Empire, but after all of that, after the fungus cloud is settled, it's only 1 that they were able to pick up. All right, I'm gonna stop with these mushroom jokes. Too much The Last of Us.
Yeah, just don't accidentally spoil for people. I mean, guys, honestly, you can just play the game. You know,
yeah.
But in any case,
yeah. All right, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, we talk about more important things right now. I would love to honestly inspect this VOD after this because you know how it's different when you actually just sit down and watch the game, right? Because now they have been honestly stringing SKYE long. But Aryu still has a few bullets left in his chamber. Fortunately for him, not enough, but Eugene S, man. S means sharp, but unfortunately for him, not sharp enough to catch him out on time. The thing is, even if NAOS lose 4 players like this, yes, they're feeding orbs, but their economy is just so strong right now. It doesn't even matter.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and look, again, ult economy is just so much in their favor. Like, what does SKYE Empire have going on right now, Asar? Like, to be honest with you, it is so difficult to size these players up. Yes, these eco shots have been fantastic, and we might just see a tale of two halves here. But, like I said, with the way NAOS have been stringing SKYE Empire along, it is going to be such a difficult mountain to climb. It's looking rocky, it's looking dangerous. Here we go. The set play yet again.
Here's another thing as well, Raf, right? This is the other Pearl map that we are seeing SKYE Empire play at. The last time that they did this, it was actually Kelly S on an initiator, while Eugene was on the jet. Moving forward into this great push out from SKYE Empire to catch away a Jaw here, but that's only gonna jettison NAOS to push faster onto the A side, especially with this cabbages clearing it up. If that stun connects, that's gonna be huge. But Aryu's holding on, repositions, and now he has got his teammates. This is huge. Lots more players for SKYE Empire here. They have a lot of ultimates even through that Viper Spit. It's gonna be really good for them. Kelly S, all he needs to do is one Renegade Rocket is all he needs. But inside the pit, his teammates are falling down! SKYE Empire, they just needed to wait for Kelly! A little bit too fast on them, and they almost lost it. Thankfully, Kelly S picks it right back up as Witz falls down to him. And SKYE Empire at least gets another round, but they're a little bit too hot. I don't know, man.
Last round in the half.
That was a scramble if I've ever seen one. We just saw a bunch of SKYE Empire players walk and fight, mosh it out in the pit. But of course, they have their savior, their IGL, their duelist, their everything. Hell yes. What else can this man do? Again, he is pretty much the renaissance that SKYE Empire need. Do they adjust their defensive layout here? Doesn't look like it's likely, as we're gonna see the same setup we saw pretty much most of the first half here, but half armor on the side of SKYE Empire might not mean too much in the long run. But that is definitely something that's gonna affect just more immediate duels here. Now they leverage the B long. Disrupt, perhaps a stun. Oh, yes, once again, tries to get some momentum for him, but they get cut down so quickly. Executed. They march forward. Astra B is ripe for the taken. Kelly S does have that lockdown. We have that cosmic divide, just to have a little bit more of a safety net on the side of NAOS, giving SKYE even more of a obstacle. But where did these two quick kills come from? Eugene S, he has been a bright light. The darkness that's been pretty much his lead NAOS have created. Fight in the shadows, apparently. Oh, but the stars, they are going to help Aryu get here, but all that for a drop of blood. And Mojer doesn't even flinch. 2-10. Once again, the Empire, they have to strike back, Asarai. Now they're looking to fly away with this lead.
Perfect accuracy.
Somebody shot an arrow or a laser or torpedo down that shaft.
Can I get a drop?
The Death Star blew up.
Thanks.
How old are we, man? Young enough.
Young enough. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, man. The SKYE Empire not having a proper day-to-day. It looks like the setups that they're doing is correct, right? The approaches, the peaks.
It's really just the execution of it.
Yeah, and the timing of it. It feels like they're just a second behind, and that's all NAOS needs, right? There was also that one weird interaction where Kelly heard basically everybody and threw a nade when he knew that, or he felt that his opponents were just right beside him, rather than just peeking out and shooting with his gun, especially when he had the fault line set up from Disrupt. So with all of that, I don't know, man. There's a disconnect happening right now for SKYE Empire.
Yeah, with a dichotomy and ideas of what the players want to do in the game plan. Like you said, the Empire is looking like the resistance, as Jaw is going to hold up Kelly S here, ask him what he's doing, and then going to mug him. As this is definitely a site they don't want to enter. Look at all that utility just to tell them, no, don't. Now, the one thing that's crazy to me, Asura, is that NAOS haven't even applied, like, at least in the previous half, right? Pressure for the rotator. They've been playing very, very compact. They haven't been leaving anything to chance here. Now it looks like it's going to be the same thing going on. They try to sell a double back here. Aryu has to get precious info. Poppy is at a pretty nice and solid spot here in dugout. But this could potentially be another moment of bad timing. But instead, both players, they don't really catch each other. So this could be a successful flank if SKYE Empire can hold on to the siege that they're trying to do for B, but instead they get shot by every single member of NAOS.
Oh no, they know.
All alone is the infiltrator, and where else could he be but in the crosshairs of Wits? Big 3K to open up this half.
I kind of like that from Poppy, that he didn't actually force the fight against Aryu. Right? Because if that were the case, maybe SKYE Empire rotate around. Aryu gets a nice little control of the spawn or of NAOS, and that gives like space. Poppy just played it safe. They didn't know that they knew that the flank was coming in, and NAOS was like, all right, we'll just do our own thing. We'll beat you. I mean, even if Aryu was flanking there, it couldn't have really gotten that much unless he got the kill on Poppy. That's the thing.
Yeah, again, sometimes it comes down to if you got that kill, then X would be Y, and why would you do that? You know what I mean? In any case, now it's 11-2. They can pretty much do anything they want here, but instead they played very, very safe. They don't overextend. They don't, once again, overplay their hand. That's the biggest thing. They're not overplaying their hand. They're doing what they need to do to win, but Wits dying like that is going to prove so problematic. Poppy Churro still has not been flushed out, but Kelly S is going to cut his neck and make NAOS bleed. 3v4. LES doing work, but NDG refusing to give him anything except that headshot. Now it's going to be pretty even, but this Stinger, the Bulldogs, they've been proving so problematic. Mojer has been pretty much unstoppable in all of his duels too. Threading the needle yet again. Is this retake, and they're gonna go full contact on this house. They do have one star to just block off cover, but they don't know that there is a perpetrator in pot, rather than Flower. Huh?
Yeah, the nade.
All
right, this is just a Stinger. He can't shoot through the smoke without getting closer. Yeah, I mean, he had to be incredibly lucky to line that up from that distance. He needed to get out of that smoke much closer onto where the spike was. And at that point, NAOS knew that they could have just gone for it. I do like the force buy, though, from SKYE Empire. They knew it was already go for the gold or go for broke, right? So it was there. They had very good trades in their favor on the A side because they used the numbers. Unfortunately, I don't know, man. Unfortunately, they tried to catch some players of NAOS in transition as they were going into the A site, fell, and basically put the numbers evenly in terms of players between both teams. So with all of that, I mean, the weapons was just better for NAOS.
It might sound like we're kind of lambasting SKYE Empire right now, but we really do expect them to do better. They have shown that their ceiling is pretty respectable. Right now, their floor has dropped off the face of the earth. And again, with all honesty and me being candid, they're getting their teeth kicked in. Ja even sizzles Kelly S there as Aryu gets the trade. He tries to pick it up. Once again, this is proving so problematic. Wits, my goodness, the courage of this man to just walk through everything. Disrupt gets the trade, but is still looking fairly dire. Asarai Ja has the definite range advantage here, although if they did push in that split second, trade potential would not be as high. Ja with full confidence, full dominance. NAOS as a whole take this 13-2.
You kind of guessed, you kind of felt that NAOS was having difficulties with Oasis, but I mean, with any other team, they just look nigh unstoppable. Wow. It's just the first game, right? Look at the happy faces for them. They knew it was a clean game. They knew that this was how they wanted to play against their opponents, and boy, did they. On the flip side of the coin, man, SKYE Empire, I don't know, dude. They're really struggling on these matches of theirs, whether it's Game.Lab Alpha, whether it's NAOS. It feels like they can't find that groove. And again, I mentioned a while ago that they mixed up the player base once more. Eugene S put into the Sentinel role while Kelly picks up the Duelist. It still feels like it's not just vibing for them.
That's the thing, right? They've been exposed to so many playstyles. My goodness, my hair is being uncooperative. look at this, man. Let's try to fight.
You know what? That's why I tie my hair, because if I do,
get it.
it's much messier than yours if I untie this.
Yeah. But in any case, moving back to the post-match analysis here.
Yeah.
I feel like or SKYE Empire, they just look fairly unfocused here. They had a lot of smaller goals that they wanted to achieve on that, like, on the defaults, but they never really seemed like they were agreeing on what is their strong point, where are we gonna pivot from, and how are we supposed to, again, break the defense that brief half at least displayed to us, right? Because in all honesty, NAOS was just swinging for the fences and they were landing every shot.
And again, it was just a simple yet clean approach from NAOS, right? We go back to the earlier rounds of the first half, and you saw they were playing so, not really slow, but consistently just checking every corner, finding their own pace, not moving forward from one another. You know, it's not Mojer just jumping into the site by himself. There's always somebody right behind him. Even if he double satchels, it feels much more defined, refined compared to the last time that we saw them, where he was just trying to go get picks by himself. Now it feels like NAOS are looking a much better unit, and you probably will see that with the highlights that we saw here on the pistol. Look at that slow approach onto the A site, and then bam, a lot of the kills that SKYE Empire got in rounds where they won, or they even if they lost, were just, I think, multi-kills because of, you know, they're just also really good individually. Unfortunately, it feels again that there is a disconnect here for SKYE Empire.
I don't think this was necessarily like a firepower discrepancy, and we have talked about NAOS being one of the most top-heavy teams, right? But it just seems like this is a macro issue for SKYE Empire. Once again, it just didn't seem like it was coherent. The retakes were incredibly staggered, and the spacing was just at times disagreeable. You know what I mean? Like they're like this. Again, they did get a few kills here and there, but again, NAOS have been just so intentional and deliberate with what they have been trying to do and trying to achieve that they just did not give SKYE Empire the time to adjust. And we know SKYE Empire is fantastic at doing that. We know that this is a group that can actually go all the way, but the woes have been so difficult for them.
Yeah, and I think the reason why you're kind of seeing, highlights like that where they just jump into the embracing weapons, guns of NAOS here is, I feel like NAOS don't really give them that much space to breathe in as well. So with all of that, of course, we got delivering the win with GLAB Unlimited. Of course, it's gonna be Ja as he finishes off the 2 kills to get them that 13-2. NAOS again showing to us that it's not just the hype, you know. They got a hype like intro vid, but this is a team that looks very strong. Okay, to word that better, some people might say that the announcement was all about the hype, but again, they are proving time and time again that this team really does work, and you see how good they can be.
Yes, absolutely. Again, NAOS is work.
I'm gonna get called out by NAOS somehow here.
No, you're not gonna call out, because all you've been doing is, again, giving them praise, and everybody knows that this is honest. This is all honest. This is all very candid, and I think all of us are very, very excited to see how SKYE can bounce back and what they can bring to the table. Again, moving forward with the series, and they have to do it now. Once again, the urgency has to be there, Asar. They are at the brink of going 0-3.
Yeah.
And it is really not an easy journey. But before everything, guys, I hope you have enough time to go grab a snack, grab a drink. Me and Asarai will be right back, so stay tuned. The war rages on between these two teams, but NAOS is making it look like an absolute slaughter as...
The
Dude,
background
man.
music kind of slaps, dude. Like,
It's like, I'm trying to talk about how SKYE Empire is trying to mount a comeback, and NAOS was like, yes, right, they're getting their teeth kicked in. What are you doing?
whoa, where did this come from? Yo! Yeah.
But okay, in all seriousness, guys, like, again, we are honestly rooting for both these teams, and we know, we talked about it. If you guys are just hearing me saying they're getting pretty much rolled right now, then you're being incredibly selective. We talked about how Kelly S and literally everybody on that SKYE Empire team has the capability to just pop off and really reach the highest points of competition. So don't at me because you guys you're doing something if you're doing that. But in any case, again, we reinforce that SKYE Empire, they're very, very well equipped. But right now they are just so disjointed, which is so strange because normally when we talk about these type of teams with Rabbit and again just the minds behind it, they're usually the more calmer, the more organized teams that can really how would I say this, remain unaffected by losses like this, right? But it's been a pretty big skid.
So the question now is, again, on a more serious note, is what is going to be the adjustment here for SKYE Empire? You know, a week has passed since their previous game. They also lost that, or their previous series, and it seems like the week of adjustment for them or discussion for them has been to rotate their players again. Again, we already know that Eugene S is a fantastic Jet player. Kelly S, I think, has more of a broader duelist selection than Eugene S, so they kind of wanted him to play as that Raze on Pearl. Are they gonna put Eugene back on the Jet when we come into Icebox? Is this Disrupt gonna be on a Sentinel right now, or is still maybe gonna go pick up the KO? We'll still have to see kind of that, but more than anything else, and we've seen this on the previous NAOS roster too, before this iteration of NAOS, where switching up your players with agent roles might not be the best fix. And I know that SKYE Empire are trying to figure out what configuration works for them, but is the gamble well worth it? Because it could work in scrims, it could work with other teams, but they're up against one of the top tier teams right now in the Philippines, which is NAOS. So the gamble really is there for SKYE Empire.
Yeah, and to say that they're not also a top tier team is absolutely egregious, right? Because we all agreed that SKYE Empire is consensus top 3, top 4, which is why we are expecting quite a bit from them, not something like this. And they are going to pick it up. I am absolutely certain they're going to pick it up because they're not going to take that or something like that sitting down.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, there is a gamble. Are they going to go for a radical switch here or just stick to their guns? Because sometimes you just need a map to our map. Sometimes you just need a little, I guess, as I mentioned, warming up, and those repetitions, those cycles, you kind of just need to hit those strides.
Yeah, usually it's also just to, you know, if you move away from what we were just talking about, it's also just to having some good rounds to build momentum and build confidence with your players. Because at the end of the day, you know, we still people, man. We gotta have that nice groove to build in. You know, it's
like your groove earlier.
Exactly. It's somewhat similar if you're gonna be playing like rank. Not the intensity of the game, but like just the vibe of it, right? If you can get some good rounds in and keep that momentum rolling, kind of feel unstoppable. So something of that similar regard, I think, is what SKYE Empire is kind of wanting to go on here, right? And of course, this being the last game, if they lose this one, it's not looking too hot for them, at least for the series. Anyways, guys, of course, it's not only the English broadcast that we have, but also a Tagalog broadcast. So if you want to check that out, they are streaming right now at facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH. Of course, you're watching the English one here at Twitch, and both of those broadcasts do have VODs on YouTube at youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH if you want to see the replays in one nice packaged social media platform. Yeah, everything is on YouTube, guys, so be sure to check that out if you missed any of the nice little matches that we had throughout the weekend.
And I think that's how a lot of us actually just kind of, you know, skip over a lot of things if you want to go for a quick review. And of course, there is a language redirect, as Aster mentioned. If you're already sick of me personally, I'm kind of sick of Asterai. just being real here. I'm kidding. Of course, I'm absolutely kidding. Whoa. You know I'm never gonna be sick of you, Asterai.
Aw, thanks, babe.
Whoa.
All right. But you know
Okay,
what? That's
wait.
fine. Okay.
Let me say something. If you want to double down on that, you better send me some food right now. And what better way to do it than to grab it, right? And I believe we have a wonderful promo going on. So there it is on the bottom left of your screen. If I may, I'll read it out loud for you. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. Once again, Asura, if you want to call me that, you better send me some food right now. I like me some chicken. Give me a large Coke. You're not going to ask me what I want for dessert? Come on, man. You got to communicate with me.
Yeah.
Now ask me what I want for dessert.
What do you want for dessert?
You're too late. I don't care anymore. Don't talk to me.
Ah, man. I lost my time. But you know what? The time is now for agent selection. Let's get into it, guys. What is going to be the iteration of SKYE Empire? And lo and behold, brother, they're still gonna double down on KLS being the duelist. I like this. It feels like this is the one that they really wanted to go for, the one that they might have practiced throughout this entire week before the weekend started. And you know what? Again, KLS is an incredibly cracked raise. This was one of the duelist agents that he is very much known for, I think, when he was still with Sunsparks. So that being put up in front of us in the viewer's seat by SKYE Empire, I think, is a good decision for them. And to be honest, Eugene S wasn't really too bad on the killjoy as well. He was getting some multi-kills throughout that Pearl map as well.
I think that version of Kelly S also, I believe it was RRQ, very recently. By recent, I mean it was last season, right? He was also by far, I guess, above and beyond everybody else. I mean, truth be told, when it comes to agent mastery, do we really have a raise that comes close to Kelly S? Think about it. But in any case, I'm actually surprised that we don't get the signature Wits Reyna on Icebox. Instead, we go for that Harbor pick. Now, it is week 2. We've had a few VODs here and there. Can SKYE Empire actually strike back here? Once again, the scheme, the blueprint has already been exposed. And they have the tools to do it. It's just a matter of application now.
Gotta love it when you see Ja on the Jets. Always fun to see him on that agent. If I were to ask you, man, who would you prefer to be on the Jet, Ja or Wits?
I mean, I would put Ja on it just because of the opping factor. It was something that you talked about, Black and Blue has talked about, and pretty much everybody has really discussed. And with him on the Jet, he does have the the option to entry or rifle if he wants to. And of course, if he is really feeling it on that day, get the big ol' operator. But Eugene S, caught with his pants down there. Ja is gonna push the tempo here, and now they have full control of this flag. Now the question is, what are they gonna do for the front line here? NDG throws a bunch of shock darts just to maybe dissuade SKYE from trying to push on out here. This flank, look at this. This is gonna be massive. SKYE's gonna be cornered, but a cornered beast is an incredibly dangerous one as Wits gets that trade. It is still anybody's game here as Rabbit is coming alive on that signature Sova. This Rep also gets one for himself. Bobby Chulo all alone in a 1v2, and time is ticking. The Boombot is also coming closer and closer. Kelly S is but a gentle breeze from disappearing, going off his mortal coil. But it's actually him to land the killing blow. And the first round for SKYE Empire. A definite better look now, Asterai.
Definitely. I mean, even though they did get the catch on Eugene S, he gave the information that there was 3 already going for the hard flank. So the quick adjustment here for SKYE Empire, rather than the plan on the default, was on the center of the site. I mean, it was a big risk because obviously you're not going to be able to play for belt, but they don't really have to because they wouldn't have time to rotate it before the 3 players of NAOS came in for the flank. So SKYE Empire, quick decisions, correct decisions, give them that pistol.
Give it to them indeed, and they look better. We've seen Wits do this. Usually he pushes up way beyond the orb here, and we see Ari already anticipating that. They change the tempo here. They don't want to give away any of these weapons, and I love the confidence of Kelly S to just pick up that Phantom straight up. Once again, the risks are very realistic. They're very, I guess, wow, ow. Actually, before I get to that point, Ja is going to take a few hits to the body here. He is trying to bob and weave. Lands one haymaker, lands a second. And wow, NAOS did hella work with the bare minimum of weapons there, Asterai. 1-1. That should have been the momentum for SKYE Empire. For some reason, NAOS, they snake in and steal away that Jazz, that Thunder.
I look away for a second, man. I literally had my eyes dart to the left, and then when I saw what was happening, it was already over. What? That is a huge blow, because this is even worse than losing the pistol, because you're gonna get reset hard. Your opponents are gonna have such a great economy if they go from near to flawless to like maybe just losing one player here on this round. It's gonna be massive. Although, wow, underneath. Okay, all right, damage from Kelly S. Throws out the nade. John's gonna have to back away. Kelly tries to bamboozle him, but the dash gives Ja some space to at least get away from the claws of that classic of Kelly. Flag from Eugene S. Really predicted here by Poppy, and it's all down to Disrupt. He's been a solid player for SKYE Empire when they needed him to clutch. 4 versus 1. He's got a Sheriff. To be honest, this is actually pretty good of a situation for him because they're still in a guessing game as to where Disrupt is. So if he can find that one good kill first. Yeah.
Try to go for timing, but he's just gonna be cut down here. You know, in these last, what, 2-3 rounds, we've seen Ja escape by the skin of his teeth. And I feel like his survivability as a duelist is so severely underrated. Now that I think back, when I believe it was Southfield who would employ him on that Reyna on this map specifically, he would just be so hard to kill. He would still know how to push the tempo while giving up reasonable space, right? For example, I remember there was one play where he would stand on top of 410. He would initially try to fight Belt, but with support, I think it was like what? It was some sort of flash. It was a KO flash or something, and then he'd fight Lobby. He'd get one, but he would never, ever overextend. Just the discipline of Ja, it's incredible. It's one of his trademarks as a player. Now SKYE Empire, they're second guessing again, Asar. This is exactly what happened in the last game where they gave up so much time and space for NAOS to do whatever they want. But Eugene S, he has a good read on the situation. We actually have quite a bit of a double up on the other side of the map here as Ja, he gets picked off. He doesn't know that Mojer is here. Here's the steps, but they do a bit of a dance here. But who is going to lead? Who is going to follow? As Eugene S, not shy of the duel, but Mojer is going to put him 6 feet under. His plan is going to go down. Wits and the rest of the boys, they're fairly scattered, so that's going to afford SKYE Empire maybe 5-8 seconds off the spike.
Any big utilities to be used for NAOS on the retake? Let's see it now. Gonna wait for the wall first to drop down before anything else. Recon darts right there. Don't know the dangers occupied by Kelly S here. Occupado, but the trays are looking at plenty. Is that snake bite on the spike itself, but there's still more players here. RU. Oh, the Cove! He's gonna have to break through that. He doesn't know! He doesn't know!
Oh, no!
Alright, he gets it. Spray it down. Even if he doesn't get the trade, Wits is there to go swiftly for the kill. And they have plenty of time. It's already half. Give it to Poppy. And that's going to be NAOS to pick up the round once again.
Speaking of individual players, RU's consistency has been pretty insane. You know, it's very rare that we see him dip or make a bad decision here. Once again, the Harbor is pretty much a curveball for a lot of people. Not really that exposed in the pro scene just yet. Man, Wits has been doing hella work here. And I would just say NAOS, like you mentioned earlier, they are in full unison. They are pretty much operating like a well-oiled machine. And what was that hideous crosshair? Who are we spectating?
I can't...
Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what that was.
It's Mojer. That's foul. Doesn't matter. No. When he zooms in, doesn't matter though. Ja is a little too sharp for any offense to really take place here in the side of SKYE Empire. Granted, it is a pretty weak buy here. It does look like they're just kind of sending this. I just want to do a little bit of damage. Ja might ace. Oh, and he very realistically could. And they just kind of funneled themselves here, Asteroid. What was the game plan? Do you have an idea? Can you explain to me what could have happened here? Because I don't think I saw a recon. I don't think I saw a drone.
Maybe yeah, I guess it was just dry contact. If they go slowly, get a pick, they explode onto the side. I think it's just that. But unfortunately, NAOS isn't one of those teams that you can really try to do it against. They're so locked and loaded. And here's the thing. because you kind of see this in the previous rounds too, right? Because NAOS has Mojer and Ja on duelists, you see how they overextend themselves on their own side of either B or A. And this is giving them a lot of information as to where SKYE Empire are compared to any map there is, right? So if you push aggressively on A main, you know that if there's nobody there, you know that they're just going to be somewhere on spawn or already moving through B. So with that, and as duelists, you can just keep pushing forward, get kills, back away with the dash, back away with the satchel. It's really strong unless you get to take down the duelist, or the duelists don't really prove that threat. But it's Ja and Mojer, man. What can SKYE Empire really do against this very violent back and forth seesaw?
Yeah, and again, I don't want to undersell that ace because super clean, but at the same time, incredibly baffling how SKYE just kind of walks into that. You know what I mean? There could have been so many ways they could have done it. They could have pressured, maybe second floor, they could have pressured for belt. Again, they still have the sheriffs to do it. Why not, right? But Asterai, it's the same problem we were talking about. It just doesn't seem like there's a focus on how they want to default here. And this is just outside looking in. This is not to discredit these players because once again, that ceiling is incredible. Now they put their feet towards a lobby here. They want to re-execute this. They want to see if they can finally do this without a disparity. They want to do this on equal footing. SKYE Empire.
Look at this. I just wanted to point out, look at how afraid SKYE Empire are right now. They're waiting for the whole duration of that thing to get cleared out before they actually try to push in. They're making sure.
Indeed they are.
Oh my god! Disrupt! What?
Down A.
Oh no, they got denied. Now they're gonna go for the pitch play. Rabbit's holding on. Good kill onto Ja first. But here comes the rest. Another cascade. Puts him in a bad spot, but that recon kind of dirty from NDG. One more. Mojer. Quick mobility, quick flexibility on it to just get on out of there. NDG right on top, and UGS just cannot react in time. And my goodness, they had to play, but they were traps set in motion, and Disrupt just got gobsmacked by Nano Swarms and Shock Darts aplenty.
And what happened? Again, I thought it was looking so good. A big investment on the side of SKYE Empire. But once again, now they have a complete read on this situation. They had a few good fights going their way. Ultimately did not add up for pretty much any dominance on the site here. Now maybe SKYE, they have to approach this in a different light, Asar, because they've been playing hyper compact. They haven't necessarily been very equal in trying to size up the entire map here. But Kelly, he's gonna jump right through. Changes the tempo here. Could potentially find one. Instead he doesn't, but that's still very important space here. Now SKYE, they kind of want to play this as intently as they can. They dodge the Hunter's Fury, so that's something going for them. They go for the post plant here. They go very far. They have a few lineups up their sleeves. SKYE Empire, they want to get those pillars going. They want to get their feet planted on the ground. They need everything here, despite the weapon disparity yet again. Look at the range here. Look at Mojer again. Full confidence. He jumps in. He gets one. He barely even looks. And Wits gets Eugene S. Kelly S. still very much alive here. They cannot retrieve that fallen Vandal. It's just a little too deep for them. And oh no, not again. But he saves the day this time. He's learned from his mistakes. Still has quite a bit of time. Rabbit, he gets NDG. He comes alive, but the time is ticking. And SKYE Empire can't deny the defuse yet again. And they get cut down where they stand. And Rabbit all alone with the Sheriff watches as his team falls apart. Oh my goodness.
The true GOAT is the Cove, man. It absorbed so much. There was a lineup there from Aryu, as you saw the snake bite denying the full defuse on the spike, but unfortunately it was not enough. Look at that. I mean, Ja was just going ham about this, and the Cove just to absorb it. And again, maybe just got like highlights of the kills, but you saw that before while the round was just underway. I will also say, you saw NAOS just play so far back onto their own site, knowing that I think they were already looking at Kelly S just throwing out an ultimate already as soon as Eugene, tried to play through the high tides, but he got swept right under. NDG, a couple of shock darts. I think he's going to be able to get disrupt here. Thankfully not. The damage was not centralized through the center of that shock dart itself. Wit's waiting for the wall to drop down. He will be opening Pandora's box here. There's two players right in front of him, but it doesn't matter. Where did John just find that? I think he just jumped up, find ahead, splattered it with the blades, and now is Disrupt and RU inside the mess of the Viper's Pit. 5 versus 2. Disrupt trying to break utility as fast as he can, but Ja unloads all of him. Himself on that opponent of his. RU's flying it up. Oh, he's doing it, but he's behind the wall, and Ja does not fake that defuse, and he'll get it, and NAOS gets it 7-1.
Oh my goodness, RU is keeping everything together here. He is absolutely out of his mind. But my goodness, what a heartbreak yet again, Aserai. So many close calls on those clutches. And just nothing is working out for SKYE Empire right now. To commend them though, they have been so courageous with all these heavy hits on the site. I'm glad that they still want to duke it out. But this lead, man, it is getting wider and wider. Now SKYE Empire, they want to retry that B hit yet again. Still armed to the teeth. They have a res on Disrupt, so they can tempo push this. But the high tide on Wits, excellent read here. The recon dart's not going to spot anyone. Wits is a lone man here. He will take a little bit of damage. Papi Chulo is going to support him from yellow, but they could potentially be overrun. No flashes whatsoever on the side of SKYE, so this is going to be hard contact. Now still very confident with the map spread. They have one rotating, and it's going to be an NDG, I believe. SKYE hesitating again. They are still stuck in green. And that Cascade Wits, you're disgusting, but Rabbit once again sinks his fangs into the neck of NAOS. Is this enough? Is this deep enough for them to bleed critical damage? Wait a minute. Check your corners. Check your shoulders. That is going to be some Sova to Sova interaction here as Mojer is going to walk up to kitchen here and he's going to cook Rabbit. That is going to be game for him. 2v2 now. This is looking still pretty good for SKYE. Still a better look. Ja and the rest. And by the rest, I mean Mojer. Scrambling to get some sort of control here, but this is looking that much more dangerous. Now it's a 1v2. Ja has to isolate these fights. He has nothing except 2 updrafts. The bot is going to discover where he is, and now he's going to be vulnerable. Everything against him now. He sees one to peek. That's another. This is not looking good for him, but he gets one.
Oh,
that's all he gets as SKYE gets the second round on the board, Aserai. A breath of life, a sign of life. They are trying to get back into this game, but look at that. The operator, instant response.
Yeah, Ja wants to show them that he's one of the best operators, if not the, in the Philippines, as Black and Blue champions him to be. And speaking of champions and those that make a difference, heroics from Rabbit definitely was there as he was able to catch it off. If he wasn't, obviously the round would have been much better in favor of NAOS Esports here, but that one that he got against NDG also really strong. The third kill just so secured himself that B site. Ooh. It is going down to the absolute wire here for SKYE Empire. I mean, 7-2, not in terms of the rounds, but how can they clean these up or take these up for themselves? SKYE, all right, solid plan. Immediately go for the post. Both duelists of NAOS on the flank here, but SKYE's got time to breathe. They can have more players than not to deal with these 2 flankers. RU's down, though. This is not good. They're putting more. Wits has already pressured the front with his Reckoning. And they're falling down like flies. Ja, Rabbit does get the kill, okay? Not too bad. 2 versus 2. Hell yes, throws the nade. Alright, they're taking a bit of breath here, repositioning. And absolutely perfect. That was good. Even though they did fall a little bit to the flank again of Ja and Mojer, just not going to be enough. And this is what SKYE Empire needed. This is what they need to start rolling, steamrolling the rounds.
Maybe this is their Cinderella story, man. Maybe this is where it all begins. This could have been the catalyst here. But they still have just pretty much everything ahead of them here. Ja has been on fire. 15-6. Haven't even swapped sides here. If they can get these next 2 rounds, and this is going to be as close as it can be. But once again, it's very conditional. Wow, I like the confidence here by Ja. No armor whatsoever. Maybe a bit of a limit test. Could be a very dangerous gamble here. Lots of members on the side of SKYE Empire. They're pretty much online. And the anti-air gun that is going to be NDG is going to find Kelly S, not before his teammate falls. As a 3v3 ensues, Disrupt once again finds Wits. And they will burn that res quickly. NAOS gets depleted of any of their manpower here. Papi Chulo, a true beast in his own right. The odds definitely stacked against him. Walks towards heaven here. Kelly S shows just a tiny bit of himself. And the bot will supplement his staying power. And literally everything being thrown at Papi Chulo here. SKYE, Empire, they're back in the game after 7-4. One more for them to make this very, very competitive. They have Ja on the blades. They have Mojer on the showstopper, so they could probably go for a very, very aggressive play here. Just for the next round.
You're absolutely right. They're back into the game. One more round, if they can get another 7-5, is a huge, huge margin here for SKYE Empire. Gotta love how that, again, the heroics of Rabbit, I think just, again, stop the clenching from SKYE Empire. They've seemed to have, what's the word, they're eased up a little bit, but in a good way.
They're loose now. They're relaxed.
Yes.
They're playing their game.
There you go. That's the better word to describe it.
Spike planted.
Sometimes you just gotta stretch, man. You know?
Exactly.
Sometimes you just gotta remind yourself, wait a minute, we're also very good at this game. There we go. Yet another uncontested plant here, but Papi Chulo erases the mistakes of the past round here. Ja looking to push the tempo yet again. He's already found himself very, very deep into this side. The Hunter's Fury wanted to be used for that post land, but instead is going to be used to return the favor, annihilate the lockdown. And Ja, like I said, still pushing forward. He gets another one. He cleans up everybody. And wow, just like that, SKYE get hit with another punch to the gut, man. They are absolutely winded. But 8-4, it's not as dire as it was in the previous game. This is still a very good look for them. At least better.
I just wanted to mention, I think we might see hit here on the highlight once again. Look at this. John knew that Rabbit was onto his left, but
Oh my goodness.
I don't know, experience, instinct tells him to just look straight at him, and he was so prepared for the swing out of that person that would defend Rabbit as he was still vulnerable from the Hunter's Fury animation, I guess, if you want to call it like that. No fear, no hesitation from Ja whatsoever, and that I think what makes him such a potent jet to just behold. Look at that, 17 kills on the man already. Now, yeah, flip the switch, see what happens.
So hard to kill.
How are they gonna see anything here? But yeah, they got a more solid wall. They got the Sage wall. NDG's gonna be using the drone. Clear it up just a little bit. Sees Kelly on the top. Sees another one at the bottom. You gotta back away first. Kelly, does he really want to challenge this? He did. Hey, he's giving time though. His teammates are here for the flank, but NAOS also willing to go for the fight. Eugene is way out into the open, and now it's an all-out brawl. Who's got the better of the pistols? It seems like it should be SKYE Empire, but NAOS perseveres. Mojer and Wits down to very low. Disrupt is full on HP, but he's still stuck on the A site, and they will just rummage their way all the way through B. Plant that up and force the 2 versus 1 on the retake.
I gotta say, man, when NAOS operates like this, they're so scary. They're just so confident in whatever they do, and there's no hesitation of them. You know what I mean? Like, they really move as a unit now. Again, this was the biggest gripes that all of us had for them early on, at least in our discussions, where there were certain moments where they did look slightly a step off. But now, they are pedal to the metal here. As Disrupt has a tall order. Wits and Mojer, though, they're very, very low. This has not bothered them in the past. It won't bother them now. He hears the tap. Gotta force him off, just buying time as much as he can. It still has that cascade, but what can that really do here? Go for the double swing. There you go, like I said, unbothered, unfazed. They play that 2v1 perfectly.
SKYE Empire tried to dish out the same dose that NAOS did on the pistol round or the half before. It was almost working, but you see how quickly NAOS groups up and just deals with the flank already. They're like, I mean, people in front of the site, there's a wall, they gotta go around those corners through a main. They can't really help out their teammates that are already flanking. So if NAOS can deal with that, they have options to back away if need be.
That they do. And they've been using that to a T here. They have pretty much a weak buy here. And wow, once again, NAOS, they do quick work. Effective, honestly, with a round like this. The Thrifties are not as, I guess, menacing in the previous rounds. And Ja going for a bit of a short hop there, bumping his head. there we go. Now it's 10-4 here after
But not nice enough to die in.
I don't think both these teams are really interested in cutting off rotations. We see NAOS do it every now and then, but it's not necessarily a staple of their default, or at least when they try to work a certain part of the map. I always try to go in front facing, you know what I mean? And I have to commend them for that, because they know that there are very, very few teams that can beat that size up. I keep using that word. Basically beat them in a front-facing duel. To just explain it a little bit more.
I mean, you kind of don't want anybody to play back, right, as NAOS when you're pushing up on the locations, because it's just much better if you just charge out like this, because I feel like the utilities that they have are best suited for that. They might have Papichulo to help out the back line, but more than anything else, right? Rabbit though, solid 2 kills. Ja is down. That's always a step in the right direction. Okay, 4 versus 3 now. There is one underneath. It's going to be Wits. His timing, there's the wall. Do they know he's there? There's a lot of noise coming in here. Yes, RU was aware. Mojer does get the kill on Disrupt. But that Bulldog is doing so much damage. The 180 though, as Kelly swings underneath on Tube. It's not going to work out, and SKYE Empire, plenty of time to defuse that spike. Really good catches. They were able to sniff out that mid push and react just in the nick of time.
That they did. I was honestly anticipating Rabbit maybe nearly dying from a friendly paint shot. That would have been funny. Inappropriate, potentially. Funny. In any case, Rabbit with a wonderful hold in the kitchen. And really, once again, helped that retake. Beautiful flick upwards, too. Very, very challenging. But so far, they haven't really, or at least they have started to address how to handle John Mojer. They've been so consistent, actually, these last 2 matches. At 10-5, this could go in any way. A high prio round, because the loser of this round is going to go for a very, very bitter eco. It is not going to feel good. It's not going to taste good. And SKYE Empire, they have a little bit of aggression towards, or rather, just a jump spot on Belong. But NAOS, very, very confident in their A take here. Disrupt, preemptive wall. That's going to force Wits to just react here. Maybe take it down. Disrupt. Eager to peek Maze, but Mojer is here. Does have a nade and still everything. Probably gonna bleed out time here, knowing that SKYE Empire is the one that's pretty much obliged to poke and prod. But it seems that it's not gonna be that long.
Did they clear out Kelly?
You cursed him. You cursed him. Kelly just gets absolutely annihilated on this jump and job. Still so unstoppable. Eugene S, the bastion of SKYE Empire. So good when holding down the fort, as it is still fairly even 3v3 now, as RU also finds a stray frag here. We see a double lineup here. We saw Mojer on that deny, but Wits gets cut down by RU again. RU has been so disgusting in these types of situations, man. And NDG finds a hopping rabbit, finds another. That is gonna be NAOS, bring us closer and closer to a sweep, potentially. Yet again, the ultimate economy is heavily in favor for NAOS here.
No way.
On this...
I was just gonna say, no way did NDG just use RU smoke against him. That was his Viper wall. Look at this. That's RU's Viper wall. Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear.
Well, again, that's the dynamic of the game, right? It will work both ways. Look at this, Asar. Yet another sledgehammer towards A as they wind up. Do they know that Kelly S is playing a little bit closer? And as I mentioned, I curse him again. But instead, it's Rabbit to fall. The limited weapons, they do work as Disrupt gets one. But ultimately, the armory is just too strong. It overwhelms SKYE Empire. And Eugene S left in a 1vx situation. Wait a minute, we see him hit the first shot. The drone is gonna chase him out. He will manage to escape and even gets a second one onto Wits here. Maybe, just maybe, NAOS is sweating bullets. He has picked up a rifle, but he doesn't know that somebody's already creeping up under hell here. He is gonna be dragged by the legs. And the shots, they don't connect. Eugene S still wary of that mid position. Unfortunately for him, he's given the timing to NDG to aggress. Out to 5, D10 ultimate round, ending swiftly, Asarai.
Yeah.
One more.
I will say, UGS, how he approaches the fights, even as a Killjoy, looking really strong. He's getting some of these kills. Unfortunately, I mean, these are, again, kills at the ends of each and every round where he has to try to clutch himself in, as you mentioned, 1vx situation. Not really the best, especially when, again, even if he does get picks against, as you saw, against wits like that, it's still not really going to be enough because he doesn't have the map control. He doesn't have the spike right in front of him to defuse it immediately, ASAP. So with all of that, it really hasn't looked as hot as can be. But this round looking a lot more consistent, looking a lot more convincing. Kelly has forced to drop back into belt, can reposition, still has his satchel here.
Remaining.
Ooh, he's on a game if he gets a kill. Oh, you nasty, Kelly! Let's go. Classic for the final blow.
Here we are. Here we are yet again, guys. Same script. I feel like NAOS actually have the leeway to go for a eco here. You know, maybe just a half buy to just really bolster that economy even more. Again, there's really no rush to these things, but SKYE Empire, they have hella ults here. So maybe they just have to avoid overplaying. Simpler, or rather easier said than done. As I don't think we've seen too much deviation from their setup actually, Asarai. Now that I think about it. They haven't really deviated away from this 2-on-2 spread. And RU is gonna smartly back away. He's not gonna let that cascade get any value whatsoever. But that drone is potentially gonna spot him out. But there's nothing to follow up on the side of NAOS.
You should run.
He will breathe easy just for a moment here. We have the attacker killjoys, or rather NAOS's lockdown come in. Do you have anything to deny this? No. So they're just gonna slightly back away. They're gonna wait. As Ja, he looks to repeat the massacre he did both in A lobby and B long. Roger also really pushing forward here. RU could be the unlucky one. Oh, man, again, landing that first shot is so crucial, but still, it's been equalized. We see the Hunter's Fury here buy a little bit more time. Can't really find anything.
Oh,
Lockdown though does get destroyed. I thought he missed the first shot, but apparently I'm the one that missed the call. Disrupt still gets that res on RU, and RU has been such a pivotal member here. NDG gets Rabbit. Disrupt, he will try and support, and even gets NDG before that showstopper can flatline him. RU's gonna stick this, no problem whatsoever. You see the patience from Poppy, just not gonna come into play in SKYE Empire. Coming alive, staying alive. 12-7.
Oh, you're gonna break into song.
How old are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Nice weather we're having.
Yes, I got it in purple.
Oh man. Well, let's pick apart what NAOS have been doing in these last few rounds. They've been... They have been going for a lot of commits now, Asarai. Again, with a Harbor on the lineup, you really have to maximize your activity here. But Ja did not care. He is gonna swing. He is gonna hit Rabbit. Just a love tap on the shoulder. But Eugene S gets a smack right on the lips here. A taste of his own medicine. He has been probably the sharpest Sheriff player here on the server. But not this round, as we have High Tide coming into mid here. Is there any reaction on the side of SKYE Empire? No, they remain stoic. But the double back from NAOS here just to get into A safely. But Disrupt is in a position that hasn't necessarily gone on the radar for NAOS just yet.
Yeah.
And
it's very off angle.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, there you go. The sandwich. Elias finishes off one. Poppy does get the refrag. 2 versus 1. He's gonna have to wait a little bit to at least have Rabbit come in from the other side here and just respond. Actually, this is still plenty of time. They can just line things up like that. Uh-oh, indeed. They know Rabbit's back at the back of sight now that he's popped out one shot of the Vandal. But it doesn't matter. 27 HP. Papichulo deals. Does he know that the flank is coming? Did he pick up the Vandal? I don't think so. So he's going to have to plant this somewhere out in the open. Does not have his turret to give him any information that RU is right behind, about to swing. And he just misses barely as he looks on top of Rafters. And RU gives Empire another fighting chance.
SKYE Empire, man. They were sweating bullets. That eco could have gone so much worse. But once again, you see the perseverance. We were talking about how SKYE Empire is one of those teams that can really play well from behind. They're doing it so well. Disrupt, nasty spray transfer. Again, this wasn't eco, but just playing with fires a little too much is SKYE Empire here. Now we have a full set of weapons, and I can't help but feel this is slowly devolving into a brawl, Astra. All we've seen are heavy hits upon heavy hits, and Ja is not gonna find the hopping Kelly S away. Disrupt is gonna top him back up, and he's gonna be ready to fight sometime soon here. One more slow orb. It's just gonna be a few seconds of delaying power, but could be enough for the rest of their team to respond. Now Papi Chulo finally setting some sort of lurk threat here. But with SKYE Empire's unchanging defensive layout, this could already be snuffed out very quickly. Grab it. Don't find anything with this drone, at least not reliable information. As they hold down the fort. Might just be a bit of a stall for the next 10 seconds or so, and the execute could come out at any given time. We see a little bit of movement towards that A position here as Papi Chulo is going to clear out mid. First line of contact for them is going to be Rabbit, who's been pretty active and pretty much alive these last few rounds. However, can he keep up the momentum is the biggest question here. Waiting out everything so smartly. The drone doesn't get anybody. Astra, look, they get pulled away. The high tide is going to expire. But doesn't mean anything.
They don't know because they can't see at their own side of the spawn. Disrupt is going to be there on the contact, and that is nearly enough. He does get the pick onto Mojer here. They will be able to plant the spike, but they've taken some collaterals. No, wait, they haven't yet. Witt's planting it right now, just barely right now. He has to plant for at least Bell so they can play it at the farther distance if need be. Papi Chulo Heroics on mid does get the pick onto Rabbit, but not onto Eugene S. 3 versus 4. Numbers aplenty for SKYE Empire here. The wall is back up once again. Do they have Disrupt's Sage Wall? They do not. Look at how slowly they approach here. One is on the close. Ja, it's all going to be down to him. If he can make the plays, not going to happen. And NDG gets overwhelmed as SKYE Empire hold on. Maybe not just holding on, but starting to take control of this first game.
The biggest thing is they could have easily expended the Viper's hit here. They did not, so that is going to be huge for the next round. Now, maybe, just maybe, we're seeing cracks in the NAOS defense, or rather the NAOS offense here. Slipping just a little bit ass, maybe gassed from that excellent first half, right? And endurance is definitely one of the biggest things that you have to think about and to keep track of, especially in quite a long league like this. Now, once again, an A hit. They are just adamant on breaking the door down onto this A site. And with limited weaponry and pretty much just eco damage at the top of their minds here. It's not looking too good for NAOS. Although I could be jinxing them. As we see, once again, unchanging defensive layouts here. Now, if Papi landed that shot, that could have been the curse manifesting itself.
Couple of bait swings out there from Papi just so that maybe Ja can get a swing, a fraction of a pixel peak just for the blades of his. He's out right now. And they're slowly creeping up. Not a big rotation just yet from the defenders. Look at how close Wits is! The weapon's out. Ja trying to overwhelm with the blades. It's all about the contact, but Eugene S and Kelly S. Both the S's not gonna let their teammate have a fruitless effort of that hold near close. As they do get the trades well in their favor, 2 for 1. Okay, hold on. What else is left? I mean, Joss doesn't have the blades anymore. He's unloaded basically all of his knives. Now only has the Sheriff, but they do open up the A site. They do get the plant. But the Disrupt's already here. Hello.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, the welcoming party.
Enemy remaining.
It's all down to 2. It's all down to 1. Mojer with the Stinger.
Alright, after we have a 1v2 with a Stinger. 1v4 rather. And just like that, the numbers game works out in the favor of SKYE Empire here. It seems that NAOS is in a bit of a loop. They haven't really changed up their tempo, their pace. Always been waiting for 30 seconds, explode onto A. Are they going to do that again? Once again, we're just trying to parse the information from what, the last 5 rounds or so, where once again, it's unchanging. What can they do to adjust here? So far, Okay, this is exactly what they needed to do. Timeout. Relax, boys. One more round is all they need, but Sky Empire, they can smell the blood. Maybe, just maybe, our lack of faith is mildly disturbing us, right? Maybe this could push for a potential map 3. Who knows?
Who knows indeed. And this is, I think, one of the issues that I think we also saw with NAOS, right? As I mentioned, I think on game 1, if they're not able to create the play that they want, they really do start to lag behind the rounds. But I think more than anything else, it's not a NAS issue. It's more of Sky Empire finally getting their groove back
The
on.
data, yeah.
Yeah. They're starting to
The data.
download the style of NAOS here on Icebox. You're seeing everything start to fall into motion. None of the weird jiggle peaks that we saw on Pearl where, you know, individual players of Sky Empire get caught off happen here in Icebox. If they do get caught off, as you saw in that previous round, there's always one player to get that refrag in. And this is really, I think, what we wanted to see from Sky Empire. And now they're so close to the deal. Kelly still gets away! Well, barely. As Mojer thankfully gets him. Jawa's right in front, dancing right in front of him. Dance for me, my puppet, dance for me.
You should run.
Well,
1 for 1.
Satchel out.
1 for 1. That's a great timing you mentioned, as there is quite a few dances left to decipher here. A few interpreting a few things. Maybe not a dancing corgi, perhaps, but a big scramble towards the A side here. I think Wits took so much unnecessary damage for that Aster. I think the biggest crutch, or rather the biggest issue of having a Harbor, is that your attack is only dynamic at 1 speed. And that's, it becomes predictable. But Papi Chulo, sick of everything, gets 2 for his troubles. But Mojer, where did he come from? He spots out everybody else, but now he could not find the value here. Wits has to land that shot, otherwise his low HP is only going to betray him. 1v2. Mojer gets a 3rd kill for himself. Now it's a 1v1, the pressure is on! And now they cut the neck of Sky Empire, and the pillars, they fall. Exposed yet again to be made out of sand, Aserai. Now it's Esports. Looking a little rough in the last few stretches, but they pull it through.
Man, you know what? They brought it back just like that restaurant also brought it back. The Mojer Mojo is right here. 4 kills to save the game, not get it into overtime. My goodness. Just absolutely ballistic from him. He got the flank. He played off of the Reckoning. He played his position absolutely perfectly on that 1v1 against the Sova here, making him guess. He was on top of 410, and Mojer was just hiding right underneath him. Like a coiled viper, he strikes, and as he did, saves again to prevent the overtime, or the almost overtime here in that second game.
Oh, that was crazy, man. I honestly thought we were going for a map 3 here because, like I said, there was a lot of signs that pointed that, uh-oh, now this is crumbling just a little bit. We saw Wits take so much chip damage from a lot of the utility, and maybe, just maybe, the reads were already coming out on the side of Sky Empire, but we are going to be dissecting this even further as we look at the post-game highlights. Now, before that, look at these statistics, man. Ja has been such a reliable and dangerous spearhead for NAOS when he is on this jet. And he just provides so much, whether it's from space or just having so much gravity as a player, that Sky Empire have only one choice but to respect him.
Yeah, I will now say, though, on the flip side, right, Sky Empire, this configuration that they have with Kelly S being on the Rays, I really do like it. But are we going to see maybe the double duelist come out from Sky Empire here? Because, again, as I mentioned, I feel like they can make it work. They do have these. They have a jet specialist with Eugene S. They have the Rays specialist with Kelly S. I feel like Eugene, even though he does, as I mentioned, get those impact frags or frags as the Killjoy, it's usually when he's just approaching the site and everyone else is just knocked out, eliminated, right? So where do they go from here? Look at the first kills from NAOS, 18-5. My goodness, do they get themselves those first elimination interactions?
Like I said, it's the agent interaction and the matchup mechanics that Sky Empire, they did get a firm grasp, but unfortunately, just came out the tail end of everything, Aserai. Again, it did become incredibly competitive. That map 1 just knocked the wind out of them, and my goodness, that ace was probably, again, was super clean from Ja, but also incredibly confusing on the side of Sky Empire. Like, huh? Why would you still try to force it? But in any case, there were lots of signs of life. And I still believe Sky Empire still has a big, or rather, a high ceiling that they can achieve. Just, maybe they need to adjust quicker. It's always been the case. It's the speed.
Okay. So with all of that, we've delivered the information. Now let's see who delivers the win in this second game of Icebox. Of course, it's none other than NAOS Mojer. Again, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. You know, however we want to call him, Mojer Mojo or Mojer Jojo. Either way, he was the baller of that last round.
I don't know how these things like correlate with your brain. It's like, oh, it sounds similar. That they must be the same thing. I'm kidding, guys. I just like to bully Aserai on air.
That is
pretty much anybody on air, really. Again, nobody is safe. Nobody is safe. And
yes,
it's been proven that NAOS, despite having some still, I feel like, growing pains, especially in the latter end, right? But then again, it was a byproduct of that agent comp. It is really so hard to default when you have a harbor because, again, your resources are so limited as a smoker in comparison to the rest of the cast, right? You have regenerating smokes on a lot of the ends.
Yeah.
A lot of them have mollies. You just end up being a dead agent when you don't get that dynamic, I guess, aggression from your team. But before we get too much into this, Acer, and before you buy me food off screen, we will be throwing to a break. So once again, guys, stay tuned. We still have the panel, so be right back.
Di ko alam eh. Di ko alam.
Wala ka bang relo?
Sihira ka ba? Ano sabihin ko sa'yo, now's the time para makita natin talaga ang tunay lalakas ng NAOS Esports. 2 maps back-to-back, absolutely dominant. Dun sa dulo doon ng Icebox, magandang recovery na gawa ng Sky Empire. Pero dahil talaga sa high-octane aggression na kita natin, sa high-impact frags, and in all honesty, yung pag-play lang nila as a team itself, laking lakas na pinabas dito ng NAOS Esports. I really feel like yung adjustments nga, especially ng NAOS Esports sa Icebox, sobrang influential sa kanilang style of play. Running the fact na yung harbor, pag active ka with it, as you play double duelist pa, you get the best of both worlds. You get the best of both Ja as well as Mojer there in the first place. And it really just goes to show, etong NAOS Esports na to, tindi talaga ang lakas nila moving forward.
I think what has really impressed me dito sa series na to, galing at least dito sa may NAOS Esports, is the fact yung dalawang mga mas batang player dito ang talagang nag-step up talaga pag kailangan dito ng team. Mas lalo nung second map, diba nakita nga natin na ipanalo ni Mojer nga doon sa 1v3, naka 3k siya doon sa may huling clutch niya, and those type of moments from these young guns, yun yung ang kailangan din ng NAOS para makapag-elevate. Alam naman natin na magaling ang tatlong veterano, pero yung dalawa, yun yung malaking question mark at talagang naipatunayan nila na talagang kayang-kaya nila makipaglaban dito compared to all of the rest of the top players.
Yun na nga eh, itong dalawang teams na to, alam naman natin, di ba, yung dynamic dito, Dax, kung saan meron na tayong veteran players, sanay na tayong makita tong mga to, pero ang ganda na nakikita natin, kayang-kaya rin nilang makipagsabayan.
No, I think that's the perfect term, like a dynamic yung nakikita natin dito. We've always concerned ourselves. Meron pa pagka 3-2 split. 2 from the old squad of NAOS, 3 veterans coming in para lang palakasin tong squad na to. But from what I see talaga is bit by bit, these guys are adjusting the way they play at yung comp nila mismo. Like, there are some reservations sa Pearl comp, diba, na maglalabas sila ng SKYE of all things, but it just really works na parang it's because self-sufficiency si Wits. But here on Icebox naman, him on that harbor enables so much. Dadating si Ja on that jet, dadating si Papa Chilo on that killjoy, and most of all, dadating si Mojer for that MVP.
Well, I mean, pag tingnan natin dito si Mojer, he was on to finally be able to deliver the win dun sa dulo. Oo nga, pero he was also very reliable on the whole series. Buong series natin, map number 1, map number 2, napakalaki ng impact niya. You're talking about that harbor as well, Dax, na nakita natin doon sa map number 2. At si Mojer, talagang utilize niya ang strengths ng kalakasan, ay mga kalakasan ng composition ng team niya, having Witsby on that harbor, and he's able to make use of the cascade many times on over, at malaking bagay yon. So, you're only as good as some of your best players in Mojer. He's really proving to be one of those young guns na talagang kailangan natin to look out for moving forward.
Really is one of the young guns to look forward to. Ang ganda-ganda talaga ng performance dito ni Mojer. Pero tulad yan ng sinabi nyo, overall, nagagawa kasi ng mga teammates, yung support system niya dito sa team na to, na maggawa rin talaga ng space sa kanya para makuha niya yung fragging potential niya and everything else that comes in between. Pero kanina, backstage, may napag-usapan dito tayo, Black and Blue, na gustong-gusto ko yung point mo kanina, kung gaano ka-important, or at least, in a sense, parang nagiging, may potential pala, na maging meta pick etong si Harbor dito sa Icebox. So, i-explain mo sa amin, kasi ang ganda nung analogy mo kanina eh.
Wow, classroom. Pero sige, parang bale, ganito yun. Tignan nyo guys, if you look at Icebox, anong agent ang kadalasan must pick dito? The Viper, the Sage, di ba? In that case, the Harbor gives you a bit of both. Meron kang wall katulad ng Viper, meron kang cove katulad ng Sage for the safe plant, and because they have a Harbor in the composition, they don't have to play Viper, they don't have to play Sage. It allows them a much more dynamic composition na pwedeng ipasok dito. That's why you see the double duelist coming effectively, paired with the Killjoy and Sova, 2 classics for a map like Icebox. It just allows so much more utility and control in both active and passive gathering as well in that case. So, malaking pwedeng posibilidad talaga na this could start to be the most viable pick, or the most, I guess, meta pick starting moving forward when it comes to Icebox.
Ba't si Nico tinanong mo ako yung Harbor Enjoyer dito? I feel like hindi ako
Hindi kasi ma-justify
ina-appreciate.
Hindi ma-justify yung Harbor mo kasi hindi sila hindi katulad kay Wits, 'di ba, na yung teammates niya nga sabi mo nagpa-play off his cascade. Hindi ka kasi dinadamayan ng mga kakampi mo. Call out mo nga yung mga kakampi mong hindi ka pinapakisamahan.
Hindi ako yun
yung si Raph, yung si Azuray, at yung si Black and Blue rin eh. Sabi, play with my dart, bro. Hindi! You play with my wall, you play with my cove. Pero just to add on to that real quick, totoo naman sinasabi dito Black and Blue, yung na-provide dito ng Harbor is activity around the map. You have such an active wall, an active shield effectively, at dahil doon kung active yung playstyle nyo, which is enabled para sa double duelist, they grabe talaga yung makukuha mong map control, yung space na pwede mo labanan. And we see this before, back then, in like 2 years ago, Jet Reyna, kahit may Sage, kasi lulusob lang nila yung pinaka-todo sa site. But now, you have the perfect controller for it, at para sa NAOS, perfect talaga yung playstyle in that map especially.
So there you have it, folks. Narinig nyo na dito sa ating panel segment /clinic/classroom. Ang dami na nangyayari dito na look out for the future, na dadami pa yung mga teams natin dito na pipili kay Harbor. But that is it for the first series of the day. We're gonna go off to a break. But when we return, more Valorant here on Challengers Philippines.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
And this might be a great time to pull it out soon. V-Black, he's going to get a great catch here in the Zen, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
Is coming, and now they're going towards the main. The null command and the lockdown make their markers count, and as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senor Carl Shore shutting down the null command as he's trying to play transition, but there's playing protectors. There we have that tap though! And effectively now, it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Avalon Abyss trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senor Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Avalon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. Towards the B side, Alarm Bot now gets trigger. Maxi feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel from Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. Go without the mass congregation. Rapabs, he tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction, and Maxi's there for the ace. And
Crossfire now being set up as two people with the wall bang action towards box with a flash as Derek finds 2 and 3 and they enter the site.
4v2 situation. Yanagi planting the spike already. Onto the Lurkus. Georgie detected by the alarm bot. Not a single chance in the world. Derek just waiting patiently. And he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well. Despite the haunt. I miss Beyblades. Mood. Oh! What a peek from Nexi. A dry peek and an immediate smoke to have that coverage. Wow. Just good comms altogether.
I've learned the sacrifice, I suppose, is the nano swarms will actually push Wild Oreo out of position. Micro hugging the corners with the lockdown enabled. Showstopper is going to find its mark as Micro again. He's doing it again and on Pearl as well. The 1v1.
This is gonna be smoke. You already see Marky playing around the stars here, but he only has one. He finds Micro and he managed to get a kill.
yeah, the rifles are here for both sides, and it's an early start from Patton, but he seeks out, finds Asta, and well, that's the stage gone immediately for Abaddon. The business retake, if ever. Nakage, just because of that pickup, constantly moving towards the site. Not only that, though, high ground control, very important for Zin. We've seen this a lot, courtesy of him trying to play 4-10, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladom just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl as well. So trade for trade between the Sovas. Both stages gone from the equation. 4v4 for now, scan from nets. And there you have it now, the Hunter Fury to try and hunt down Fatman. He's looking for the target though, but does he line it up well? There he goes, precision, Dyname is the bow and arrow. Mid-batter, so here he goes yet again! See his name, why don't you, 3 times on the scoreboard, but it's Sladom now versus the world, tries to bring out the ropes.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
And this might be a great time to pull it out soon. B-Black, he's going to get a great catch here that's in, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
Is coming, and now they're going towards the main. The null command and the lockdown makes her markers count, and as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senior Carl Shore shutting down the null command as he's trying to play transition, but there's playing protectors. There we have the tap though! And effectively now, it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Avalon Abyss trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senior Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Avalon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. Towards the B side, alarm bot now gets trigger. Maxi, he's feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel for Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. Go without the mass congregation. Rapabs, he tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction, and Maxi's there for the ace. And
Crossfire now being set up as two people with the wall bang action towards box with a flash as Derek finds 2 and 3 and they enter the site.
4v2 situation. Yanagi planting the spike already. Onto the Lurkus. Georgie detected by the alarm bot. Not a single chance in the world. Derek just waiting patiently. And he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well. Despite the haunt. I miss Beyblades. Mood. Oh! What a peek from Nexi. A dry peek and an immediate smoke to have that coverage. Wow. Just good comms altogether.
I've learned the sacrifice, I suppose, is the nano swarms will actually push Wild Oreo out of position. Micro hugging the corners with the lockdown enabled. Showstopper is going to find its mark as Micro again. He's doing it again and on Pearl as well. The 1v1.
This is gonna be smoke. You already see Marky playing around the stars here, but he only has one. He finds Micro and he managed to get a kill.
yeah, the rifles are here for both sides, and it's an early start from Patton, but he seeks out, finds Asta. And well, that's the Sage gone immediately for Abaddon. The business retake, if ever. Not again. Just because of that pickup, constantly moving towards the site. Not only that, though, high ground control, very important for Xin. We've seen this a lot. Courtesy of him trying to play 4-10, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladom just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl as well. So trade for trade between the Sobas. Both stages gone from the equation. 4v4 for now, scan from nets. And there you have it now, the Hunter Fury to try and hunt down Fatman. He's looking for the target though, but does he line it up well? There he goes, precision, Dyname is the bow and arrow. Mid-batter, so here he goes yet again. See his name, I told you 3 times on the scoreboard, but it's Sladom now versus the world. Tries to bring out the ropes.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
And this might be a great time to pull it out soon. B-Black, he's going to get a great catch here in the Zen, and that's the showstopper gone. Big risk to run when he's the only rifle on the board.
Is coming, and now they're going towards the main. The null command and the lockdown makes her markers count. And as soon as Fatman drops, he becomes a corpse. Senior Carl Shore shutting down the null command as he's trying to play transition. But there's playing protectors. There we have the tap though! And effectively now, it's 2v2. Nothing detained, nothing taken. It's still Abaddon Abyss trying to play it careful, but into the smoke. Down goes the life of Senior Carl. Mid matters now versus the world in this instance. And Abaddon Abyss, they brought down the show and they brought in the win. Towards the B side, alarm bot now gets trigger. Maxi feeling confident after that last round, and here he goes now. Easy pickings to make that 3. A highlight reel for Maxi. Timmy the turret also saying hello. It's already 4 for him. Go without the mass congregation. Rababs, he just tries to go for a break here by the bench. Breaks the face of Sin. Senior Carl's there for the distraction, and Maxi's there for the ace. And
Crossfire now being set up as 2 people with the wall playing action towards box with a flash as Derek finds 2 and 3, and they enter the site.
4v2 situation, Yanagi planting the spike already. Onto the Lurkus, Georgie detected by the alarm bot. Not a single chance in the world. Derek just waiting patiently. And he sees Wild Oreo. There goes the stun as well, despite the haunt. I miss Beyblades. Mood. Oh! What a peek from Nexi. A dry peek and an immediate smoke to have that coverage. Wow. Just good comms altogether.
Yeah, blurred the sacrifice, I suppose, if the nano swarms will actually push Wild Oreo out of position. Micro hugging the corners with the lockdown enabled. Showstopper is going to find its mark as Micro again. He's doing it again, and on Pearl as well. The 1v1.
This is gonna be Smoke. You already see Marky playing around the stars here, but he only has 1. He finds Micro and he managed to get a kill.
yeah, the rifles are here for both sides, and it's an early start from Patton, but he seeks out, finds Asta, and well, that's the Sage gone immediately for Abaddon. The business retake, if ever. Not again. Just because of that pickup, constantly moving towards the site. Not only that, though, high ground control, very important for Xin. We've seen this a lot. Courtesy of him trying to play 4-10, trying to play towards the nets itself. But on top of the Raptors, Sladom just lines it up and takes down Senior Carl.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat! Kasama niyo ako si Likeable, kasama rin natin of course si Azuray at si Raf. At papahirapan ko talaga yung buhay ng ating mga panelists dahil this is the Tagalog or the Taglish panel over here. Ayan, medyo may pa-English tayo, konting adjustments na ginagawa. Pero itetest talaga natin kung kaya ba talaga ng dalawang to. Pero bago pa ang lahat, Azuray, kamusta naman yung hosting experience mo?
Masaya naman. Natutuwa ako mag-Tagalog ng mas okay nung ako ay naging panel host dito sa ating programa ng VCT Pilipinas. So, maayos naman. At ako ay mubugsong damdamin sa Tagalog.
Raf? may masasabi ka ba? Yung casting partner mo, bakit ganyan?
Alam mo naman, kaya ko mag-Tagalog. Kaso kung si Asoray kasama ko, ayaw ko talaga. Ayaw ko talaga. That's exactly the reason why it's like he completely changes. Like, what are you doing, man?
Ay, Diyos ko. Iba talaga pag dito si Asoray. O, sige, Raf.
I get the pass because kayo pa nagsabi foreigner ako. So, I have a pass. Si Asoray...
Hindi Cebu is in the Philippines. Dapat mag-Tagalog ka kasi Pilipino ka. Pinapalitan yung context kung ano yung convenient.
Diyos ko.
Hindi na kailangan ng visa, Raf. So, okay lang yan.
Pero, yun nga, I have an excuse. Si Asoray, ikaw, you're from New York, bro, di ba?
New York Avenue.
Oo.
Anyway, mag-move on na tayo kasi hindi ko na rin kaya yung pinagagagawa ng dalawang to. Ganito ata talaga pag napapatagalog sila. Pero yun nga guys, lahat ng kalokohan dito, lahat ng mga napapanood natin na highlights, lahat ng aksyon na nangyayari dito sa VALORANT Challengers Philippines, hindi naman to magiging posible if it weren't for the help of our sponsors. So nais po namin magpasalamat sa Riot Games as well as Mineski Philippines for making this event happen.
And of course, salamat din sa ating opisyal na sponsor, GLAB Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to GLAB Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
Last but not the least, unlike Asoray, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board, guys. So just bear with us. Asoray is already making my head
Doesn't even make
turn.
sense.
Dude, honestly, I am...
Hindi ko naiintindihan ang ginagawa mo. Yun.
Ayoko na, kasi kung naalala mo yung champs, yung mga sinabi ni Asoray, parang, Cosmic what, Asoray? I know you remember that line. It's been living in my head rent-free and I just don't want to.
Rent-free. Parang yung sandwich lang. Sa mga hindi nakakaalam, according to Asoray, and chinek namin to, finact-check namin sa Google, ang Tagalog ng sandwich ay...
Sandwich.
Sandwich.
Yes.
Ngayon, meron tayong mga ipapakilalang teams dito for our second series of the day na hopefully, for their sake as well, sila naman yung hindi masandwich ng kanilang magiging kalaban. Simulan na natin sa isa sa mga teams na wala pang talo so far dito sa ating Split 1. Let's get to know Game.Lab Alpha.
Perfect.
Oh boy, Game.Lab Alpha. Let's get back into business here, folks. I feel like this is a team that's incredibly polarizing despite its fairly dominant status.
Raf, anong Tagalog ng polarize?
Why would I know? Anyway, we go back. You can't do this to me. Honestly, you really cannot do this to me. None of you can. So Game.Lab Alpha, again, let's get back into business. Because, like I said, maybe just like me right now, incredibly polarizing. They do have a very mechanical playstyle. I would say it's really predominant that they go into full contact mode quite a bit. They have shown signs of, yes, they have the ability to, once again, fundamentally take the map with utility and whatnot. But so far, they really have been dissecting other teams with just raw gunplay.
Yeah, again, siguro sa mga... Sorry.
Natawa rin siya nung nagsiniwalan niya ng Tagalog. Go ahead, Asoray. Kaya mo yan. I believe in you.
Isa sa mga na-notice ko lang din when you're looking at Game.Lab Alpha is the quality of opponents that they have faced, up until now. It's just been Abaddon Abyss, SKYE Empire, and I think as of late, they haven't really had a challenge that they really needed to prove themselves as one of yung top teams natin. Yes, they're undefeated as of the moment, pero kagaya ng nakita ni kahapon with Action PH, they who did face a top tier team, at least Game.Lab Alpha is kind of getting as much as they can till they hit that plateau. At least that's what I'm feeling from their end. It's not again to disparage or to take away kung ano yung nakuha dito ng Game.Lab Alpha. It's more of like I just feel that they haven't really hit any of the higher targets dito sa VCT.
Yeah.
But with that being said, they really have proven that they have that star power individually, especially with, I think that was Fall X and C I think, bogey. So really excited to see what they can really put into this game against Puggers.
Oh, yun na nga eh, 'di ba? Maganda yung point na in-explain nyo doon kasi kumbaga yung mga nakakalaban pa lang nila, sino ba tong mga teams ito? Majority of them, if not all, galing open qualifiers eh. Hindi sila yung mga teams na sanay na tayong nakikita over and over again dito sa ating VCT stage. Pero, speaking of open qualifiers, ito ring team na makakalaban nila, dun din nanggaling. And they're hoping to prove something dito sa ating VCTPH stage as well. So, kakabahan kaya yung Game.Lab Alpha nang makaharap nila itong Puggers? Alamin nating lahat.
Perfect.
A team that hasn't really found much success as they are new to VCT Philippines. Pero the thing with Puggers is you do really see that they have players that can make things work for them. I think we've seen lots of hype around Walk on Water, see Blixterino then as he plays the controller. But with all of this being said, can they actually mix it up? I mean, they're up against Game.Lab Alpha, who sinabi nga ni Laika. Both of these are qualifier teams, but Game.Lab Alpha has shown that they have at least the better performance output. When is Puggers gonna be able to turn this around?
I really feel like it's the support system that Game.Lab Alpha has that is a definite advantage over Puggers, right? Because again, the Puggers is an OQ team. They've made it this far, and they've honestly, I feel like they're incredibly happy to be here, much like every other team. It's just, I feel like the depth and the sample size from both these teams, it's just not as apparent as everybody that we've seen. And with Puggers, it's even more so. Now, the statistic that I do kind of want to point out here is that today, the team that has been on a losing streak has not been able to break that. So maybe we're going to see a repetition of that. In any case, they're going to both be incredibly scrappy.
Oh, sana lang for the side of Puggers, hindi matuloy yung trend because we really want to see teams stepping up over here, especially those that came through open qualifiers. Kasi nga, di ba, you had to go through so much just to make it to this part of the challenge. Pero parang dito ka pa ba mahihirapan? Dapat dito mo lalo patunayan pa nga. Tulad ng sinabi ko dun sa first panel, we're trying to make this as a second version of their proving grounds. Parang a little bit more fight in them. We really have to see that. Pero ang ganda rin ng pinoint out mo na itong Game.Lab Alpha, napakita na nila eh. Kumbaga meron silang support system even outside of the game na natutulungan sila dun sa pag-research, and I guess dun sila lumalamang, dun sa resources out of the game itself. Now, going back to the players, meron na mention kanina si Azuray na dapat din natin pag-usapan dito sa ating head-to-head. Ito na yun si Boogie, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ang sabi ni Azuray kanina si Bogey eh. It could be either or. Pero ito Raph on the other end, si Second Love naman. Let's talk about these two guys right here on our screens.
I mean, naturally we talk about Second Love, or at least I pointed at him out because both these teams are going to be incredibly scrappy, and Second Love is going to be in charge of being the wall. He's going to have to, once again, man that defense. And with a player like Boogie, who is just so interested in fighting and pushing the tempo, it is going to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast, diba? Kasi we're looking at two different players where Second Love is more of the follow-up, pero si Boogie naman, he's all about creating that space para sa kanila alongside, I believe that is si Fall X. And I think we were mentioning this, or we were talking about this a while ago, na it's either him alongside Fall X that also picks up the double duelist, or Boogie playing a more laid-back na agent but still being incredibly aggressive. So if all comes down to this, who has the better scrapyard wars power dito ngayon? Is it going to be Game.Lab Alpha or is it going to be Puggers?
That is a really good question. Something nakapansin-pansin din dito sa dalawang to, if you guys have been following, sa mga viewers natin, if you guys have been following yung mga previous games nila, itong dalawa nito, kaya talaga nilang mag-flex sa kung anong kailangan ng team depending on the map. And of course, depende sa kung sino rin yung kalaban nila. Kaya naman, deserve talaga nila mapunta dito sa ating spotlight sa atin. Pero ito, gusto kong i-dissect unti-unti itong dalawang teams na to. Unahin natin sa Game.Lab Alpha, Azuray. Ano sa tingin mo yung something na possibly maging ika-downfall nila dito sa matchup nila going into Puggers, against Puggers rather?
Ooh. Actually, I feel like at least with this particular matchup na meron tayo, more than anything else, I feel like not really something that would be their downfall, but more of I feel like is one of their strengths against teams like these is yung flexibility na meron sila. So I think that is something na Game.Lab Alpha has rolling for them. Pero kasi I was gonna mention more about Puggers sana. Na Puggers has a lot more, I feel like, clutch potential with specific players.
Oh, would you agree with that though, Raph?
No, because I don't like agreeing with Azuray. I don't like agreeing with anyone on this panel. No, I'm kidding. Okay, guys, on a real note, I do feel like on the side of Puggers, it is a little more one-dimensional just because we talked about, I believe it was Scripps, right, who is literally the lifeblood and can be the soul of the team alongside, of course, his fellow duelist / sentinel player in Second Love. Again, I might get the names mixed up, but that's on me. But in any case, I think both these teams, they have my favorite call of all time. Like I said earlier, right? Sige, barilan na lang. Default tayo. Mahanap tayo ng pick. Sige, go. Kung wala, edi wala. But like we said, Azuray did also mention that it is gonna be pretty much a scrapyard duel. This is gonna be a battle of attrition. It is gonna be a battle of wills. So it really is a hard toss-up for me personally. But the theme goes. The team that hasn't broken their losing streak today still has not broken it. I guess that's the point I was trying to make.
So far, yun yung naging trend din for the day, no? Tingnan natin kung dito sa second series, ganun pa rin talaga yung mangyayari. Ngayon, alamin natin kung saan nga ba yung barilan na sinasabi kanina ni Raph. Saan ba tayo mapapadpad? Alamin natin as we go into our map vetoes. Top of your head, Azuray, any map you're expecting to see right now?
Ooh, I feel like we might be seeing Pearl at Icebox for the most part. Now, this is the perfect, I think, discussion point na rin para sa atin. Kasi I was mentioning how, again, I felt like there's a lot more flexibility dito para sa Game.Lab Alpha. And that's because there's a lot of, I think, players sa kanila that really pop off at specific intervals sa mga matches. I think depending kung saan yung kalaban nila. We have seen Game.Lab Alpha go up against SKYE Empire. And during that entire series, hindi lang isang player ang nakakakuha ng momentum dito. Again, as I mentioned, there was Fall X, there was Boogie. So this team looks like they have, again, a lot of abilities na kahit man they might fumble at the start of the round, which they sometimes usually do, kaya nilang bawiin ito with the players that they have left.
Not surprising. And expect any of them to remove Breeze. Kasi, di ba, Breeze, we talk about quite a bit. Super flexible as a map, but also can devolve into a lot of, hey, let's just take the mid fight. Hey, let's try to fight out of main. And I feel like this could have complemented the strengths of both teams, but maybe Game.Lab is just really not feeling it today. Now, I do agree with Azuray na siguro Ascent, Icebox, yung mga maps na pang-default talaga. Pearl, on the other hand, I'm not sure about this ban though. Because, again, B-Long has been one of the best size-ups for Puggers in the OQ. If my memory serves me right. Do tell me if I did mistake in that map pool though, because, you know, this is what it is.
Yeah.
Pero ito, malalaman na natin kung ano nga ba yung magiging first map. I feel like I am the odd one out when people listen to our panel segment kasi tinatry naman talaga ni Raph at ni Azuray mag-Tagalog. And tinatry ko rin silang hatakin papunta dito sa direction na to. Pero medyo kinukulang. Ang hindi nagkulang though is your prediction, Azuray. Lumabas nga rin naman yung Icebox dito.
Yeah, so I feel like they're gonna steer this dun sa direction where it's gonna be more about, yung sinabi na nga natin, it's all about contact, aim duel. So maps like Icebox, Ascent, kasi tinanggal na yung Pearl. So Ascent and I'm assuming Haven. So we're just gonna get as vanilla as we possibly can dito sa ating selection. Unless there's something else that maybe I feel like Puggers could be bringing out here. That's another team din na gusto ko sanang I-mention dito. Puggers, one of their players specifically, yeah, there's Haven, really surprised me in the last game that they played. Sinabi na kalaban nila, I believe it was Abaddon Abyss or Action PH, where Ninetops was able to create so much tempo specifically on Icebox. So that being a GLAB pick, I think still works in the favor than of Puggers.
Like I said, the sample size is just really not that sizable for all these teams. That I really hate saying this. It can end up like a throw, or rather a complete toss-up here. But Haven, I feel like it can be incredibly reliant on how your Sentinel handles the rotations as well. We've seen that time and time again, and we did put Second Love in that head-to-head. So maybe, just maybe, he could be the X-Factor. And my goodness, thank you for banning Biden. Good God, that is a horrible map. And
so, ito na nga. So, what's gonna end up happening is, like Azur I said earlier, it's gonna be heavy default all around dito sa mga mapang to. Pero Raf, why do you think merong trend kung saan karamihan na talaga ng mga teams natin dito are picking Pearl, Icebox, Haven, and Ascent, I would say?
Bakit nag-English ka sa simula ng sentence mo?
Nahihirapan ako.
Mag-ayos ka.
I'll be honest with you, mahirap din.
Okay, so the theme is for this video, and I've repeated this quite a bit. This has been my buzzword for the day. These are all size-up picks. It's basically how can we leverage one strong point on the map through raw dueling after the utility shuffle, and then we can disperse ourselves throughout the playing field, right? Again, Ascent has to be the biggest defender of that. This could very well go into a map 3, actually. Icebox also, I think we talked about this when it was, I think it was SR Nakage also doing the same thing when they love doing that Astra pull, and once again, the Astra setups in general. So that's basically the similar theme between all these maps.
Yeah.
So you are seeing some sort of theme here. And sabi mo kanina, this could go to a game number 3. Pero syempre, hindi pa tayo dun sure. So matanong kita, Azuray, kasi papunta na tayo sa panel predictions natin dito. Do you think that this is gonna end in a 2-0 or a 2-1? And isama mo na rin yung predictions mo dun. Which direction is this series gonna go to?
I feel like it's going to be down to the wire, 2-1 tayo. And my reasoning dito is, I feel like the map selection dito, aside from it being, you know, very, what's the word by it, can allow for massive rotation, can also be very forgiving then if you make a mistake, which I think some of the both of these teams have kind of experienced then with the games that they have played. Even though Game.Lab Alpha has yet to be defeated, you do see up against the other top tier teams that they have faced against, medyo neck and neck yung matches nila that it looked very, as Raf would mention, it's scrapping dito. And to put my prediction into the play, it has to be Puggers para sa akin.
Ooh, a Puggers prediction. That's something that siguro hindi ina-expect ng karamihan because of the current scoreboard that we have. Pero Raf, are you on the same page as Azuray or no?
No, I like it when Azuray is wrong. I'm going with Game.Lab, obviously. Again, we had a long discussion that the streaks have not been broken today. Why would I go against that grade? The one that I established myself. So, There you go, Game.Lab for me.
Actually, as soon as I said the question, na-realize ko, when has Raf actually ever sided with Azuray, diba? Very, very rare. Kukontra muna siya, saka siya, tama naman yung sinabi mo, Azuray, pero kukontrahin muna kita. Laging ganon yung play. Pero, kukontrahin ko rin si Azuray. I am gonna be with Game.Lab Alpha for this series. Kasi, yun nga nakita talaga natin yung trend. And so far, even with the OQ teams, talagang tuloy-tuloy yung consistency dito ng Game.Lab Alpha. And on the side of Puggers, I hope to be proven wrong. Kasi syempre, gusto natin na nagsi-step up din talaga yung mga teams natin dito. Especially if medyo hirap sila sa umpisa. Ayun na, nakakast in na yung mga predictions namin dito sa ating panel segment. With that said, guys, ready na ba kayo? Kasi ako, ready na. Ready na ako makakita ng mga panibagong agent selection, panibagong mga game styles, and everything else in between. With that said, I'm tossing you guys back to our caster so we can begin with series number 2.
Oh, we can speak English now? Oh, okay.
All right.
Cool. Yes, correct broadcast. Here we go, guys. We are back. ladies and gentlemen, to another game, another day, and another series here at VCTPH. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue. And man, oh man, it's good to be on this side of the pond yet again. But this is going to be an interesting one, Black and Blue. This is, I believe, the final day of the second week and one of the, I'd say, final matchups of open qualifier teams. You have on one side Game.Lab Alpha and on the other the Puggers. And this is a little bit interesting. I've noticed Game.Lab Alpha have beaten both open qualifier teams that have basically passed that test and make it the top 8, right? And the only one that they need to beat to get that clean sweep of everyone that came along with them is if they can win here versus Puggers. For Puggers, though, it's all about getting that first series on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, when we were kind of looking at the open qualifier teams, we were touting maybe SKYE Empire to be that team to beat all of the rest of the open qualifier ones just based on tenure. But Game.Labs has really proven something else, that they are a team to watch out for. They're a team to look out for. But here's something to look out for you guys. Icebox, our opening map of the day. Even though, yeah, maybe they won this series, Game.Labs, they lost against Abaddon Abyss on this map specifically. They won the series 2-1 eventually, but they lost to Abaddon Abyss as we saw that comeback come from them. But also, you look at Puggers, and the last time they played this map was also on Icebox versus Abaddon Abyss, and they also lost that one. So in that case, well, Game.Labs, maybe it's a good sign of things for them because they brought it to a lot closer of a game than Puggers were able to do. It was a bigger stomp, if anything, in Abaddon Abyss's favor that time around. So for Puggers, if they can learn a lot of the lessons of what worked during that game number 1 that they had with Puggers before and Abaddon Abyss, then maybe they can apply that here against Game.Labs.
Feels like there's a lot of these things in common, huh?
Yeah.
You have both of them come from the open qualifier. Both of them have lost Icebox against the same opponent. And then you look down at the playstyles, right? Both of them like to keep it simple, but then it's a bit of the difference in approach for both of these squads. Game.Lab Alpha, when I look at this team, they are just so strong in their mechanics, so strong in the duels, and they can really make sure that they can force their way to get these victories. On the other side, for the Puggers, it's just all about making their simple plans make it work, basically. And we're going to be checking out what the plan is now as we get into Agent Select. We start off this best of 3 with Icebox, as we mentioned, and I wouldn't be surprised to see pretty much what we've had from these two squads so far. Game.Lab Alpha, they love to run that double initiator, if I remember correctly, running that KO on Chase. You see it here right now, Dritch on the Sova. On the opposite end, it's a bit more stock standard for the Puggers. You're going to get that Jet, you're going to get that Killjoy instead, and of course the Sage is going to be into play.
Yeah, no real difference here. That's the KO that we expect to come out at this point. Coming from Chase, we saw it be quite effective during that Abaddon Abyss game. He himself maybe, just having a bit more of a quiet game necessarily on the frags, but his utility was a very big part of that. That's the only real big difference if you look at these two compositions, right? The other one on the opposing side, Second Love on that Killjoy, which we did see be okay, I think. But there definitely was a standout player in this, being Scripts, that man named Walk on Water, and more of those miracles could definitely benefit them. So this team's really in stark contrast to each other in placement. So especially here for a team like Puggers, who are literally at the bottom of the leaderboard, they need to start bagging wins. And so far, this might be one of their more probable ones when you look at the other teams they still have to go up against in the group stage.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this right now. For the Puggers, they're in a 0-2. Perhaps on the third series, they rise again if we're talking about miracles. There's still a lot in store for us, though, between this matchup. Both of these teams are maturing every single week they play. I'd say more so even for the Puggers, the most unproven team we've had right now, built themselves up just to join the open qualifiers, and they made it all the way from the upper bracket. Game.Lab Alpha on the other side, big impressions in our groups here in the regular season, but they came from the lower bracket instead, so they've been redeeming themselves step by step. Matchup to watch out for, besides what we had on the head-to-head a while ago, has to be between the Jets. Walk on Water versus Fallex. One of these guys are going to pop off, if not both. And perhaps we can get some of the best high-octane Jet action as we move on forward. Already, we get the 0 point into play. Get a bit of early intel towards Ninitups, who's playing towards yellow. Might want to retreat here. Blitz Arena will provide a bit of that cover. And as of now, the Puggers just trying to regroup and wait for Game Labs to come at them.
Boogie, this is something we saw a lot during their match versus Abaddon Abyss. Because they don't have a Trap Sentinel, they don't have a Killjoy, nothing like a Siphon or a Chamber, they have to relegate Boogie to trying to make himself available on that flank. But Ninitubs, he's found the double. He's bought up a Sheriff as the Sage. Who would see that ever? That gets him much value though in this fight, gives him much more firepower than they need. And Boogie, he's just so far isolated from the rest of the action that he can't even utilize the strengths of having a Sage like that. Blixarino finds a third in the end, and once more the same exact symptoms we saw repeats itself. Puggers take the opening pistol this time.
They're so strong on that defense, encircling the opposition, with Ninitubs there, leading that charge, holding that down. Game.Lab Alpha. It does feel like that they just walk into that one, and there are times for Game.Lab Alpha to actually clear things out. That's what you want the KO to do. That's what you want the Sova to do. Get that intel and force them away, but just a little bit too passive for my liking there for the attacking side. A little bit too hesitant when they have double the amount of intel on their squad. Got advantage now clear here for the Puggers, and Ninitubs, he's ready to go yet again. Puts up an early wall. This barrier orb gets in the way. I'm not too sure though if he's gonna be going for that orb or not, but as it stands, the slow orb's thrown, and this stalls Game.Lab Alpha to an absolute stall here.
Well, Game.Lab's no real, I guess, expectation of them taking this round specifically, but Zhongyi finds a kill, a double on the flank as well, trying to catch him out on the rear. Drish is able to get a trade-off at the very least, but sends him to signal towards going A instead. I mean, there's no real reason to continue on this B. They can go for mid. I like this option. Maybe encircle what they've got, but we've got a bit of time here. Dax, there's many problems I still see with the Game.Lab's playstyle, even though they've been winning, yes, on Icebox many times, but when you have Boogie just so far isolated from the fight on the lurk instead, you don't get to utilize the very reason why you even bring a Sage onto this map for this comp, to get that plant down safely.
Yeah, it's just a little difficult to rely on him to regroup, especially if it's all about catching rotations moving forward. Speaking of the catch, here comes Blixarino finding two. Drop down there from Dritch towards Huts. But apparently, the only bit of real estate he'll get is back to the spawn from whence he came. 2-0 now, the Puggers. A good start for them. Decent economic round, though, from Game.Lab Alpha, getting 2 takedowns along the way. But this is where it really starts. We always have to watch out for Fallex as well as Boogie. Despite your reservations on how they played together as a team, individually, those members themselves so strong on the contact.
Well, that contact is exactly what, you know, they seem to be wanting to play many times on over. But Puggers right now, they've got some to utilize at the very least in terms of weaponry. They have that Bulldog, and, well, there you go. You mention it, it comes up.
Goodbye, good riddance. Boogie's down for the count. One of the strongest guns Game.Lab Alpha has. Can't really get into the action, and you can see the adjustment from Game.Lab Alpha. Without the Sage, you can't play those defaults. They go for the wraparound from mid to A. Rarely seen in the rotations, but the Puggers, they're ready to pounce at the moment's notice. Setting a bit of a crossfire. They're the ones with high ground advantage now as Walk on Water is over towards Belt. Second Love, though, will be the first to fall on the defensive side. 4v3 right now. Chase able to equalize the odds. And at least for Game.Lab Alpha, they have the firepower to try and fight them back, but Ninitubs, the hype is there, courtesy of the Sage. The flash comes, and Chong is there to make the catch happen. The Puggers now get the bonus going, and well, we're seeing signs of life from this squad. A little bit different from their past performances so far.
I mean, it's about time to step up, because you look at their next matches, it's all kind of uphill from here in terms of some of the power levels expectedly of the teams they're going to go up against. After this match, the Puggers are going to have to go against SKYE Empire, SR Nakage, Oasis Gaming, and NAOS. So that's not an easy task at all. They still have some chance of digging themselves out of this hole and getting into the playoffs, but it's going to have to start with performances like these, at least early on in these opening 3 rounds. The bonus to be converted gives them so much more now, just comfortability, knowing that they're on the defensive side, the less favored side here in Icebox.
Yeah, well, let's see how comfortable Puggers can continue being as they're hard aggressing now towards that A side, even taking Pipes control here. We just want to pressure Belt as much as possible. But then again, we now get a bit of intel, a bit of the stress value going. Owen finds Ninitubs. A little dangerous here for the Puggers because Game.Lab Alpha, They have the utility to just give them the advantage. That's what the KO is all about. Fallex now leading the charge. Here comes Chase, though, zipping on by. But this conveyor belt leads to his own demise. Chongi finds two on the opposite side of the wall. Here we go. The snake bite being thrown out as well. Scenario now. Chongi, Blixarena helping out each other to find Boogie. And the only one left is Fallex. But we know this man gets hot with his hand. Blixarena, though, able to cool him off at the end. And Icebox still is strong here for Puggers.
Wow, the Puggers keeping that streak strong, huh? Even when it came down to it, to be fair though, that was a pretty good round from Game.Lab, all things considered. Very minimal investment, and yet they almost darn won the round. So, still, you can see some shades here of what made Game.Lab so formidable in their earlier matches, in their earlier run, especially during the open qualifiers. And the Puggers, they're one of the teams to witness that firsthand. So now Game.Lab's, they have to start winning rounds here. On the attacking side, you can't be giving up too much, especially as you're entering, like, what, the quarter of the map, the half of the half.
This is where it changes again for Game.Lab Alpha. First time around, they went for their buy. They were a bit separated. This time, though, back to defaults, back to standard play. But the operator is something they need to deal with. Hunter Fury now. Gonna be called from Chonky. Doesn't lead to much, though. Does displace Game.Lab Alpha here. Boogie also gonna get tagged along the way, but Ninitups still able to hold the line, protecting Second Love from getting overwhelmed. This is a great play here for the Puggers. They know the contact is gonna happen, and they're trying to cover it as much as possible. Ninitups again on the board, but it's 3v3 now as Game.Lab Alpha have decided to bring out the null command and bring in the pulses, playing it slow though, and that works out for Second Love instead. A heartbreaker there for Chase, stuck on the ground. Here comes Owen out in the open, and it's all left to Boogie now in a 1v2, but he's doing it here for the team. Boogeyman ready to scare off competition. He also goes for the resurrection, but Blixarena will find the rejuvenated KO. The knockout punch, though, comes from Boogie, and finally in the scrap fest, it's Game.Lab Alpha who gets around.
He throws a hip, throws a little shuffle in the end, and the Boogie from Game.Labs finally finds the right steps to match to the beat. Puggers, so far, that was a pretty good defensive round. Yes, considering everything, right? The null command being popped there. How we saw Ninitup being able to weave in there through that Viper's wall, through the toxic screen, and still find an angle to get a pick off. But in the end, it just came down to Boogie really anchoring the round and being that rock for them, and that's exactly what you need. But you see, Dax, though, how much more effective he is when he's actually part of the fight instead of being on the lurk. That's what I'm talking about, because this guy, he can be damn effective.
I mean, you can be spicy with your rotation, sure, but defaults are defaults for good reasons. There's a whole reasoning why you want to bring the Sage in the first place. And for Game.Lab Alpha, a bit more of that discipline can lead to the firefights that they want. That's one thing I see between these two teams. They're gonna be happy to play contact. That's their strength. That's why they're here in the first place. And later on, it just might be who can outmuscle the other. But here we go now. Dr. Fury, Chongi, he was pelleted by the blade, by the flash, and eventually Fallex able to bring that coup de grace towards him. But Boogie, here he comes yet again, haunting the opposition with his angle. Blixarena, though, towards the corner, finds Super his troubles before he's failed. And it's 2v1 now. Fallex still trying to find the angle here, picks up the rifle along the way. The spike's already planted. Rich also backing on that. He has a few shock bolts to work with, but not the ultimate. There still might be a need for the peek. There's the angle, though, courtesy of Fallex. Second Love will still get a takedown, but this time around, Peekaboo from the other side. Surprise, surprise. It's another one here for Game.Lab Alpha.
Yeah, Dreech secures it in the end, but man, Boogie, he is starting to find himself really in this game, catching that rhythm so far, and that high-low kind of dismantle that he had there, flicking up and down, is not easy. It's even more difficult, arguably, than a horizontal left to right one, but he still knocks it out of the park. Great opening frags that he finds here for the Game.Lab squad. And it just enables so much more aggressiveness and just control in general when he's part of that fight. So Game.Labs, if they can keep this up, they can overthrow this half.
You can feel the momentum shifting now, but one thing to watch out for is how these rounds have gone to the most scrappy instances. Game.Lab Alpha, though, this time cleanly getting the takedown. The Puggers are just auditioning right there, smack dab in the middle, showing themselves just to die. And this time around, the gun disparity is clear and the numbers stand for Game.Lab.
Game.Lab's building that lead one brick at a time, Dax, and Single round away from catching up too, but ultimates, high impact ones especially available on either side. You got the Viper's Pit on either side, but the res here for Game.Labs and the lockdown for Puggers, respectively, are going to be a big thing to look out for their Sentinel ultimates. I'm looking at Game.Labs now to play, though. How do they deal with this lockdown, and when is it placed? The lockdown, I think, is going to be a very curious thing that will dictate how this continuous round will go.
But we'll see if the Game.Lab Alpha squad can dictate now, even more so the pace of the game. They have that Viper Spit, they have that Resurrection, and they're one away from tying things up. Sure, the lockdown is going to be a problem, but then again, we've seen from Game.Lab Alpha, with this double initiator core system, they can actually push similar to what we see from dual-centric compositions too, and with that extra bit of intel, perhaps they can plan things out better. Slow play though, after everything's said and done. Finally, a bit of a breather here for both of these sides, but it's all about Folex now finding that first contact towards yellow if ever. A double up here between Ninitups and Blix. They're coming in close to one another. There you go with the shot, and Ninitups able to hold himself together and get that takedown. So a good start here for the Puggers. But then again, the station's coming the way of A side. Already anticipation though, Black and Blue, the lockdown you mentioned into play. Viper's Pit though with a ticking time bomb of a lockdown waiting for them.
Wow, they popped the Viper's Pit, but then they have to leave that, don't they realize that? I think it was a bit premature. Might have been even a bit of, I don't know, just Owen, he still finds a kill out of it, but it's just very curious decision here, Dax. I'm struggling to make up my mind what I think about it. I'm perplexed.
There you go, Dill, but finally we get a bit of semblance in the chaos. Second Love and Walkathon are able to slow things down finally, and towards the maze, we get the path towards freedom and towards another round. The Puggers, they will get it, and that was a call.
Yeah, that was certainly one of the calls of all time.
It was a call.
It was a call. Yeah.
Well, you know, sometimes you feel like I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I can't do it. I gotta go back.
This is where I feel like I have to channel my inner Raph sometimes and be like, what are you doing? It's just, it's such an unfortunate. I think it's really just, I guess, maybe some of the nerves coming to the game off obviously high pressure situation, so I can't fault them too much, but that's just such a big wasted opportunity, I think.
Well, unfortunate even now as we go back into the scrap fest, man. I was just about to make a point, but suddenly the round is already halfway done. You get a 4v2 scenario after the Resurrection. Second Love's gonna be there on the board as well as they still play towards orange. 3v2, the wall though preventing a bit of direct contact. It's just these moments that these squads are able to take a deep breath. And then, once the silence is broken, wait for it. Just wait for it. This Aldron is giving us a little bit more time. I'm telling you right now, man. It's gonna happen soon. Standing. There you go. There's the contact from Drit. Second gonna get on board, or rather, he will fall. And Owen's also there on the opposite end. A good flank there from Game.Lab Alpha. And the round is immediately over as soon as it starts back up.
Nice recovery here coming from Game.Labs to return to that after a bit of a blunder in the previous round. Pretty swell. Pretty composed as well. Puggers this time around, though, I mean, 5 rounds in the defense. At this point, you're pretty much going for just a bit more every time you try and get a few more rounds. In this case, a 6-6 won't hurt, though, but they do have the Blade Storm to try and equalize out some of the odds in this eco round. You're seeing a push here already going to be attempted by Puggers on their eco, and I like this. Really shake up the pace, try and bring the fight up close where you know you have a better firepower capability. In second love, he's going to find a double, a triple for him with a Bulldog, and the push, it worked out tenfold here, giving them so much benefit. Oh, and Cutie, it's all up to him, back to the 1v3.
And well, he's dead. We're done. The round is over. There you go. No time like the present. These guys probably have something after this, but they did that a while ago towards mid. It was answered by Game.Lab Alpha. They probably thought they're not going to do it a second time, right? They're not going to do it here. But they did. Plot twist with the barrier orb of all things. And especially walk on water floating around with those blades, packing quite a punch. This was just beautifully done here by the Puggers, especially the usual suspects. They walk on water in second love. They stepped up the open qualifiers. They've been stepping up here in the season. And in a moment's notice, they are ready to go again. And keep an eye out now. The Puggers have that lockdown available. And we saw it a while ago how effective it was in Black and Blue.
Well, they do have the operator now here on that Puggers defense, but will be successful in being effective during a retake, because they seem to be playing for that exact idea. They're giving up the A site, going to go for the plant instead, and that retake is going to have to be crucial. They do have some post-plant utility in those shock darts and the snake bites that they've kept up still online. But here comes that lockdown you're talking about, Dax. They use the Hunter's Fury to burn a bit more time, apply more pressure, and now they go for the retake with a lockdown.
Yeah, they got 2 detained a while ago. Probably this time around, though, the evacuation order is there for Game.Lab Alpha. Defuse duty already broken. Game.Lab was ready for that one. 2 for 1 trade. The rest comes online, though, from Ninitup, and it's still Boogie able to fight on back. There seems to be a wall in the way, though, and finally Boogie gonna fall to have Chongi towards the 410 angle. It's Owen Duty, though, who answers back. They tried to go for the defuse, already halfway done, and Walk on Water has to do it all alone. 1v2 scenario now with the operator. The barrier obstacle enemy in the way now with the angle, but up close and personal, he gets the takedown. Dritch on the opposite end. The high ground there, jump peaks, just psych out the opposition, but Walk on Water is running away with it. The Puggers do it again, and it's 7-4 now.
Wow, he still had time for that too. What a shot, and what a sequence there at the end. 2v1, it almost looked certainly unwinnable, but he's able to isolate those fights, gets the kill there on the Jenny player, Owen Cutie, and doesn't even flinch, recognizes that the last player, Dreek, has to be towards the belt, but this time he's the one who fastens things down. That was looking pretty dangerous, pretty deadly already for Game.Labs, rather for Puggers, considering Game.Lab found his 2 opening picks. The res came on in, but that was traded immediately, and in an operator situation here, that's very difficult to win a situation like that. So nicely done, all things considered here, coming in by Walk on Water.
Oh, he's not done? Oh no. On one hand, he gives life to the Puggers. The other, he takes life away from Game.Lab Alpha and no Ninitups. Able to stay alive, apparently, after everything is said and done. The pace of this game is just an absolute blitz. It's like you decide to challenge your friend to blitz chess right before a broadcast, not naming names, Raph, who lost 3 times in a row. But then again, the Puggers, they still do this here towards yellow. A double stack between Ninitups and Second Love. It's ballsy, sure, but they're trying to make it work. But the triple swing, 3 is better than 2 here, my friend. And now 3's the number here for Game.Lab Alpha in the takedowns. 4v2, Chongi on the flank, searching for a target. There's discipline there, but Fall exceeds and destroys. Boogie is there for the trade. Let's Serena now in a 1v3. Well, it's going to be a non-v3 as we end the half. Game.Lab Alpha making it 7-5.
This is one of the quickest halves we've had so far, Dax, I think.
Yes.
How many minutes are we even into the game? And we're already at the half. So Game.Labs and Puggers really upping the pace. This is one of the faster paces we've seen between 2 teams. And really goes to show that these guys, they're really just mean all business all day. Puggers, you know, making sure that they can make contact early on so that they have a reason to retreat. And Game.Labs making sure that their early pushes are going to be something that they can simply overrun the defense on. But now that we swap on over, how does it work out? They still have that KO on a chase here on the defense, and if that can connect at the right time, it can start to halt the fast pace that the Puggers love to play in.
I don't think so. You said halt? That's not in their dictionary, man. These 2 squads, they looked at each other pre-game and said, fast game? Fast game. And there you go, straight into the action. 10 seconds in, 2 people are already dead. You have here, though, Game.Lab Alpha, they went for aggressive defense towards B side. They now have to re-rotate to try and defend towards green, towards the site itself. But Ninitups, he was prepared to watch over Snowman. And now it will be the Puggers doubling back to go for A side. And the clear is so strong. Even Owen, he had a good idea to play towards mid. But Walk on Water finds the takedown. Ninitups right now, bit of cover towards boiler teams right now with a few taps here and there. But Ninitups is just nigh unstoppable with these shots. Boogie versus Ninitups, the battle of the stages ends with the dome to the head cracking, and the Puggers now crack open another pistol round.
Great job done here by the Puggers. That pace of theirs seemingly still unstifled nor unbothered. Game.Labs right now still have an eco to play. They don't have to force up at this moment. Not that they were able to get much going in the last round, but you saw there how, you know, Game.Labs, rather Puggers, they just stuck together as a team. They know a rush is the best when together they play, and that they did. So it went in 2-2, went underneath, went for a wraparound through Kitchen, very unorthodox, onto Boiler, but still came out with a plant on A.
Well, despite all of that, we still continue on with this pace. Maybe an isolated duel between Second Love and Owen, sure, but the main bulk of the Puggers have already made it to the B side. Game.Lab Alpha stationed away at These guys are encircling each other. They know the presence. Something is a little sus. Someone's in the vents and someone is among us here right now. Owen though doesn't still know. Second Love is there waiting while Walk on Water gets to finally Owen will get the takedown in that duel. And Owen gets a second one. Cute but deadly. Apparently, that's what he's trying to say here. 2v2. And here we go again with a wraparound. But it's dangerous for our boy Ninitups. Fallex with a takedown. And back to back. Ninitups has to clear both front to back here. There you go. First angle's dead. And even the second. Running into that one, sure. But he clutches out anyway. These rounds are pretty insane here, my friend. But Game.Lab Alpha, though, that was a good eco after everything.
What am I seeing, Dax?
I love this game. I love this game.
This is certainly entertaining. He pre-fired that angle. Still, Ninitups just swings into it and comes out on top still, even after getting dinked. Fallex somehow wins this. A complete scramble, a mosh pit. This is a literal Filipino dessert we're getting right now. Sweet halo halo is what we're getting here.
What's the English of halo halo?
Mix mix.
Mix to eggs.
Mix to eggs.
Mix to eggs. And then leche flan is milk custard. If I remember
Egg
correctly.
custard.
Egg custard, yeah. Of course, you my Spanish friend, would know all about the Spanish French series. But for an icebox, I don't know what country this is in, but it's a country of Antarctica, perhaps. It's a continent. No.
The sovereign continent.
The sovereign continent, Antarctica. I do realize, though, that Game of Alpha has guns, and since the Puggers lost a lot of members a while ago, right? Well, they don't.
Down B.
Well, it makes sense. 4v3, rifle retrieved. Chongi's quite low, though, so not too much hopes about that. They fall on back instead, realizing the defense here a bit too much to deal with. They can go for the A option. They have time to do that, but they want a double hit. They did cut noise, but they didn't burn enough time to reliably sell a fake at this point. Recon comes on in. The suppress also connects on at least two of those players on the Puggers squad. As soon as Screech peeks this, he could be in for a right time. Blixarino somehow finds a frag still on the Fallex, even with a low HP. Flash on out, they have them encircled, but the planet can go down. Never mind, not stuck. Second Love gets a trade out, and suddenly it's a 1v2 in the Puggers' favor.
They don't all need rifles, but now everyone has a rifle in hand. But Boogie here, he goes yet again. Peeks the corner, finds Second Love just traveling the walkways of the second floor. And 1v1, Blixarino.
10 seconds left.
He's gonna psych things out. Just commits the plant, but there you go with the sight lines, and there you go with the shots. Game of Alpha. After everything is said and done, they win out the round, but this was a problem we saw a while ago.
Clutch.
It's so costly here for the defense, and perhaps after that clutch, the shoe is gonna be on the other foot in terms of beginning arsenals for the next round here.
Yeah, I mean, you'd see some teams, win some of these rounds, but still not come up with much of a bountiful take at the end of the day. And Game.Labs, look at that. See, they win the round, but how broke they are coming into this, how much they have to still expend, and how little they can actually buy. Not even a full buy for most of their players. Luckily, out in the end, though, Boogie gets that round, which is the most important part, but still, that was against practically a force, an eco against the Puggers, and it almost came down to just disaster.
I know inflation's getting pretty bad, man, but not like this. Yeah,
not like that.
Not like that. A timeout after everything's said and done. I feel like we've been talking a mile a minute for this matchup specifically. The pace has been astronomically quick compared to everything else we've seen so far in VCTPH. And pardon my Filipino real quick, but to me, I believe this is a classic Bardagulan. Pardon my Filipino.
Bardagulan. I love it.
Yeah.
Just a blimey old bout.
Yeah, it quite is. Quite is good stuff. But enough of that. The accent. It reminds me of the thing they always say in wrestling, like one of the chants. Fight forever. Right. They just keep going.
That thing?
Yeah, apparently.
All I know is Relentless. That's what I'm gonna call this game.
Relentless
right. Action.
Relentless
non-stop.
Action.
Halls to the walls. Everything.
And we are here truly encompassing what VCTPH is all about. The relentless firefights and the relentless need to win these rounds. The motivation's clear, and well, we're back into the game. Nothing really much adjusted except the pace this time around. Finally, the Puggers deciding to slow things down, play a bit more safe. And makes sense in this situation. They know that Game.Lab Alpha is a bit more broke on the money compared to them. Both of them are really in a bad eco spot anyway. And every single pickoff right now can lead to that snowball effect. They're looking for the round. 2 though on site. Folex and Chase trying to set the crossfire. Finally though, we get the push towards fourth and they get the scan. And look, the evacuation order from Chase. Good movement, but it's not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Folex though ready to fight on back. And who cares about sticking the plant? They just go swing it and they all die to the hand of Folex anyway. It's Chongi though to survive, but they cannot stand the test of time of Game.Lab Alpha. What did I just see? What a call was that from Puggers?
Yeah, dude, who needs to play the plant? Just go kill him, you know? Keep your eyes on the prize, get the frag. Points are best for the boys in kills, yes. Maybe there's more of a, you know, if I get the most kills in this game, I get a free pizza.
Hey, look, the
Maybe
spike got planted on the box.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Spike. So,
It landed at
so
the end.
courteous for the spike to plant itself after the fact.
I wish, but yeah, the Puggers, that's ambitious, to say the least. Perhaps this is where we kind of see the inexperience of squads from the open qualifiers, and especially the Puggers. You got the pick off already. You can just plant, you know, and wait for them to come. That's my mistake all the time in comp, and that's why I'm not high ranked, that's for sure. But here we go now. Owen catches out Walk on Water. This time around, the Puggers, they do get the spike down. They know the priorities and go for the res. But it's a little ambitious because this is their eco round. They have to rely on the blades of the Hunter's Fury this time around here, Black and Blue.
Oh, will that connect? I don't think so.
No, it's
not
not.
really, not enough. A bit too far, and as well as, you know, damage shot going to be effective enough. You know, if they actually placed their Viper's wall, that toxic screen, properly, then you should have been able to, you know, position himself on top of it. But now the retake comes on in. Not much weapons on the Puggers post-plant hole, but they do have a Hunter's Fury to really try and equalize things out, especially in burn time. Dreech finds one. Oh, and Cutie finds another. They're going to have to try and burn this very soon. Folex gets another. Now he's burning his own ultimate just to try and buy them some time off a defuse. He gets Chase. The kill should be free. Folex connects eventually with a frenzy, but is there enough time? No, there isn't. And the round won by the Puggers still comes in the end. That single Hunter's Fury saved the round.
No, I'm gonna stop you there. It's not just that Hunter's Fury. It was a big chance, yes. It was there to stop that defuse, but Game.Lab Alpha, they stuck it to go halfway for good reason. They felt like they had it in the bag until Walk on Water happened. He was still there on start. He was still there getting the blade dance going with the Blade Storm, and he was instrumental to win it out for the Puggers. Who needs guns when you have ultimates? That was the call. That's why they brought him back to life. I was a bit concerned they burnt that rest there, but hey, the Puggers, they want to make it work. They will themselves to try and go for the victory, but Owen Cutie, he also has a bit of that confidence going his way. Heavy-handed throw, it's just a Chad maneuver to try and fight on back, but Blix, he just burns his opposition with the snake bite. And now a bit off calm to make it 3v3, but we know this matchup here, Black and Blue. We know that they're ready to go for contact yet again as soon as someone peeks. The wall is up right now, and Dreech is ready to swing, and he'll get punished for it. No surprise whatsoever with the decision-making here. The Puggers, though, they're on the opposite end. Game.Lab Alpha, not the best arsenal whatsoever. Bulldog trying to get a few shots going. The Viper Spit gonna be there as well. And Folex and Chase, they're just gonna push in. Balls to the wall action, but this time around it's the Puggers who stick with it and paints this one down. 11-7, and it's 2 left for the Puggers to get this first map win.
Wow, chug, chug, chug goes the train of the Pug. They continue on their streak and continue on their momentum like a locomotive. Difficult to stop, and difficult if you can't keep up. Game.Lab's here so far, once more on an eco. This is going to be difficult for them to win. They don't have the blades to utilize. They maybe have this res to use if and only if they get a kill or two, but I wouldn't even suggest burning that until you know there's a good chance to possibly win this round. They have some sheriffs. Hopefully, for their sake, they can start connecting these shots. The B site is where the Puggers want to take. Smart. They know these are going to be longer range angles. They don't want to go towards the A site. They're going to push for B once more.
And speaking of push, Owens is inside. As soon as he felt that someone is nearby, he's already playing Smoke Criminal, and there you go with the scan at the takedown. surprise, surprise. There's someone waiting in the woodworks in this case in the icicles. Here comes Luxarino. He clicks away! Didn't confirm the kill, and Chase instead takes advantage. Walk on Water is walking on thin ice right now with the amount of HP he has here. There you go, Boogie with a shot. Second Love, the only one left. The eco round looking strong here for Game.Lab Alpha, but the job's not done. 2v1, but low HP for Owen. A single bullet will do them in, but Timothy Turret can't help out in this scenario. Owen does it from the angle that's most unexpected, and the Thrifty comes in the most incredible ways for Game.Lab Alpha.
I feel bad for Blixarino in that case. I mean, like, same, bro. It happens all the time. You stop shooting, you thought the dude was dead, you thought that last shot was gonna connect anyways, but it didn't. And Owen Judy, like a true snake in the grass, he finds a way to strike where they least expect it, right? Hiding in plain sight, really, just within that smoke that he threw there. Should have been obvious, they don't check it, and he gets a kill off of it too, and then Blixarino just, unfortunate is all I can say. But Game.Lab's very nicely done to convert that round. They needed that to get themselves back in the game and give themselves a lifeline. Owen Cutie finds one, and Intups is quick on the trade, but Boogie make sure to shut that down.
It's 4v3 now as the dust settles, but never mind. As soon as I say the numbers, they equalize and Walk on Water from equalize to advantage. There you have it. Boogie, though, still playing by the mid. And the spike is actually left behind here. So Blixarino needs to play pickup duty, but Owen fights back and wins versus Walk on Water. Boogie now versus Blix finds the stage, and we go again for the 1v1s! Come on! This matchup just led to deals. Black and blue. You know my history, right, my friend?
Yeah,
I came from a...
This seems like a pace that you've been used to for years.
Yeah, and I go to Valorant, and once in a blue moon, we get these kinds of games. I know in the patch notes there's gonna be like a new team deathmatch kind of mode.
Yeah.
But not right now. We're getting a preview of it, sure. And well, watch this. Owen Cutie was there waiting for Blixarino and finds the takedown. Game.Lab Alpha and the chaos that we see here, they're still staying alive.
Well, you know my history, Dax.
Yes.
Games that you can lean back and forth and take your time. And this is certainly not it.
The complete opposite.
They're really just pressing the pace, and you love to see it because it's very, very entertaining to see as well. But it makes me wonder, you know, this right now, the Puggers, they're winning at this. This is really their best trick and how they're able to play this fast effectively. But when it goes up against the other teams that we might be seeing against them soon, especially, you know, that NAOS and Oasis matchups, I'm not too sure if this game plan will work. So right now, yes, it's working against Game.Labs. Keep it on up. There is an operator on the other side. If they play fast, they can surprise that by far.
Look, we just get basically I'd say a spectrum of the styles we have here in VCTPH. Some of them love to play aggressive contact, others a bit more tactical, some of them very innovative in the strats, the others love to play those defaults, and that's really how the pecking order will come to pass in the next few weeks. We are here for even more of the same in the next few weeks. Whole February, there's going to be VCTPH regular season playoffs in March, and we know that eventually these standings are going to be rank and file. But right now, everything is still up in the air to see who can make these wins happen. Whew. Glad to see a bit of a breather here, but now towards mid we go. You always need to have that standard poison cloud to protect yourself. Walk on Water's just dashing in! Unfortunately though, he hits the wall. Perhaps a bit of fake even. And there you have the suppressed value in Game.Lab Alpha. They just tighten the noose immediately. Puggers fall for the trap. And they are rewarded basically by dying left, right, and center. Off shot from Fallex doesn't hit his mark this time around versus Chongi. But in 1v4 spot in a perfect flash there, courtesy of Chase. It's another round for Game.Lab Alpha.
Pretty good flash there coming from Chase, and we saw those flashes be a very important part of why their attack was also decently effective in a lot of those rounds where they were able to utilize it. Chase, he himself so far, not just not having a great game, just not having a great tournament so far. Like last time we saw him in Icebox once more, he was also really struggling to get himself on the board in terms of fragging, and here again, not that I'm putting any blame on him, I'm just saying if they had a bit more coming in that department, especially as a KO, then who knows where this team might be right now. But they have a Hunter's Fury to utilize. It is against an Eco though.
Come on, the Eco State has been something these two teams have been able to make work with. And speaking of now, Owen, he's doing it again! Stealth 100, why don't you? He just stares
Spike
now. But
down
Second Love
A.
finally with the alert and the takedown. 3v3 after everything is said and done. Good clear out, courtesy of the lockdown and the Blade Storm. And while this happens, a bit of a 5-finger discount being picked on up. Blix though, where is he going? Find that rifle. Gets it now, courtesy of Walk and Water. Snakebite being thrown towards screens as well. And Blix is here just playing the waiting game up close and personal. It does feel like though for Game.Lab Alpha, they want to clear out most of the site as much as possible first. Folex though finds Blix. It's going to be a flank courtesy of Walk on Water towards the mid area, but can he make it in time? Jumps up and finds the angle towards Boogie. Now they know that there's presence nearby. 2v2 scenario, and Walk on Water is just even better with the blades. Here you go, the Puggers do it again. Thrifty style is their fashion, and match point is awaiting.
My goodness, Walk on Water here. Going off script, flicking up top, knowing someone's in the nest and still landing that. That's not an easy shot to hit, and he does still. Great job by Puggers. They have the res, the Hunter's Fury. Lots to utilize here to try and win this round. But you see there, a Walk on Water establishes himself first within the site, within the take, and then goes for the flank. That's now makes Game.Lab think that he has to be somewhere A main and are just fully unaware of his flank due to that case.
Nice rotation and perhaps a little bit more of that innovation, a little bit more of that discipline. That can be the biggest game changer here so far between these two teams. Everyone is expecting the sudden swing. Everyone is expecting someone to be lurking, lying in wait, just hiding in plain sight. And the Puggers, they know they just need one more round to get it done. So play it a little bit slower. Try to punish anyone pushing, and perhaps now Chong will win. But no, this is why you don't bring a bow and arrow to a gunfight. This is why we invented gunpowder. Game.Labs gets first blood.
I mean, it's a reasonable assumption to think that should be clear, but still, always clear something out with weapon in hand, weapon drawn first, before coming out with util. Basic mistake. Game.Labs have the advantage. Okay, I mean they have a res.
You will
Yeah,
not kill my
indeed.
ally.
Yeah, you were saying the res comes. Does become a 5v4 after the Puggers still find Walk on Water. So, or rather, Game.Lab finds Walk on Water. And this is what
30
I like this
seconds
defense
left.
right now. It's a little bit more restrained, and they know they have the firepower to fight back for.
Well, they do have quite a bit going for him. Oh no, Owen Cutie timing here could work out against him. He's actually able to do some damage, but not a single kill. The Puggers have completely taken this A site ripe, and nothing there has been done by the Game.Lab squad to stop this from happening.
seconds
They
left.
still have a res, but nobody's
Spike
even
planted.
within resing capability unless they take the site on this retake now.
More of that map control, with that side control, but Ninitups is preventing it. Boogie though finally finding Chase along the way, and here comes the contact man again, but Ninitups is the man on top. He gets 3, he gets 4 even, and the hype is real, and the Puggers are here to win. 13-10. What a map so far, and well, I'm excited for what the rest of the series will bring here.
My goodness, if we get more maps like that, we might just be done before sundown, because that was, even though it went almost all the way to regulation, just the immediate pace that they came out with for both sides, Game.Labs and especially Puggers, was just so lightning fast. A blitzkrieg, really, of styles. And as you said, Dax, we have a real big wide spectrum of different game plans and different ideas being applied here in the VCT. And the Puggers, they're definitely on the far end of one of those spectrums in terms of having a very, very different contrasting play style.
Dude, I'm just gonna say though, there is still a lot of coherence and a lot of overlap between these two teams. If we're talking about the far right, they're both probably on that side of the scale. And well, if in this kind of matchup, it's whoever can bring out the best kind of muscles. The Puggers though, they steal this one away, right? Technically, it was a bit of a blur, but if I remember correctly, this was Game.Lab Alpha's pick. And now we know that despite them both losing to happen on the base, it's the Puggers who can put up that better fight versus the opposition. It was just moment after moment. You had Walk on Water though, just absolutely blazing a trail. The Blade Storm was exceptional time and time. You see moment after moment there for the Puggers to find those takedowns, and here we got a bit of that post game. I gotta give it, besides of course the Walk on Water on Puggers side, you look at Ninitups and you look at Second Love. Both of these guys had moments. Ninitup started this game off strong and ended it strong. Second Love, there in the middle, there's a point that his lockdown was just defining this whole game. A game-winning ultimate, basically, whenever he had it.
Oh, for sure. They were very, very efficient at making sure their ultimates found value. And that's the most important thing to do. And not only that, they play in positions that enable them to get the most value out of those ultimates in the first place. And that, I think, is a core component. You talked about, during that retake there where Walk on Water in the 2v5, and then we also had the Hunter's Fury going on to try and stop the defuse from happening, and just how he was able to stay alive and buy so much time and space to allow them to even have that Hunter's Fury come into place. Those type of things, the chemistry and work, everybody working together for a common goal is one of the biggest reasons why this Puggers team works, because their game plan is very simple, but it also requires very efficient teamwork and team play, as well as trades to really go their way for them to actually make that game plan happen.
Come on, they made a team to join the qualifiers for good reason, and they're here. No one expected them to make it this far, but they are proving again and again that they belong in the top echelons. And while we see here for the Puggers a squad that's still ripening, that's still getting better and better, we can't deny the talent that they have in raw mechanics, in gameplay. They have a way with the shots, with the angles, and it really just feels like it's either whoever can be the stronger team moving forward or the team that decides to play a bit more disciplined. There were some concerning rounds for both the Puggers and the Game.Lab Alpha squad. I feel like maybe for the Puggers a little bit more obvious or apparent, but they got the job done anyway. They were stellar with the thrifty rounds, and what a match we just witnessed. But of course, before anything else, delivering the win with GLAB Unlimited, it is the man on top, Ninitups. What a way near there at the end, the 4K, despite losing Walk on Water anyway. Well, you know that coat already, not just your healer, but apparently your fragger too.
Wow. You would know. The res, the 4K at the end, all things considered, nicely done. A mark grade, as Zax would maybe say, because I am apparently his teacher. But anything to be taught here has to be learned going on into map number 2, because Haven is a pick this time of the Puggers. This is their map pick. They took away, yeah, Icebox, you were right, as it was Game.Lab's own pick, and we're looking at the Haven of Game.Labs, at least historically, and I am not too sure just yet on my hopes for them to take Haven. But if we took anything from this game, it has to be the unexpected, and that these results can also really throw you for a loop at the end of the day. So Dax, I'm very curious to see if this can even extend into map number 3. I'm not super hopeful as of the moment, just based on recent results, even though, the Puggers have won their last 2 times, rather, Game.Labs have last 2 times on Haven, but this was, I think, a pretty decisive performance so far.
And what a performance indeed it was. For now, guys, so we need to take a break. I need a breather. Black and Blue needs a breather. And these teams, they came from such a fast game. And we're going quickly into the next one. We'll return for more between Puggers and Game.Lab Alpha. We'll see you guys in a bit of the VCTPH. usually a series is a marathon, right? But the last map was more like a very, very strong sprint, to say the least. And despite both teams getting double digits, that was one of the quickest games we've had so far in terms of the VCTPH. And speaking of, welcome back to VCTPH. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue, and we're moving to the next map here, my friend, of Puggers versus Game.Lab Alpha. And usually this is the part where I ask you some educational questions about adjustments. But really, this is my only question right now. Do you want to see these two teams fight again?
I mean, we have to. This is map number 2. That's why.
Come on!
I'll leave it at that.
Aw, dude, doing them dirty
of
like
course.
that.
No. I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is that we have to. I'm not saying I don't want to, because it's certainly entertaining. I remember that round specifically, as you were talking about, we were talking about during the break, where they forego the plant and just go and kill. And I like the mentality, you know. In Filipino terms, since we are in the VCTPH, it is just simply barilan, and I like to see that.
Yes, it's a firefight, a shootout, and by all means, to keep going at it. And I gotta ask you that question because the key word there was fights. You didn't see. You didn't
Conflict.
see the encircled word. You know, I need to. Well, we got taught we had that whole theater thing for a while, and it's just me trying to enunciate the word itself, the keyword, and really. That was the keyword there, getting the fight going. But guys, of course, the fight isn't over yet, and you can tune on in to all the broadcasts we have here at VCTPH. You're watching right now on the English broadcast, twitch.tv/Valorant_PH. Check us out also on youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH. Pero huwag natin kalimutan na nagtatagalog rin kami kasi galing kami panel, right? Or what I just said is, we can speak Filipino, came from the panel, and you can go to facebook.com/Valorant Esports PH or youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH for the Filipino broadcast. They would love to have you. We love to have you here. Go on both, go on everything. Just keep on supporting VCTPH, and you know this is where the action is at. Thank you for everyone who has been tuning in so far, and thank you for, of course, all the amazing teams that have participated in the official circuit. Now, though, let me move over into... Yes, what?
You're so talented, no?
You interrupted me just to say that? Okay, fine. You go ahead. Tell us what's next.
Well, we got the Puggers versus... Oh, well, first of all, GLAB Unlimited. Yes. Oh, no. It went away. But
no,
we do have...
It never goes away.
It never goes away. It went there. It comes back in. There's a QR. You guys should scan it. You guys can get your first month 9 pesos off on the day. There you go. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to GLAB Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. Pull out your phone, scan the QR down below in the lower left of your screen or your television, and yeah. GLAB Unlimited. Oh, he's doing it himself. Yes.
You told me to. I have to follow directions.
Yeah. Just be
You're the
attentive
teacher.
and obedient. No.
Yes.
No, I don't want to take that. How about Prof?
Dude,
No.
we used to have like a pose back in grade school where we had to sit like this the whole time. Like you know, the hands on the table. I don't have a table, I have a camera, so that's the best we can do. So
why hands on the table?
I don't know actually. Might have just been a religious thing, not gonna lie. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what Haven's gonna be. And you actually had a proper question before we went into this break. What do we expect here from Game.Lab Alpha? Because if I remember correctly, they brought out a number of interesting configurations moving into Haven, especially for the regular season, right? Because back in the open qualifiers, this was one of the maps that they kept losing, and one of the reasons why they ended up in the lower bracket in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of curiously swapping in and out different compositions, but the thing is, both of them eventually worked. And now the question is, which composition do they stick with? Do they stick with the more Jet plus Reyna focused one that we've come to know, you know? Or do they stick with this newer kind of hybrid Omen plus Breach plus Fade plus Raze type of composition that we did see them put into great effect versus SKYE Empire? And it was a bit closer to what was the previous configuration, the previous composition of what they used to run, only instead they swapped out the Asper for the Omen, and then things started clicking in that case. So I do think there's still a good chance for Game.Lab to extend this into map number 3 by all means. No matter who won map number 1, I do think we're going to map number 3 anyways. But Game.Labs, I think, are in a bigger, more confused state right now on what to play here versus this Puggers squad. Do they go for that Jet Reyna, which we know is kind of what you would want if you want to play a very Pug style, for lack of a better term, or would you want to have a bit more utility and a bit more focus on just the intricacies and the interactions of the game? That remains to be seen as we go to the Agent Select decks.
Yeah, exactly. Agent Select will answer all those questions. Personally, I would love to see the Jet Reyna again from Game.Lab Alpha fight fire with fire. But we also saw how effective the utility-based comp was last time around versus SKYE Encore. And it does seem like we're getting the Silvas, that there might be a chance we're getting the Jet and the Reyna. Is it gonna happen here? Really, the one I'm looking for is Boogie. It's up to him. And there you go! We got our Aggress. Do you want a Pug style kind of game? Then Game.Lab Alpha will take that advice. Jet Reyna versus the usual composition of the Puggers. They love to run Ninitups on that SKYE. They also like to play setup with Chonky on the breach. And overall, Walk on Water, there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders moving forward, because not just one, but 2 titans of a duelist on the opposite end.
Oh, definitely. You got Boogie this time around instead of being on that Sage. Now on the Reyna, full confidence abound. I love to see it. But on the opposing end, it's the Puggers this time around to bring up a bit more utility, a bit more intricacy into their game plan and their composition especially. They're running this Breach plus SKYE combo that we have seen be quite effective during the offseason, ran by teams like Myth, with a player like, Conga Red leading that charge from the opposing end and the international side, and the SCA teams, right, from Thailand. So we have seen it to be effective, Dax, but do they have the intricacies to make it work here, and have they practiced it enough, basically, to make it work against a basically full gung-ho team?
And just to add on to that fact, though, I'm looking at the match history of the Puggers here, and this is one of the biggest reasons why they made it in the first place. This is what the map that they won against the Sanguine Rebels Dragons to be the first one to qualify on the upper bracket of the open qualifiers. They have been perfect pretty much so far from what we've seen in recorded history, and if it ain't broke, they're not gonna fix it. It's looking to be a strong showing here for the Puggers yet again, if ever everything works out. And especially if this is going to be a first series win, it has to be the map that means the most to them. But the turret already gets the tags going, then it ups quite low immediately because of that Killjoy utility. Game.Lab Alpha, they can play it absolutely aggressively, but right now, they understand that the Puggers wants to find contact soon, and they regroup instead.
Yeah, playing that time, they don't have to try and go gung-ho at this immediately, even on the attack. They can slow things down a bit, but Boogie, he gets taken out early. That's big. That's a huge pick here for the Puggers defense. Walk on Water bails on out, and the flank from Second Love with a frenzy up close. It's deadly. Owen QT, though, stops him from getting too much, but the damage has been done. 2v3 with Owen QT at half HP.
Yeah, you would expect that they were ready for Second Love grouping up like that, but so much attention was drawn towards the middle, and now attention towards Graffiti as well. Chongy at the ready, standing attention, playing guardsman. Owen QT though on the board, but Walk on Water just runs over him. It's not even, just a little bit of a splash. It's a freight train hitting the poor Omen where he stands. A round goes down to the Puggers.
Another opening pistol round in the series, won here by the Puggers. We do see typically teams that can win the more pistol rounds in the game do have a decent advantage in terms of finishing it off in the end. Boogie, he gets found first, and that's never what you want as a Reyna. To be able to go down, you want to be that guy to be able to trade off and have at least, some value to be found with that Devourer Dismiss. It doesn't come from now. They couldn't be able to buy a sheriff into this round. Pug, they're just going at it.
No swinging actually while the Stinger's reloaded, and Walk on Water gets a second chance and a second clip to go at it again. 3v1 suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, the Game.Lab Alpha Squadron has been nigh obliterated. Owen has a chance though to play it out towards B site here. Ninitups couldn't find his way to actually catch out the Omen. They do know though that someone went for the push towards A site, and even that so, dark cover thrown out towards C, getting a little bit of attention, but it's not really the information the Puggers need right now. Maybe Owen can play infiltration. It just really goes to show, though, the Puggers, they find a little bit of an inch to utilize. They take the whole damn 20 mile. And there you have it now. Blixarino locked, loaded, and ready for another one.
Well, quick round there. Usual fault line in the dash combo that we have seen. Even saw some Filipinos do that on the biggest stage. And at this point, why not? Very effective. Runs him on down. That's kind of what you expect. But this bonus, I think, is going to be a big telltale sign of how activated Puggers are in this round. We saw the bonus to be won by the opening team a while ago on Icebox, and saw how that turned out eventually in the end as well. So the Puggers, really good start so far, especially if they can start to win these type of bonuses. They're pushing the pace, even on the defense. They want to go at it and close that gap.
They did so a while ago. One out that bonus, one out even a fourth round on their defense. They know they got away with it on Icebox. Perhaps now, with even more ways to enable Walk on Water, they could try to do it as well. But as of yet, the star is really dissuading Game.Lab Alpha to play towards A site. They keep an eye out towards the lobby. They know Blixarino and the rest of the team of the Puggers can utilize that angle to surprise them at a moment's notice. Guiding Light, though, making noise towards mid-even. Game.Lab Alpha a little bit scared on the approach. They don't want to lose the guns they have here, and narrowly avoiding the Nova Pulse right now. Blixarino in a committed position. Needs to get the job done here. The Paranoia, though, will give the advantage back to Game.Lab Alpha. Well sought out and well sussed out here by the attack so far. The pick comes, and it does seem like they're going to commit on this Black Emperor. They had a chance perhaps to go for the rotation, and now they have to deal with the numbers of the Puggers. There you have it now. The triple stack works out in their favor. Boogie still ready to fight on back. In between two here of the defense. The outburst to dissuade or just disengage, but Second Love finds a shot anyway. No rampage for Boogie. It's all up to the 1v1 between the Killjoys. Game.Lab Alpha. A good call though for Dritch to... Oh, he's wrapping around. He's psyching Second Love out. He thought the rotation was coming, but here we go again on A site here.
He wouldn't have had time to run towards the other side anyways. But still, Second Love connects and gives them a second chance here as they win the bonus. The Puggers, they've won both bonuses of both of the opening bonuses rather of either map so far, and just goes to show how on point these guys are. And look at this, how they collapse and how they are able to just get a good read and stack the site at the right time. And Second Love, he comes on in as well with great timing to catch off Boogie as Boogie was trying to deal with a player towards short, gets him from behind, and now the Puggers, they are starting to build up a lead once more early.
Yeah, we saw it a while ago. Game.Lab Alpha tried to force their way into a site that the Puggers were just prepared, and as soon as they come out from a long, they literally got bursted down by 3 members there. Boogie was the only one who had a bit of fight back. Incredible shot there from Second Love. Allowed them to get that win. And speaking of incredible shots, Chongi already finds the first takedown towards Owen. It's not going to be A site. They know the commit isn't going to be there. Instead, they spot out presence towards mid and towards the garage even with the spike in hand for Fall X. It's problematic though because the Killjoy setup is towards C site. The alarm bot is there to just give a bit of a warning sign towards Victorino as well. And Walk on Water already getting the job done. They line up for him here for Blix. And from Blix to Blink, it's 2 gone immediately. Left now to his own devices. Dritch will be a bit poor in this regard. And the Puggers with a flawless defense, similar to what we've seen from that first map.
But this is also, if history repeats itself, where we saw Game.Lab be able to come back into the game and at least tie the score up or try to really close 3-4. That is what we expect from Game.Lab at this point. The anti-eco, quick and clean, no real problem, no real even dangerous moment that they put themselves in, and they keep their space. You see how they play on back, making sure that they aren't in easily findable and easily tradable positions. So that's what you kind of have to do against an eco. Be just that much more diligent, because those are the times we've seen teams, be a bit sloppy and get punished heftily for it. So really nicely done by the Puggers here to keep their wits about and keep their emotions in check.
They need this timeout right now. We've seen them mature. We've seen them grow in the first 2 series, but perhaps in the face of such a similar playstyle, there needs to be a little bit more of, from Game.Lab Alpha, that discipline. We notice here in moments that they have chances to rotate. They have chances to play it slow, and they do so at the very start, but as soon as they get the advantage, I dare say it might be a little too cocky to assume that they can make the direct side date happen. Of course, they don't really know exactly what's going on. We have a bit of, I'd say, more information to work with, but there's always a chance right now for Game.Lab Alpha to change the pace of this game. It's been enjoyable here, Black and Blue, to find the fast pace against one another. But for Game.Lab Alpha, the test right now is it's either can they outshoot the Puggers or can they outthink them. This time, seems like the shot comes and Owen's there for the first frag.
Wow, Owen still wins that out, and that is big value here now. That SKYE can be much less of a problem. They still have flashes off of Jongi, but that is really nicely done on the entry. But this second love, he's anchoring things down. Only good for one though before the trade comes on in, and now they have to play the retake. They don't have a rolling thunder to utilize. Walk on Water could use his blades to maybe catch off one with an updraft, but at this point, there should be Game.Lab securing around here finally. Trying to exit frag, but there isn't much they can do.
Yeah, they got the take, and they're looking for the shots. Boogie, though, Empress is online, and he knows there's contact towards the link itself. Chonky now with the find onto Dritch. So at least that heaven position gives Puggers a bit of power to work with. As soon as I say that, though, it's already looking to be the weaker side here for Chuggy. 7 HP, still tries to force his hand here. Looking for a few more frags, at least dent the economy of Game.Lab Alpha further. And while we see already Owen perhaps even going for that flank, it's Chase who gets the job done. So this time around, a bit of a breather there on the break, but Game.Lab Alpha, they know what works for them, and they're gonna try their damnedest to do so.
Still comes out to that frag there, Owen QD, and that's really what they needed, to be able to punish some of this defensive aggression that the Puggers like to throw out on their defensive side. They now have the lockdown though and the rolling thunder, so they even have bigger reason to play that retake, but I don't think they are. I don't think that's a plan. They have the op and Walk on Water. You know that this guy, he wants to get activated early. They could push a bit forward, gathering information towards that mid position. That they do. Looks like that's what they want to contest for the meantime.
Yeah, good guiding light, but maybe Game.Lab Alpha can actually manipulate that to their cause. When you only have really the SKYE for intel, then you have soft intel. You don't exactly know where they are, just an approximation. But the problem is, well, they're still sticking around there anyway, and Second Love takes advantage. Just contests the garage entrance and gets that takedown. Rotation now moving towards C-site, where we see the similar setup from before. Blix on top of that platform. Game.Lab Alpha aware of that presence, but speaking of, Second Lab is just gonna be smack dab in the middle. Has to try and find the corner though to hide in there. You have the smoke toward window as well, preventing the help from Ninitups. Hunter's Fury though, gonna be the answer. Books Arena right gang tag. Here comes Fall X as well, but couldn't find him. Second Love with a takedown. A bit of crossfire made versus Fall X. Game.Lab Alpha desperate to try and get these kills, but it leads to 1v3. The setup was strong. The shock dart even better. All left now to Chase in a 1v2.
30
the gravity
seconds
well
left.
has made its mark. He's vulnerable. He's gonna get seen. Chase though will stick another takedown. Walk on Water. He needs to make the shot count. Misses. Forced to use the Blade Storm. Here comes up in the air, and Walk on Water more like glide on the air this time around. 5-1 now for the Puggers.
Burnt it in the end, but that hold from Second Love, so impressive. And his anchor has been really reliable in this game so far. We saw that on the A side where he gets at least a kill before going down. And now there we see it on the B side where he times his second nano swarm perfectly. He gets a wallbang time as well, really nicely done to find Boogie. And then in the end, also just helps out so much in creating space for them to play with. Shuts down the Fall X push as well on the dash for the Jet. Puggers are really enjoying the benefits of having such a reliable anchor right now.
Yeah, they just know that they can get away with these kind of defenses. They trust one another to help out at a moment's notice. I'll give a consolation prize though to Chase. 3 kills there at a moment's notice. Very strong showing from him individually. But now we're back into the action. Walk on Water gets one. The over-ambitiousness of Ninitups will bite him in the back. And that will lead to his own demise. 4v4, here we go with the From the Shadows. Gets a bit of intel, they realize now the Astra isn't going to be there on the usual platform position. So do they understand here for Game.Lab Alpha? At A site already triple stacked by the Puggers. We've seen this happen before in favor of the Puggers. Does it happen the same way yet again? They're crawling slowly, feet out short and long themselves, walk on water. That's exactly what he wants. Hits the head of Dirch this time around, dashes on away almost into the sightlines there of Boogie. But he's able to try and stay alive until Chase decides to lead the mantle of this charge. Here he goes now, makes it out, wasn't ready to go for the shot itself. Oh, and now puts himself in a 1v1 situation, a bit of a duel. But there you have the angle, and there you have Second Love again. Final blow and another round here for the Puggers.
Oh no, he flanked a bit too close to the corner, but ultimately enough, Second Love. He had the advantage in every sense in that case anyways. 6-1. Already a pretty good defensive side here from the Puggers squad. We saw this similarly on Icebox, but man, there are some moments here where, you know, Ninitups, I guess he's feeling it, especially from that Icebox game. Overextends a bit, but really fortunate that the rest of the team can pick up in those moments. He didn't even need to burn any of their ultimates there. It comes down to a basic game of trades. When many of these fights here for the Game.Labs and the Puggers, there isn't anything too intricate just yet. We have been seeing, but what they are doing is very effective and done quite cleanly. Boogie gets that trade off on the Chongi though immediately.
And stellar shooting as well. These guys have been just absolutely insane in keeping their aim control. There are times where I see Game.Lab Alpha, they're playing to execute and they're looking for the target, while the Puggers firmly rooted, trusting that they can anchor on their respective sites. And that's some really strong confidence we see here from the Puggers as of now. Second Love, so happy to do so yet again. Alarm Dotto gonna get broken, but while that happens, Drich does find Blixarena towards B's side. Love though, ambitious on the peak. He's ready for it. The paranoia will fend him off. Can he get away in time? Not gonna happen. Well done by Owen Cutie. Gives a chance now for Game.Lab to try and play towards the C side. Here we go with the lockdown, but look at Walk on Water go. He wants to fight. He's ready to bring in the punches, and Walk on Water finally felled. 1v1 scenario. Here comes Ninitups. Has to break the enemy and the lockdown, and that's enough to get the round.
He still pushes it anyways.
What do you say, Drone?
That's the right thing to do. Almost wins out that eco round, to be fair here, Game.Labs, but again, Puggers still able to edge it out. Lockdown there. Burn. That's been very useful for this upcoming round to try and at least get a 7-5 half there. The end, Ninitups though once again coming in big to close out a round that they need and that they should win. Game.Labs who just have insurmountable pressure applied every single time they lose these rounds, so they have to start winning these.
Yeah, I already expected it, honestly, though. As soon as I saw Walk on Water play, my lag was like, this mad lad is gonna go for it. He's gonna go for the push, and well, the Puggers reaping the rewards of their ambitiousness. Stars are shining, not just because of the Astra, but you're seeing here the best that the Puggers can play, how strong they can strong are the competition. Well, this time around though, a pinch of possibility. Blixareno, matter of timing right now. Guiding is there, but does he know that Boogie is gonna be coming into frame? Yes, he does, and he even gets 2 for his troubles before he's found. Speaking of now, it's 2 left here for Game.Lab Alpha. They do make some presence known towards C-site. They will regroup between Drich and Chase, but effectively now, the Puggers, they have to station themselves at 1 site apiece. A chance here for Game.Lab if ever they get the 2-on-1 situation going their way.
Still winnable by every sense of the word. They can find this pick off on the Second Love. That removes the lockdown from being played into contention in this round. But the angle might just work out for Second Love. He knows one's there. He finds 3. He's down to a 1v3, and he gets them both done without help, without aid of anyone. 8-1 is a score as the Puggers, they're looking to close the door on this series.
He was just expecting that slow peek into it. Walking into the reticle, the sight lines there of Second Love, and we're just getting Puggers taking down more players than they should. More of these trades, more of these values really for the Puggers as of yet. And what can stop them? Game.Lab Alpha, they've thrown whatever they can towards this wall, and instead of watching that paint dry, they're really just watching their entry instead. And speaking of Walk on Water, of course, heavily fortified and heavily enabled by Chongi and the rest of the crew. Now, those other names getting the kills that they need, lighting up the scoreboard. Nintups prepared for Owen. He knows exactly what the Omen has been doing all throughout this map. And Boogie taking his time. Maybe technically a timeout here for Game.Lab Alpha. Talk about what's going on. Boogie's getting ready for the shot, but, well, No shot whatsoever here for Game.Lab.
Well,
Stay alive.
I mean,
want their
maybe
life, not yours.
if they win the next 2 rounds, 9-3, and then it's a very superstitious day because we're in a Sunday. Who knows how things might go? They actually never know. The winds of magic sometimes, they like to favor the lesser side. In this case, it's Game.Labs who need that benefit. Lockdown, Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide, all high impact and all online for the Puggers to continue this snowball and turn it into an avalanche. They do have Boogie though with his Empress, and if he can maybe get going early here and find the pick off onto this op, that could be what they want. But the op finds one eventually. Fallex goes down. The second shot connects on the Blixarino, the Rolling Thunder to keep him at bay, but they've also traded.
Yeah, point of stability thanks to the Rolling Thunder. And as of now, as you mentioned, is looking to go in favor of Game.Lab. As soon as I say that though, Jongi actually wins it out for his own duty. 3v3 as they're navigating towards Seaside, but Second Love finds the angle anyway. Boogie now though, peeking towards Garage, assisting on the way towards Long. Protected here by Chase. 2v1. All up to Second Love, but it's not gonna happen this time around. Chase chasing these points down. And well, a second round here finally for Game.Lab.
Finally, Game.Lab, they get the round after... How many rounds has it been?
Many.
4, 5 at this point, I think.
I think it was like 4-1, and now we're at 9-2, so probably 5.
Yeah, I knew that.
Match. The
Math.
match checks out.
Game.Labs.
Placing
It's Game.Labs, that means they have scientists. They have to
Yes.
come up with a formula, Dax.
Yeah, you know what rhymes with Game.Lab if you add an S? Aim Labs, so
Game.Labs.
maybe we'll get the aim going soon, but aim down sights. Spot that Chase. What is new? Walk on water. If water is wet, walk on water will get these kills. Here we go though now from the shadows, but lurking, lying in wait. It's Ninitak. He's not done. He goes for another one and spin around. Why don't you? It's just a beautiful dance here, courtesy of the Puggers. They have taken the lead and they're taking Haven by storm.
Like it was nothing as easy as stealing candy from a baby, as wiping your feet, as washing your hands. The Puggers, they're leaving no man unchecked, no corner. Bewildered. I'm bewildered, really. Know what's happening right now. Game.Lab, they seem to have been almost checked out at this point, not clearing that short position. And how can you blame anybody from being checked out when the game is basically a stomp at this point?
Well, they still need to keep going. They still have a half to go for, and
you're saying they have to be relentless.
They have to be relentless. I'm glad you remembered the tagline. That will show up in the quiz later on. But the Puggers, they took that lead so early on, and they kept leading that lead. They keep going and going and going, and this time around, it's all about them being on the attack side and doing the exact same thing. But here we have it now. Walk on Water, Second Love, the names that have made themselves famous towards this iteration of VCTPH. They do take command of it. The Game of Alpha, though, fight back, make it 2v2. And suddenly, it's the attackers in a bit of a heaven position that they can work with. Walk on Water now, trying to play towards the tower. Chongi also playing a bit patient here. The Puggers, there's a chance for them to rotate. And I guess Chongi's like, hey, Walk on Water. We can go see, man. We don't need to fight this.
Hey, Walk on Water. Let's go, rotate.
Let's go.
Difficult.
Is that the Chonky impression? Come on! I feel like you're not getting his voice right. I just feel like. I don't know. Maybe I wish I was close with the guy, but maybe one day.
Be friends.
When we be friends, indeed. But foes abound.
I have something for you. Both jets are half HP, and their companion is full. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the deep analysis there, good sir. But of course, this is the jet matchup we want to watch, right? Fallex versus Walk on Water. There we go with the tremors of the fall time, but Fallex will not fall here. Fells the opposition and stands with 3. And speaking of 3s now, Game of Alpha, they finally get the third on the board. A much-needed pistol win.
Yeah, they needed that to stay within this game. They lose that round. They're practically almost pressured to have to force by the next round. Otherwise, they're practically giving up match points for free. And you never want that. So Game.Labs, difficult climb, that's for sure. But even Everest starts with a step, and at least this one is a step in the right direction for Game.Lab.
Don't people die when they try to climb Mount Everest?
Not all the time. People make it, Dax. Jeez.
Just trying to interrupt your statement right there. But yeah, there is a chance here. We've been talking about how the mental is gonna be effective. Game of Alpha, relentless and resilient. That's exactly what they need to do. And honestly, a pistol win is just the best way to give them a perk up. And there you have it. A bit of a smile now cracking here for Owen. Finds 2 for his troubles towards the Marshall. Here by too long. Best angle to use it. And why don't you just come into the sidelines? Why don't you? Owen gets 3. Boogie gets 2. And well, that's 4 now for Game of Alpha. Staying in numbers and staying alive.
I did not know that February is Puggers hunting season, where the pugs waddle about the road and you can find a free kill. That's what happened. The Game.Lab's a bonus for them. An operator for Fall X. My goodness, sir. Okay.
This is pretty ballsy.
Ambition. Relentless.
Relentless.
Last player standing.
I knew you were going with that.
The true word of this. But let's see. I mean, I think at this point, at this point, I think it's a gamble that you should be willing to take.
Yeah, just beat out those rifles with the operator. They don't expect the one shot, but the problem is he's in a completely different area code. The Puggers execute towards C5. Walk on Water's already there inside, and Walk on Water is reaping the rewards yet again with his ambition. 2 HP, almost even gets the reset towards Rich. He almost found the time to get his gun going again, but 4v2, and well, the operator gamble. This is not the situation you want to see it in on a raid take. Perhaps, though, the fact that they're playing along is the Puggers not knowing what awaits them. So a single shot already will be the marker. There you go, off turn. The Puggers need to be careful. And the sacrificial lamb, thy name is Second Love. 3v2 now, still though all about keeping the cubby controlled as well. Fault line gonna be in to play. The Cloud Burst is there to keep cover, and Dirch is already gonna be on defuse duty. Gets halfway now, and the scope on in for Fallex, but the distraction is clear from the Jet. It's not enough though. He couldn't get all the attention. Focus and discipline here from the Puggers, and now they get another round.
They almost got the defuse too as well, but ultimately enough, the Puggers, they take it. And smart enough by Fallex to realize this is a done round. Let me go, fall back, save the operator for the next round, which is our true gun round. So, okay, it's okay effort at the very least as well. At the same time for Game.Lab, because that was their bonus. They lost 3 early, had the retake potential, could have defused it in their face. Never came to pass. The Puggers right now continuing back right into the game. They successfully convert the anti-bonus, and they're looking to do even more work. But now they're going towards where the op is, and that's A.
Yeah, this is where it really gets tested, but thing is, the smoke's already set on up because the Puggers know. Just because we saw the operator in the last round, they set up so early. They went for that Nebula. They made sure that they scared off that A-long position. And look at the discipline here from the Puggers. We've been looking for this all throughout the game. Rotate towards C. They move now into position, and look who's trying to scramble on that defense. Game.Lab Alpha, and especially the man with the op himself. Can Fallex even get in position by this point? The garage looking to be contested, but he can't get the sightlines whatsoever. Yet again, the calls here from the Puggers, and we're not done. Look at Walk on Water. He's ambitious. He wants to fight against his counterpart. Prove to him rather that he's gonna be even better. And as soon as that happens, it's the Puggers who flawlessly get the job done. What a call, and what a series we've seen as they're on match points.
Yeah, the Puggers have completely flipped the switch on this game. Much less competitive, frankly, than what we saw from Icebox, but much more dominant because of that from the Puggers, and this is the type of win that they need. We talked about, you know, the next few matches the Puggers are going to play right after this series, and they're going to be pretty difficult ones, but also they have yet to bag their first win in this tournament, and this could be that defining moment that finally gets them really confidence.
That's all you want to see. You want to see these teams grow. You want to see these teams get the gong a-going, and well, at least this time around, we hear the crash courtesy of Chase. Fallex is there too to try and hold down Ace Life, but Chase is just stuck here right now, fighting back as much as he can. The bite comes from the rifle, and well, Ninitups is now all alone. We've seen him get a 3K with Magnificence before from this position. Can he do it yet again? As he now has the crawl towards shorts, the spike in the hands of Game.Lab Alpha. They're getting ready to set up a bit of a crossfire here towards the lobby. Peek out as soon as they get alarm bot confirmation. But there you have it. Oh, and Cutie with a swing. And the hit. Game.Lab Alpha, stay alive for now.
12 to 5.
Tell you what,
They hold on.
a day working the
I mean,
farm
to be
to
fair,
do these
for
fellas
Game.Lab
justice.
Alpha, they do have a higher standing than the Puggers. 2-0 currently. Quickly, probably going to be 2-1, but
Spike
they're going to
down
be pretty
A.
safe so far, at least, to make the playoffs.
Last
If
player.
they can continue their performance and winning against some of these other teams as well. But the Puggers right now are really looking to be the team to take this map eventually. They have the lockdown, they have the Cosmic and the Rolling Thunder up very soon, and if they can dump all that in one round, they might just win it.
Look, if there's one person who wants to prove you wrong, especially Black and Blue, it has to be Chase. Incredible round in the last. When you're stuck in short, you know that anyone can come from opposite angles, and he gets away with it. But can he do it yet again? Pierce through the veil, and the paranoia is perfect! There you have it now! Chase is on the hunt, but Ninitups refuses to be prey. The Seeker is now amassed as the ultimate comes online. Chonky though will spot that out, and oh, and Cutie! Unfortunate to say the least. The rotation comes, but what's a recovery by Ninitups? And when they needed it the most, the Seeker is giving that intel. A scramble now towards Seaside.
Well, that's finally Chase chiming on and really making sure he can start doing something in this game. Ooh, the kill here from VALORANT, crucial at the right time too. Now in a 1v2, it's all on Dreech to keep the hopes alive in this series for the Game.Lab
man.
squad. He's on the flank instead, trying to find a proper angle, maybe isolate this fight, but they're doubling up. They're all playing together. They're not checking Garage. This will allow him to walk on out. If he finds his skill on this is winnable. He knows where Blixarino is, but Blixarino gets the round, the game, and the series here for the Puggers. They take it 2-0.
From Blixarino to Winarino, there you have it here for the Puggers. A victory, finally, after everything is said and done. And the Puggers go pro. They get their first win of this season. And an absolute hallmark of strength here from the Puggers. This opens up the standings, man. No one is gonna go winless by this point here. Except perhaps from what we've seen from the previous results so far. What a way to win from the Puggers. This effectively means that, unfortunately for SKYE Empire, right, they're the only ones winless so far. Beyond that, though, this has to be one of the biggest accomplishments for the Puggers. A team built literally before us getting started for VCTPH. Now they're here, and now they've made their mark.
Let me correct you on that, Dax. That is Fluffy O2 tournament winner. Blixarino for you. That we did just see end the game.
What? I'm not gonna give him the clip where I say from Vic CT to VCT.
Yeah.
No freaking way.
I'm not gonna
He gets
say
it
the
here in the
title.
panel, Pat. Dude, I know what he's looking for, okay? I know that's the marketing he wants, but I refuse. Just because of previous events that have happened. But, of course, previous events are the stats that we're gonna be showing off right now. And, well, Walk on Water, name says it all. He is just the man who makes miracles happen. And, well, the Puggers have been blessed today, that's for sure.
A Messiah of Death here against the Game.Lab squad, just delivering them so much problems, so much stress in every entry that he has. Always so lightning fast, buys space with the tailwind, and then buys them the round with the entry kills that he is able to find. Look at this. Not a single thrifty round one in this game. And that just goes to show that the Puggers, they were just on point, not giving up any free rounds at this moment, and making sure that they really just, from start to finish, were relentless in their domination.
How much do you get paid every time you say that word?
Maybe a peso.
Maybe a peso. Oh, well, I wish. But, you know, the wishes perhaps of the Puggers granted this time around. This was an absolute showcase from every single one. You gotta give big props to Second Love. An incredible anchor. You give it to Walk on Water, who just made miraculous attempt after attempt, especially with the operator. Ninitups, this was amazing. Him in the corner defending the land. And we're not done with just how the Puggers all in all work together. Chonky every single time setting it up, and honestly, you wrap it up with Blixarino. just knowing exactly what to do at the right place and at the right time. That's the roll call the Puggers get this time around. That's the highlights that they made all throughout. And of course, the man who finished off the job, who delivered that win with GLAB Unlimited, is Blixarena himself. From the community to the pro side, we see him now ready to shine, and the Puggers, it's a bright take going forward.
Yeah, Blixarena coming on in when it mattered the most, securing the game and delivering the win here once more with GLAB Unlimited. Puggers, they finally get a win, Dax. We don't have a team, bar the one remaining on SKYE Empire, who is still in a 0-win state. And hopefully for SKYE Empire, they can catch up to their Puggers brethren. So far, the Puggers, maybe this is the start of something new, Dax.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Game.Lab Alpha, they finally get a blemish on their record. Couldn't beat everyone from the open qualifiers. Still a decent effort, but one perhaps that they might want to forget after everything is said and done. Recovery, though, gonna be important, but we'll throw you guys to the panel to break everything down.
Guys, tignan nyo naman, may special guest tayo dito sa panel. Raph, pati mo ipakilala yung kasama mo dyan.
She got a little scared, you know, so I'm kind of like babysitting her right now. Why don't you say hi to our second, well, special guest of the day? She's smarter than Asarai, right?
Wow.
Asarai, ano sagot mo dyan?
Maybe is that the reason why she got scared? Is because I actually got a prediction right?
Wait, look at this, Let's ask her. Hey, Manju, do you agree with Asarai, yes or no? I think that's a no. I think that's a no, right? Just there. If you agree, kiss me. If you agree with me, kiss me. No, she's looking away. She doesn't agree with all our opinions.
Yes, thanks, Andrew. No, you had
Cutie
my back.
Manju. Pero yeah, like Asarai said, tama yung prediction niya. Puggers ang nagtagumpay dito sa series na to versus Game.Lab Alpha. Narinig mo yun, Raph? Mali tayo ng prediction. Mali tayo ng prediction. Pero yun nga, Asarai, what led to the victory over here? Kasi secure na secure kasi simula pa lang nung panel segment natin kanina, sure ka na ito na yung oras na magsashine na yung Puggers sa wakas.
Yeah, I think from my end, what I kind of saw here for the most part is Puggers just had the better contact game out of the two teams that we've seen right here. And I think that's more prevalent when you look at how Haven was played out. They went for the double breach, or the double initiated with the breach in the sky, knowing that it's all gonna be about how they are able to flush out corners and force out, you know, firefights that will heavily go in their favor, and that works so well, especially nung sininitaps na yung nakaka-benefit dun sa kanong klase mga setups. He was just so on point, and even on Icebox, as you can see here in the first game, because he was getting so many kills, ang dami niya nakukuhang res that did allow at least you know, Puggers to just recuperate themselves, take a breath, re-engage the fight, and just rotate if they need to, and keep forcing the fight if they need to. It was just working in the way of Puggers, again, because of how well they approached yung contact play.
Well, you did mention a word that I have been, again, discussing while we were watching the game, right? The re-engage. I just feel like GLAB was very adamant on taking the space with a full head of steam that they kind of forgot to consider that they can rotate out. There were a lot of moments actually where they didn't have to reaggress on a lot of those hits, but they did win quite a few rounds with that super heavy dueling playstyle. And you know, sometimes it's okay to be wrong. That's how we grow. We kind of have to break down the muscle so it grows, right, Asarai? But again, moving forward with the point I'm trying to make here is that despite me picking against Puggers, I'm just very, very pleasantly surprised that they identified a weakness in the game of GLAB, right? And they're like, hey guys, you know, it might just be the slightest difference, but this is definitely the X factor into taking most of these maps. And again, very well deserved for the MVP here, Asarai.
Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick, sorry.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, sorry like about this. But I was about to mention nga si Walk on Water, because on Haven, because of the setups na ginawa ng teammates niya from Puggers, how many times did you see yung impact play ng operator dito ni Walk on Water? It feels like Game.Lab were always hyped or palu sila na palagan ang operator ni Walk on Water, and they just couldn't really deal with it. He looks, he gets a kill, he backs away, he looks again, gets another kill, tapos the cycle continues and Puggers stand right on top.
Puggers talaga yung nag-stand out dito sa specific series na to. And I would like to touch up on that kasi mention nyo kayo yung mga contact plays talaga yung pinaka naging determining factor kung saan papunta tong series na to. And it really reminds me, Raf, yung napanood nating game between Puggers and GLAB Alpha and Abaddon Abyss, kung saan firepower lang talaga yung naging labanan dun sa specific series na yun. And I think that what happened there, medyo nadala rin nila dito as they went against Puggers, di ba?
Oh yeah, and a team like Abaddon that's, somewhere that's renowned for just raw firepower. I'm just saying, there's no bias here. But in any case, it really made the small differences, and I'm glad that they did break the streak. You know what I mean? Because Puggers have been on a bit of a dip, and now moving on to our next week, I believe they'll be a little more confident because I actually touted them to be the team that might actually have the most problems this week. But again, hey, I don't mind being proven wrong because that was super entertaining still, and we love how none of them really backed down. And again, maybe there's just those signs of, oh, hey guys, maybe we shouldn't take this fight. Let's just back out, just even for a tiny bit.
Back out, even for a tiny bit. Yan na nga yung mga kaganapan dito kanina. And yung mga errors na napag-usapan natin dito, sabi ko nga, di ba, para akong clinical doctor for the day. Parang lang, take note of that word. Hindi po ako nagkiklaim ng kakaiba. Pero, ito yung mga bagay na kailangan iremedyo ng ating mga clients ito or mga patients natin rather. Yung mga small mistakes na nagiging costly talaga yung punishment later on in the rounds. Pero ito na nga, alamin natin ano ba yung naging resulta, ano na yung updated standings natin as we move along into day number 6 of our VCTPH. Ayan, Oasis Gaming still sitting pretty at the top right now. Pero Asuray, makikita natin medyo nagalaw na syempre yung mga ibang scores dito, especially dun sa mga teams na nakita nating naglaban ngayong araw.
Yeah, I think ang naging story talaga natin dito is the only one with the perfect record is Oasis Gaming. Other teams, we still see them having certain discrepancies na kailangan talaga nilang ayusin dito. I think if you look at yung second right under Oasis, that's NAOS Esports, they look dominant in in a certain game. The next game, when they go like game 2 or game 3, dun sila nagkakaproblema, whether it's they don't know how to finish off games or they're just having difficulties figuring out kung ano yung setup ng kalaban and how to adjust that. Takes them a while. However, whatever the issue is, they definitely need to adjust. And same could be said then with a lot of the teams here. But we don't have a lot of time to talk about all of that. But there definitely is a process that's needed by these teams to adjust on para makahabol.
We still have, quite a number of days to play, and very well timed. As my goodness, I'm just a little worried about SKYE Empire if it wasn't obvious enough in the game that we casted earlier, right? Because again, this is a team that supposedly has a pretty decent floor. Again, I feel like decent is an understatement. Sorry. It is a pretty good floor with a relatively high ceiling. So to see them at the bottom, it is just not a pleasant sight for a lot of us.
I completely agree with you there, Raf. Lalo na kasi kilala na natin yung iba sa mga members ng SKYE Empire. So yung expectations natin a little bit higher with them compared to the rest of the teams that came from open qualifiers, diba?
Yeah.
Yun lang naman yun. But that doesn't mean na we believe na ito na yung potential na pinapakita nila. I believe that SKYE Empire still has a chance. And tulad nga na sinabi mo kanina, this is just day number 6, marami pang araw na paparating. Pero kailangan lang natin i-reiterate na napaka-importante ng bawat araw na nadadaanan natin dito. So with that, let's actually take a look at kung ano na nga ba yung mga matches na makikita natin in the coming week. Medyo painit na talaga yung mga laban dito eh. Pero Asuray, as we see the list of teams over here, top of your head, sino yung mas gusto mong makita first?
Oh, for sure, first series, NAOS Esports as well as Action PH. Ito ang talaga eh. Parang alam na natin na Action and NAOS both have certain discrepancies na kailangan nilang ayusin. For NAOS, it's being able to understand kung paano mag-clean up ng mga games dito para magkaroon sila ng photo finish. And for Action naman, it feels like they need something else other than, I feel like, Blurred to fall back on. Whether that's the correct way to look at things or not, that's just how I feel this series to go talaga.
And over here at the game number 2 for the day, that's gonna be SR Nakage versus Game.Lab Alpha. Tingin mo ba, Raf, with what we just saw from GLAB, ano kaya yung ma-expect natin na kalalabasan na to, especially going up against a team like NCG na matagal na rin natin silang kilala at matagal na silang magkakasama?
I feel like it's still the sense of urgency that we saw from our previous teams of today, because once again, the later we go into this league, or rather this circuit, it becomes much more worrying when you start fumbling super late, right? And I feel like SR Nakage has had their, I guess, weaknesses in their armor or their playstyle being just a little bit more exposed. If you guys have noticed, they've been banning out Pearl much more often in comparison to the earlier weeks, which is kind of crazy to think about it, considering that was supposedly their signature map, right? Meanwhile, GLAB, once again, it is gonna be another week for them to evolve, maybe potentially add a little more, I would say, flavor to that entire recipe book that they have.
Definitely. And ang masasabi ko dyan, you know, with more of the days piling up, marami na ring information talaga lahat ng teams na involved dito. Pwede na talaga silang mag-VOD review. Halos lahat ng mapa na daanan na ng mga teams na to. So, nasa sa kanila na lang, sa mga teams na lang, kung ano yung gagawin nila with the information that they have now. But again, guys, lahat ng na-witness natin today, hindi yan magiging posible if it weren't for the help of our sponsors. So maraming salamat sa Mineski Philippines as well as Riot Games for making VCTPH happen.
And of course, can't forget our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited, guys. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board, guys. So again, check every single thing that we mentioned, and it has been a really enjoyable week still, despite me dealing with Asaray again.
Always with the Asaray bullying, it never stops. Pero yun nga, hopefully as we progress throughout this split, mas makarinig pa talaga tayo ng Tagalog from both of these boys. That's something that we should all look forward to as well, aside from the games that we've been witnessing. But once again, this has been Likeable with Asaray and of course Raf. And this has been your panel. We're signing off for the week. We'll see you guys next time on VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
We're soaring up high, got no clue. How do I know what I mean to you? Yeah. Say it out loud, spill the truth. Tell me how I'm gonna get close to you. Yeah. High and low, in between, acting out, make a scene. Working on our body language, working on our body language. Baby, now tell me exactly how you feel. I'm just trying to keep it real. Let me love you on the inside. Love you.